Hello. Can people hear us? Let's see
Hello.
how our audio problems are going from a different computer again.
So probably it's all messed up like usual.
No, it's usually messed up in a different way each week. That's the
Well,
funny
that's
thing.
true. That's fair. We do find a different way to mess it up all the time.
Because otherwise, I could just save the settings and it would just kind of work, right?
I guess so.
All
That's how
right, it's
it works.
working. All right, that is a
Oh,
good start.
amazing.
Um, nice. Okay, good. So I'm here with Isidafo as now it just seems to be the regular thing, right? I know if Kidneys ever comes back, we'll definitely try to invite him again.
Yeah, we know we have not had kidneys on in a while, I guess now. But
Yeah, he's
yeah.
I think he actually made a good choice of stepping back for a bit.
Well, yeah. You know that he doesn't own any combinators though, so that's clearly a
Right.
problem.
Um. Oh, I forgot to. Well, I guess I couldn't have. I was gonna say I tried to reach out to Spore with this last month, but I think we're still all on ignore. But there was actually a limited edition thing that I was hoping would happen this week. And there's still time, if anybody's listening, there is still time in 2 days for a limited edition set that would have a good reason to be limited because most of the players don't otherwise play, but it would be kind of funny. Um, so in 1934, on May 12th, the Reds, for the only time in MLB history, simply decided to submit their lineup card in alphabetical order.
Oh, that's hilarious. Okay.
See if I
But
can put the box score in for you.
that I would have thought that would happen by chance at some point, but I guess not.
Well, let me think. So,
I guess it's
well, so now, okay, so 9
nine
factorial is
factorial.
around 360,000, right?
It must have been 360,000 MLB games, but I guess the problem is that the lineups overlap a lot.
That's true.
So probably
Okay, so there have been about 230,000, it looks like, something like that, games.
oh really? Okay, I would have thought more.
So yeah, actually, if you just entirely made a random lineup every time, one's not so far off.
Yeah,
But here, I'll
hmm.
put the link in chat.
That's
So I thought this would make for a fun LE
that
set.
is
I don't know if
wow.
the
That
players otherwise do that much, but
I've never seen that logo before. That is something.
that's not a modern logo for the Braves, is it?
No. Okay.
uh, but yeah, so they sent the lineup out in alphabetical order. They pounded out 12 hits, so
It
maybe they should have
worked.
kept doing it.
They lost, but it
Well,
worked.
no, but they lost. But like, I mean, 12 hits is not bad, right?
No, it's not terrible.
Uh,
I guess the problem was they had to find a starter with a last name that was near the end of the alphabet, and he got beaten up. So that was that was an issue.
I will admit I've never heard of Alan Stout.
No,
In fact,
I
that
have not
Y
either.
there feels like a modern spelling of things, which is kind of funny. You have to
Yeah,
look him up.
it says his nickname is
Uh,
Fishhook. That's kind of a fun nickname.
was what?
Fishhook.
Really? Okay, I'm not seeing that on his baseball reference page. Where is it?
You have to like expand the thing.
Huh. Fish hook because like they tried to yank him as quick as possible.
Maybe, maybe.
Okay,
And
well, so he
he was
went.
so good.
Huh. Okay, yeah, it looks like he was mostly a relief pitcher in an era that didn't have a lot of relief pitching.
Yeah,
Uh, and I
yeah.
guess
So
they
he made this.
tried. Yeah.
he may well have been started simply to do this lineup business because they couldn't find anyone else on their roster.
That's possible.
Like the four pitchers who started a bunch of games. I know we started 16 games from that year. Maybe it wasn't, but the four pitchers who started a lot of games for the Reds that year, none of them had a sufficiently late in the alphabet last name.
No. Although I still wonder if they really did this intentionally or if it just happened.
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't. Like, I'm not familiar with all of these players, but like, it doesn't look unreasonable. Or like, Jim Bottomley was a good hitter. Chick Hafey was a good hitter. Mark Koenig was a good hitter. Like, it's a
right. And Bob O'Farrell, like, Lombardi's the catcher, but he's going to get his days off.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a unreasonable lineup.
Do you think it just happened accidentally then?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's some article about it. I don't know.
Why would I not use combo Juan Francisco and Silver? All right, we can talk about. Sure, we should take questions. So Juan Francisco, let's pull up the card.
A really good 40. I mean, it's very splitty, but.
So he's a good 40, but it's silver, right? So you're getting. Hi, hey, Mr. Wrestling. Yeah, thanks. So you're getting all the way up to 79 if you want it, right?
Yes.
Francisco's really a bad thing to put in a card name and pull out a specific card, isn't it?
Yeah, that is true.
Okay. So you can see why it's a 40. It's first base only. It's sort of power and a little bit of eye, but not much else against righties. It's not a bad bat for a 40, but
No, it's. I mean, VR. It's probably the best 40 hitter. I mean, there's Foley who's a 41 who's better, but for a 40, it's probably the best VR hitter. The VL is a bit pathetic, but
But then you're looking at running this in silver, right? So at third base in silver. Well, I'm doing some really stupid things at third base in this tournament. I think I was telling you I might run Augie Galen.
Yeah, for me that one's too much.
He has third base eligibility.
He does.
Okay, is he a worse defender than Braun was last year?
Well, but that was last year. It's very different because PBABIP and whatnot.
That's true. No, and the PBABIP does actually mean third base defense is a lot more valuable.
Yeah.
But
okay, I mean, I don't have the exact numbers for the level 5 Juan Francisco, but
no, I can here. Let me just do a quick screen. I'll just pull up and see. So this is to remind you, snapshot and unsung only, Cool Ray Field, 2004 settings. So a little bit extra power and a little bit lower punishment for his low avoid K. Although with that low avoid K, he is still going to strike out a fair bit.
Yeah, I mean it's 2004 and 2010 are like, and it's not exactly 2010 modern, but they're pretty close. There's not a huge difference in there. Yeah.
So I think there are a few cards that if I had the choice, I'd probably run ahead. So I will also say there are some cards that it feels like everyone's desperate to run that with my model I just don't like as much. Maybe you like them better. Like, for example, a lot of people thought Rob Deere would be like a best hitter in the format or something in bronze. And I don't think I want to run him.
I mean, yeah, I have him kind of fine. I probably will put him on my roster, but it doesn't seem like
I know a certain chatter who would run him even if he wasn't the best.
Well, fair enough.
So I think the main thing with Francisco is he's not going to get on base very much except when he walks or hits a home run. And there is still some value to that. Like in 2004, base runners still are good. And actually in a high scoring format, there's a greater chance that the run comes around to score in 2004 than it does in some other eras. So from that point of view, I think you don't want to like ignore base hits entirely. Is kind of what I'm saying. So from that point of view, I could mention a few cards that I just think would give you, like a better shape, while still getting you a lot of this. So one, if you wanted, this kind of shape, like this Braun Steve Braun, you don't have as much of the power, but you have a lot of gap power. You're going to get on base a lot, So that's one that I think I might run.
Yeah, just
I might
kind of
run.
eyeball.
I might run Tom Tresh. So for Tresh versus lefties, the profile looks a little bit more like what you've seen. Versus righties, kind of the power and eye are reversed. But he's also just going to hit more singles and everything, and he does have a better glove. So I think it's more just that. Once you're up to silver, there are just a lot of cards. So those are some bronzes that I think I'd probably run ahead of him. Trying to think who has like exactly the same shape.
So the closest shape that I can find is the
Phillips is a
69
little bit
Pedro.
close.
No, Phillips is not really a third baseman though.
No.
People are gonna play him a second short. The closest shape that I can find is the 69 Pedro Alvarez.
Okay, who I also don't have that high in on my screens. But I agree, and I think this is a card where the third base defense is much, much better, and the bat's probably a bit better as well.
Yeah, so I'm guessing just based on kind of eyeballing it, I would have level 5 Francisco and Alvarez pretty similar in this format.
That sounds reasonable. Yeah. So with Francisco, you're getting about 2 extra wins, 2 to 2.5. I think we worked out for a typical combinator. Like I think he's actually going to be on the upper end of that because improving his avoid K makes a bigger difference for Francisco than improving some of the ratings for Alvarez, for example.
Yeah, so he might be slightly better than Alvarez, maybe, or something. But like, yeah, I mean, plain Alvarez versus a level 5 Francisco, I think, are probably relatively close.
Right. But the other thing to keep in mind is this is just generally a high-scoring format, and in a really high-scoring format, actually the value of a home run compared with a single even goes down a little bit because singles are more likely to come around and score. So as an example of a card that wouldn't immediately appear to fit the format, but I think I'd rather run the bat. This is also an atrocious third baseman, but he's eligible to stand at third. But I think I'd much rather run this bat. Yes, there's less power, so it's not perfect for the era, but he's still going to get on base a ton, and he's going to come around and score when he does get on base. And the gap power is, useful as well. So I think I'd much rather run a bat like Magadan in addition.
There's some other cards, like there's this 68 Pinky Higgins. It's just kind of a very flat, like 80s, 75, 80s across the board.
You're probably just getting a little more in total.
Yeah, you're just getting a little bit of everything, and this card seems
yeah, but basically I think the brief version is just that even if Francisco is a good low iron and the combinator bid is adding a couple wins to him, just the gap between that and what you're getting kind of on the higher end is probably still pretty significant.
Yeah, the exception to that, I guess, is if you have a lot of other combinators and then you're getting some chemistry from it on top of that, he's going to be better.
Right, but I think even there, I think if you add 4 wins to Francisco, I'd still run non-combinator versions of the top silver third baseman over him. I think I'd certainly start playing him at iron, and he'd be in the mix maybe in some bronze formats.
I don't really see a lot of actual silvers that I want to play at third in this particular format. Like, the cards I'm wanting to play at third and open silver are like, legal league cards and mission cards and whatnot.
So for me, Steve Braun is like the one card I experimented with when I was playing around with combinators. So that makes it a really easy decision for me. I just run Braun.
Yes, combinator Steve Braun would be excellent.
Tony
Phillips is probably the one silver that I really think about playing, except I'm probably going to play him at either second or short.
I think so. Let's see. My model, there are a few others it mentions that are kind of funny. I mean, here's one that is totally not the kind of card my model likes, but there's just so much in the way of ratings that my model still prefers him.
Yeah, I have this guy. Okay, also this card.
It's funny because it's like completely the wrong shape for what the model tends to value, but there's just so much rating there. It's basically the fact that the reason this is a 78 instead of a 40 is that it just has a lot more rating points. So even if you've put them in the wrong places, at some point, like 38 points is too much of a gap.
Yeah, I mean, I think like I think to the point like who's the top silver third baseman? I think the top silver third baseman at this moment is probably a bronze. Um,
Yeah, I think for me it's probably still Tresh or Braun for this format.
yeah, it looks like a bunch of bronzes that is similar. I mean, assuming
Wait,
that we're
that's
considering.
hilarious. The Columbus Solons.
Yeah, I think did Nell had something like that too. Yeah, Nell has that also. The one from last
The
week.
Solons, you mean?
Yeah,
No, that's just a really funny team name,
it is a weird name.
right? I mean, Solon. So Solon is like one of these ancient Athenian, you know, depending on which side of him you're on. Let's just say philosopher. Um, you know,
Oh, apparently it's a suburb of Cleveland, so it's also. I did not know
yeah.
that.
Okay, but I guess that's kind of. I mean, that's kind of. I mean, I guess there was a whole like classics kick when these places in Ohio were being named to begin with, right?
I guess so. Yeah, like Cincinnati or whatever.
Yeah, that makes sense. But
I think.
I thought that was supposed to be because they had these seven hills, and so they wanted to like specifically do a Roman thing.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. One of my I think my favorite things about Ohio city naming. So city of Cleveland is named after Moses Cleveland, whose name is not spelled that way.
Right, yeah, that's right. There's an
And
extra A in it.
yeah, Moses Cleveland. He founded Cleveland and then he left. He was like, "This place is horrible." He never came back.
Although I will say, really, if you're going to have something about like cleaving stuff, like Moses is a pretty good name.
That's true. That is true.
Um, but yeah, Solon's got a weird historical reputation because he both is like one of like the founder of democracy type people that you get, from a philosophical point of view, and then he was like a tyrant that ran Athens.
That's all right. At least his head was in the right place.
Something like that.
Okay, so it looks like the Columbus Solons only existed for 3 seasons and this went completely defunct. So they 1889 to 1891. Uh, but a number of like known players that I've heard of at least played for them. So
Huh.
it seems like it was a kind of decent team.
That
I
makes
don't quite know what
sense.
happened to them.
I mean, it's not the craziest name I've heard from that era, right?
No, there's some really cool.
Cincinnati did at one point actually just literally call their teams not nickname, but just like actually gave a team name of the Kelly's Killers.
Yeah, that's a good one. I don't I don't think have we ever had a player from the Kelly's Killers and I don't remember one in PT that actually was from the team named that.
And we always have a good King Kelly, so I think we should be able to get a King Kelly from the Kelly's Killers.
Yeah, we got that, the mission guy this year is getting tons of play, but he's not a killer, apparently.
Wait, is his nickname not? No, I guess his nick. No, because they've called him King, so his nickname.
No, I mean, he doesn't have a nickname actually. It's sort of. I guess he really should be Mike Kelly with his nickname is King, but he isn't. He's just King Kelly.
Right. Huh. That's possible. Well, okay, no, hold on, wait. So I'm seeing another reference to that team that instead is calling them the Cincinnati Porkers,
Oh, that I've never heard.
which, huh. No, I hadn't either.
Is this combo 5 Rick Monday in silver? I assume we're asking about. Obviously, I assume bronze. I assume you want to play him.
I'd say bronze, you
Yeah,
play him unless you have a combo of a better card, basically.
yeah, bronze. Silver, I'd probably play him I'd probably platoon him. I would guess. That looks like probably the best VR compared to the non combos. Silver PTCS shortstop. I mean,
The,
probably
the problem
24.
is if you're putting Monday in center, that's a
No, not in
horrible
center, not in center.
glove. So you're
No, in right,
DHing
in right,
him.
in right.
Well, okay, that's odd. He's eligible in right. Yeah, because I guess I have a lot of trouble finding a right fielder in silver. I think.
Yeah, I mean you're playing Fothergill, but he's only one way.
I was going to run Fothergill in left. I kind of like the shape of Dustin Moore. Again, I know I'm running low power guys compared with everyone else, but
no, Dustin Moore looks reasonable to me.
So I think there's actually another good reason to run low power guys in this format. I don't know if it's one of the things we're allowed to say on air.
Well,
oh, wait a minute. We're not affiliates. We can say anything we want to on air. So one of the things that's been true in past PTCSs, so normally I'm not a big fan of using observed data, right? You should be able to just model what the game engine's doing. You may have discovered that, in some past PTCSs, there were a few places where that approach really didn't work. That there are some very anti-historical things that pop up in a particular year for reasons that, never really been satisfactorily explained. I think at one point I tried to look into it and I had a couple theories as to what was going on. I don't know if how much you looked into this, isidafo.
Not a huge amount, a little bit, but it's also changed. It changes kind of every cycle. So, like, it used to be that dead ball was like super home run happy.
2 years ago, dead ball was super home run happy.
Things were screwed up, and then it kind of changes, and every year it's a little bit different.
But then there were things like, was it the prior? What year was the Mark Prior PTCS set in last year?
Oh, that was. I think it was 2002. It was either 02 or 03. I don't remember.
But that particular year, really weird things happened with stamina.
Yeah, I mean, stamina was always a bit.
Right, but that one
was particularly wonky.
So I think the point is, when there's a new format, one of the things that can happen is we can run into something which does not work as designed. What's the word we're supposed to use instead of bug? An unexpected feature?
Yeah. No, I mean...
So the point is basically, I'm 26 combinators short of winning this tournament if I just run meta cards. Emergent features, there we go.
There you go. That's a good one.
No, we don't go off on tangents like that. At some point we should talk about rounding and emergent features in other kinds of fun numerical simulations. But
rounding is like the worst. But you have to do.
Anyway, the point is, so everyone has their own philosophy on what they're trying to get out of a game, and actually we should probably talk about this because we heard some things that, at least to me, are kind of horrifying about the philosophies of a lot of people in the community on what they hope to get out of tournaments like the PTCS, and that's probably worth the discussion. For me, it's very simple. I want to win the tournament. I don't really care so much about what I do if I don't win the tournament. My goal is to win the tournament.
Yeah.
So one of the things that means is, I think a key idea is that you always want to give yourself a win condition, right? sometimes the win condition is just you get, hit over the head with a bunch of good RNG, right? That can be a win condition. And in some formats, that's your best win condition. As you play a meta team, you're one of the 15 to 20 teams that have a shot to win. You need to be the one that gets the best RNG.
Yeah, a good example of that kind of format was like last year. I forget what it was called. The one where it was like hardware heroes and whatever other weird card type. And it was like there was one card at a position, everyone played them, and whoever got luckier won.
Yeah, you could do a little things with sliders that would get you a 5 to 10% edge, but pretty much after that. And so this is where a lot of the philosophy comes in, until the combinator stuff, right? Which completely changes the nature of the game. Generally, the way it worked was that there wasn't much you could do to win a tournament. There were a lot of things you could do to lose a tournament. If you avoided doing all of the things that would guarantee you couldn't win a tournament, then you would have a shot at winning, and then you'd also have to get some luck along the way because there were multiple teams that would be in that situation. But the point is you want to give yourself some win condition. And one of the problems with these combinator teams is we sort of calculated last week, some of these teams are, some of these teams are 60 to 70. Hey, Kidneys, you want to welcome? You want to jump on? Welcome to join us.
We can make a deal if Kidneys comes and joins, then we can mute Charles. What do you think?
I think that's a good deal. You want to jump on?
No.
But yeah, so we tried.
Yeah, we tried.
But basically,
you're always welcome, Kidneys, if you want.
Definitely. But basically, you definitely can come on and grade Andrew Jones with us.
I don't. I'm not sure I agree with this grade. I think you may be missing pluses. No, but actually, no. It probably just that's plus because Tommy AG is maybe slightly better. But
Andrew Jones plays 3 positions.
That's true. The AG only plays 2. So.
Anyway, the point is, what I'm trying to do is maximize my chances of winning, and if I'm going to play a team that is 60 to 70 wins ahead of me, the path to winning via RNG becomes very, very narrow, right? We sort of worked that out last week. My odds of winning a series like that are somewhere between 5 and 8%, depending on exactly what we assume.
Yeah.
And I would likely have to win multiple series like that in order to win a 7-round tournament like this.
I mean, my guess is probably in like the Iron and Bronze, there will be, maybe 5 teams that have a lot of combinators. Some of them will knock each other out. Some of them will lose to RNG before they have to play you by luck. So you might only have to face like 1 or 2 in the whole tournament, or you might have to face all 5. But yeah, you still have to get lucky a couple times probably.
But the odds of beating 2 such teams are, probably in the 1 in 1,000 range or something.
Yeah.
So what that means is my best shot is actually discovering that most of these teams missed the meta. Now, the best chance of that would be in a format that's as different from Modern as possible. This is a format that's both fairly similar to Modern in a lot of ways, and also is a limited enough card pool that it's probably hard to miss the meta really badly.
Yeah.
But I still think that there's some value in, kind of saying, in general, if you think you have an edge, then what you want to do is do similar things to everybody else and exploit that edge. But if you think you're at a disadvantage, then if you have equivalent decisions, you should make the different decision basically just to sort of give yourself a shot to, just to sort of give yourself a shot to kind of pick up an edge if something weird happens.
Yeah, I mean that's certainly a way to go. I mean,
I don't want to give up. I don't want to give up wins to do it. I still want to play the best team I can. But if I have a roughly equivalent decision, so that's the other reason I'm kind of saying, if I have 2 equivalent looking cards and one of them is a card that's getting its value from power like everybody's expecting to run here, and the other is a card that's getting its value from other things. If they're really equivalent, then if I felt I were bringing a strong team, I would pick the former, and if I felt I were bringing a weak team, I'd pick the latter. And
Yeah, I mean,
usually you don't hear me say I'm picking the latter, because usually I feel like I'm able to bring a strong team. But I'm quite aware that I can't bring a strong team at this point in the cycle. And so that's why it makes sense to kind of just see if I can play a little bit of a matchup game.
Yeah, I mean, that team, of course, will still, even if the full combinator team misses the meta, it will still be ahead of a team that didn't.
Right, but my odds of, if it turns out that I can only beat a 20 win disadvantage, now my odds go up from like that 5 to 8% to maybe 25% to get past that round.
Yeah, now beating two teams becomes actually like possible.
Yeah, now beating two teams becomes something that's not completely impossible. Yeah, so again, Laszlo, I'm not saying that you want to be clear, right? I'm not saying that you want to give up a lot of value to do something like this. Ultimately, if you think that you kind of are correctly evaluating cards and you think you can correctly understand where the meta is going, there's never a reason to play the second best card instead of the best card. Just play the best cards. That gives you the best chance. The highest value team you get is the one that has the most chance to win. It's more that if it really is equivalent, then if you can find two strategies that are entirely equivalent, but one is a strategy almost everybody's using and one is a unique strategy, given that there are unexpected things that pop up in the historical nature of OOTP, I think you're better off sort of picking the unique path and at least giving yourself a chance to kind of get lucky and hit the meta. Right? It's okay. Actually, I think I figured out the right analogy. Except this is going to make sense to like two people in chat. Have you ever seen like these like America's Cup races?
No.
Okay, I figure. Yeah, it's probably not a. Basically, the idea is if you're sailing and like the yachting races. So the idea is if it's like a match race. The idea is that there are different paths that you can take, and you're kind of looking at the wind and guessing which path is quickest. But nobody is perfect at judging how the wind is going to change over a period of a few minutes. And so, if you're behind, what you do is you sort of intentionally pick. You basically intentionally pick like a very different path. And you just hope that the wind shifts in a way that it helps you, because if you just sort of keep the wind, if you just sort of keep exactly the same path and you're dealing with exactly the same wind, unless suddenly your boat's faster, you're never going to catch up.
Say, if you think this is a tangent, I got news for you. I don't know if we have the drunken moose anywhere, but
it's probably in a pod somewhere.
Was it an elk? I don't remember if the boy was.
Well, no, there's historical debate on this. That's the problem.
Okay. It's a hooved animal, a drunken hooved animal of some kind.
Yeah. Anyway, right. So we're gonna look at cards. We did actually want to rate cards today, because now that the affiliates are no longer rating cards, I think we can do that again, and that's fair. But I know we had other news that people want us to get to. Should we continue with the news, or should we rate a few cards and then do it, or what are you thinking?
I don't know. Maybe we can do a few cards, or it doesn't really matter to me, I guess. I guess maybe some of it is useful if we talk about like at least get through the silvers and then.
All right, so with that we'll get to the silvers and then we'll sort of talk about some of the news items. Is that a fair plan?
Sounds Sounds good to me.
That sounds like a plan, I think. All right, where are we? Cards. There we go. We got some cards. We have what, about 25 this week?
Yes. I think it's something.
That's not too bad. That
like,
usually doesn't take us very long.
no, only like 6 or 8 hours.
By the way, so for these May the 4th cards, I haven't actually checked because I don't think I have enough of them to be able to tell. Is the May the 4th actually part of a subtype on the card?
No,
or is this a standard Unsung Heroes card?
No, it's just standard Unsung Heroes. The May the 4th is just cosmetic.
Okay, just because in the past the cosmetic stuff always came after the card type.
Yeah, I don't know why it's like that, but whatever. It's like the same thing with the Future Legend 1, Set 1, Future Legend. They don't say Set 1, Future Legend, they Set 2. They're all the same. They just say different things in the title.
And they all have the same... So this is a standard Unsung Heroes card for the purpose of chemistry and stuff.
Yes, correct.
All right, so and this is our only iron, right?
Yep.
Let's see. So what we got here? Extreme Ground Ball, 13 shape. 13 stamina. Trying to figure out how he ends up with this Homer versus P. Babbitt split, but it's obviously exactly the one that we want this cycle.
Yeah.
There's sort of a lot of ratings on the card.
Yeah, I mean, I have this as the second best iron reliever behind the Bill Campbell. Yeah, quite good, I think.
Let me see where I have it. I just had a chance to grab the card database, so I should probably actually check these things before... By eye, it looks like the ratings are in a good place. And actually, also, the stuff will probably play given the iron shapes people are running right now.
Yeah, generally stuff in iron. I mean, it is very similar. It's slightly less extreme than Campbell, but it's quite similar to Campbell.
I suspect I'm still going to prefer a card like Bueno to him, but let me see what the model gives me. Yeah, this still like several others actually. I'm trying to figure out why, because by eye this actually looks like a card that I would have thought would end up right at the top.
Well, I mean, in terms of the shape of iron, I think basically it's because you're expecting people to move the meta when shapes are played against them, and I'm saying basically in practice it doesn't happen that way because people don't know what they're doing a lot of the time. I think that's probably where most of the...
You know what? Actually, the funny thing is, no, maybe this card is actually just understated compared with some of the top ones. So here, I'll give you an example. Actually, hold on, I have Luch accent, so let me just give you a comparison. Yeah, I wonder if this is actually understated. So let me pull up, for example, the live Ryan Walker for comparison.
Yeah, I really like... Well, live Ryan Walker is my third reliever.
No, it's a really good card, but just sort of to do the comparison. Because I think when you compare this against Walker, Walker just has a lot more of everything. Yeah, Walker's a little splittier, which hurts a bit. But
yeah, I mean, I think it's probably the splits to some degree. I mean, there is a little bit more home run on Jackson, which does make a difference for sure. But I mean, I have them like quite
a little bit, but the 23 points at P. Babbitt are certainly going to be worth something.
Yeah, I think. I guess I can check. I don't have difference in P. Babbitt being like super giant. But again, this is probably coming down a lot to the shape of like how we're expecting metas to change, because like one of the things which I have, I'm still really not sure what exactly, the kind of long-term status zero will be, is that it appears that meta shifting at this point in OHB 25 is basically non-existent. People do not change the cards they're playing based on the cards their opponents are playing. Um,
I do.
well, you do, but you only get to play in 4 tournaments a day, whereas you used to get to play in like 6 or 8.
That's true. No, wait, no,
Um,
actually, no. Now that I'm playing against all these combinator teams, I can usually get 5 or 6 in.
okay, fair. Um, but yeah, I mean, again, like I've said this a handful of times. One of the consequences of the change to the tournament slots is that the average team in tournaments is substantially weaker than it's ever been in dailies and weeklies. I mean,
That's true.
uh,
And so that's probably where Luke Jackson's going to help you in those first few rounds. Actually, I guess that's another effect of combinators is that people put so much into them that if you pick the wrong combinator, you're sort of pot committed in some sense.
yes,
Like you've added 2.5 cards to something which is, 1.5 wins behind, but that still makes it a win better. And so you're kind of forced to stick with that shape.
yeah. The other problem is that I mean, combinator boosting is kind of the first completely non-reversible investment you can make in PT. Like previously, if you bought a card turned into a bad card, you could always sell it. If you buy a combinator, you boost it, and then you decide you don't really want to play it any longer, you can only sell it as if it were level 0. So the boost is just thrown in the trash.
To be fair, it's the second. The first one involves a credit card.
Okay. Um, yeah, but the points you spend on boosting are completely unrecoverable, right? You get as soon as you sell the card, you can't sell the card as if it was boosted, so you get no value out of them. You only get value for playing it.
Right. It basically goes
So,
back to the level 0 sale price
yeah,
value.
yeah. So you know, some degree, once you start boosting, you're kind of like committed to playing the card.
Right.
Yeah.
So it might be then that what I'm doing is actually kind of overcorrecting for the meta because people are just sort of putting fire and forget lousy teams in and filling up slots because the slots are there to be used.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of funny. So like the way that tournaments usually have worked in like let's take Iron Dailies for example. Right. So in PT24, the way Iron Dailies were, there was like a group of, let's say 5 or 10 teams that played Iron, like dedicated Iron teams who did well in Iron because they played a lot of Iron, they have a lot of data on whatever. And then so those teams played like every Iron tournament and they had good win rates. And then like 5 to 10 times a cycle, you'd get kind of one of the really, really strong teams that mostly plays weeklies to come play their Iron Dailies to get in PTCS. And those teams would have often even better win rates than the teams which were dedicated Iron. They're not always. Sometimes it was kind of mixed in there. But like the strength of the tournament was super, super reliant on like how many exactly of these teams decided to play that particular Iron Daily. And it feels like it's even more extreme this year. We're like, especially because the combinator teams, right? Like a single team with all the combinators entering the tournament versus not in the tournament can drastically change the strength of the tournament, which cards you want.
Right.
Which I don't think is a great situation, to be honest. It's very, very random in that way.
I think, Mr. Black, that's a good point. That actually the bigger effect is that you sort of took people that were never playing dailies and told them go play dailies.
Which I don't think that's a bad thing, but I think what should have happened is that we should have gotten a lot more dailies.
I mean, so if I were designing this, I would have just had a much simpler thing. There would be 4 dailies a day for each format, but the tournaments would be uncapped and they would simply always start on time.
Yeah, that would work.
So if there's a format that 8 people want to play, 8 people are going to play it and all get prizes. If there's a format 500 people want to play, you're still only getting 16 prizes, but 500 people can sign up and try it.
Yeah, that sounds like a substantially better system than what's going on right now.
Um, so
I mean, I guess you have to deal with the buy situation to code it, but it shouldn't be difficult.
I don't think it's that hard. Yeah.
It shouldn't be difficult. Yeah, I mean, it's like Mr. Black. A lot of things with the OTB team. It feels like a lot of the time the reasons for not for leaving things manually is that it would be either too complicated or too unstable or something to code it. And I think what I would say is that like if your code base is unstable to the point that like automating relatively simple manual tasks is difficult, you need to spend a lot of time rewriting your code base.
Yes. But
Probably to the
also
exclusion of developing new features.
no, but it's also I mean I think unfortunately one of the things that's become clear is that the people involved don't understand a lot of the really basic things that are needed to make it work. Like I think I heard 5 different streamers on air this week try to figure out how to like take a number and subtract it from 129 and struggle to get the right answer.
Subtraction's tough. I don't know.
It's just addition, with a minus sign.
Yeah, it's very complicated. Very complicated.
But the point is, there would be things about buys that they wouldn't understand. Is what it sounds like.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like the only difficult part is calculating how many teams need to get a buy, and it's like one subtraction or a division, so it's really not very challenging.
Or even you don't give them buys. What you do is you throw Gym Unknown teams in so that it looks like a normal tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love that either because the numbers. I mean, if they could
So
take
it'll break your stats,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
but in some ways that's better than a buy because at least you are using 4 starting pitchers or whatever.
No, but you're not really because you always get enough off days to have them rest. Like, buys are not complicated. Like buys exist in League. Like the game supports them.
That is true.
So I don't know why
you
it's
have
so
a point.
difficult to implement buys, other than you have to figure out how many teams get a buy, but it's really, really not at all challenging.
No, wait. Say it's not complicated, but you see it involves that subtraction thing we just talked about.
It also involves division, to be fair, which is even more, challenging, apparently.
Well, no, division is just repeated subtraction.
Okay, yeah, that's true. You could just subtract a lot. That would work.
No. I guess that's not quite right. Division is repeated subtraction plus counting.
Counting is tough, man. I've seen enough extremely unintuitive combinatorics problems that I don't want to count anything anymore.
Oh no, that's true. And I used to be a mathematician. As a mathematician, basically we counted 0, 1, many.
Yes, the right way to count. Yeah.
No, that was always the tradition in grad schools that if a bunch of people like went out to dinner, the original tradition was you would make the junior person figure out how to divide up the check, but that quickly became the junior non-mathematician has to figure out how to divide up the check.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I remember I took a number theory course in college, and the highest number that appeared on the board throughout the entire number theory class was 18.
Where does 18 come up?
I don't know. It was just the only number that ever appeared in something, I guess. I don't remember exactly what the context was of 18, but like that was it. There were no actual numbers in the number theory course. Which is
okay. I guess that's not true. I have run into one significantly larger number now that I think about it. Yeah, I guess that's right. But that was only sort of number theory. That was really like in principal physics, but basically it came down to the fundamental equation that 196,883 plus 1 is equal to 196,884.
I agree with that.
It turns out to be surprisingly deep, though.
Well, I don't know. I don't know why, but I'll take your word for it.
Look up something called monstrous moonshine.
Hey,
It's a really cool idea, but it basically just literally stems from the fact that like 196,883 plus 1 equals 196,884.
it's been too long.
But that's the only time I remember a larger number coming up.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, most of this stuff is, if I understood it ever, I certainly don't anymore. But yeah, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really crazy idea, actually. Uh, but somehow, you know, like for at least a decade, people actually thought this was going to be a thing. Uh, and I think I haven't heard much about it in the last decade, though. Because I guess it was mainly something that would have made more sense, like with the direction that string theory was going, sort of in the late 2000s, like around maybe toward 2010, and then things just went in a different direction.
I see. Yeah.
Um,
Well, good to know.
but
If I ever, you know, need homebred alcohol, you can use this.
yeah. Oh right, Luke Jackson. What did you want to? What grade did we want to give Luke Jackson?
I mean, I quite like the card. Probably I'm never going to give a grade that's higher than an 8 to something that I don't think is the best reliever in a particular tier.
Yeah,
But
I think he's still probably skippable.
it's a card I definitely am going to put on my roster. I don't think it's like a super critical card, but yeah, seems like a very playable to me.
Um, yeah, I think it's also skippable. By I liked it a lot better than I do when I actually kind of try to run something. So, you know,
Yeah, I think I'd probably give it like a B or something. I guess.
I'd be closer
I
to a
don't.
C or D, but I don't mind giving him a B.
Yeah, something like that.
And I call it a B minus.
Sure.
All right, there we go. We got a grade in. What was the next question? Wait. How did Howie Kendrick and Bill Drake get into a beef?
I don't know. It's a good question. They were both golds last year. Maybe they were.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, they were playing each other in a gold tournament. I think that was probably it.
I could see that. Bill Drake threw one behind his head, and then just things kicked off.
Yeah. It was a big hullabaloo. Yeah. But really, in the end, it was only a kind of minor disturbance.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
All right. We're not being very efficient as we tend to be, but should we do another card?
Sure.
Andrew Jones. Well, we had an awful Andrew Jones last year. And we had a really good Andrew Jones last year.
Yep. So we've learned now. If you take a card that's a diamond and you make it 100, it's a bad card. If you take a card that's a diamond and you make it a bronze, it's a good card.
Yeah, although to be fair, I don't think I would play this card in diamond.
No.
Although,
okay.
Actually looking at it, maybe I better check just to be sure before I say that.
So this is very, very obviously the best center fielder in bronze. It's really not close.
Well, the only question is with that shape, is it possible that it's instead the best right fielder in bronze because it's a little easier to find a center fielder? I still think it's the best center fielder in bronze instead, but
yeah, I mean it's the best right fielder too. I think I'm probably playing it in center. I mean Vince DiMaggio is not like amazing. He's just kind of the only.
No, because remember we sort of had this problem before that you had the choice between finding a bat and finding a glove, for a few of these positions, but that Vince was a pretty good combination.
Yeah, I think I'd probably rather just play Dunn or Renicky or something still in the corners, or the Hernandez if you want more defense or something like that, and just put Jones in center. I mean, probably Vince DiMaggio is still on the roster, and Jones is moving to the corners sometimes as a backup or something, but maybe not, because maybe if you're okay with Renicky playing center, it kind of works, or Hernandez. But
so I will say VR actually don't love the bat. So VL, this card plays way, way up.
yeah.
VR, it's actually a little bit more skippable for me. And so the funny thing is, I think I might like this card better in silver than bronze right now.
So, I mean, okay, VR only have him half a win ahead of everyone else in bronze. VL, I have him 4 wins ahead of everyone else.
It's a good card.
The problem in silver is that now Tommy AG starts to exist. And Tommy AG is also a very good card.
Well, AG exists, but there are multiple lefties.
Yeah, I mean, so now you're going to get Swindell and Sabathia from everyone, basically.
And so that's enough that I think then I'm just happily putting him in right field, letting AG play center.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, okay, I guess you're going to play Owen Wilson on the other side of that, one of those platoons.
Yeah, so actually, I guess the funny thing is, this is probably, I didn't realize this until just thinking about it now, this is the card that benefits the most from the presence of Splitorf.
Yeah, that's true. Splitorf will help this card quite a lot.
Because before then, I was sort of realizing that as much as I like the card, I'm not sure it's must-have in bronze, but it's really important in silver.
Well, I
think with Splitorf, now it's probably must-have in bronze also.
And there will be some Pipkins. I think Pipkins is a playable card. And I mean, okay, I still have him as the best center fielder VR, just not by a ton. But VL, it's a very, very silly card. I mean, I guess the thing is that probably, if you at some point you only have to choose one, you will choose AG because he's much better VR.
I'm not sure, because it depends how long these lefties last in the meta, but the ability to play all 3 positions means this is a better bench card.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm not AG plays 2, so I feel like generally, especially if you're platooning AG with Owen Wilson, that covers kind of all 3 with your center fielders.
And I guess AG is also a better pinch runner. So for the other little bits that you get.
Yeah.
And of course, you're always playing Andrew Jones.
Yes. I mean, I guess, yeah, without AG's presence, Jones is probably playing up into gold or something. VL. But with AG, I'm not sure.
Yeah, actually, who are you playing in gold, right? Because you're running
Willie Mays.
You can run Mays in center, but who are you running in the corners? You're maybe still running a Hugh Duffy or something. But I'd rather play this than Duffy.
Yeah, I mean, something like gold, the gold quicks, where you don't really have to worry about ever facing the wrong side of the platoon because you only play 6 games.
Right.
Probably a card like AG is going to get a lot of play in left field.
All right. So I think this is a good point to kind of make a prediction that, because we were wrong on this last year.
With Votto.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
card reminds me a bit of that Votto in that it's this incredible VL card released at a time when there aren't a ton of lefties, but that I think might be good enough to survive until there are.
I think actually it's probably the case for both Jones and AG. But there are more lefties in silver.
Yeah, but I think Jones even more so, because the gap between Jones and AG isn't that enormous.
No, they're basically the same VL.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Jones will last quite a long time.
And also
Yeah.
because he plays three positions, he can be a defensive replacement. So this is kind of the rare card. I should put the Andrew Jones back up. Because AG actually has a shape where it would be fine. We'll talk about that with AG. With Jones, normally you'd look at this card and say this is in no way an early era card. But I would run this in a like 1910 bronze.
Yeah,
I would just run it. I would just run it as a defensive replacement, where there are times I really want the defensive replacement, and I've got 5 extra roster spots to carry one.
Well, I mean, even VL is probably still the best because his eye is very high and his bat is not like.
Okay, actually, yeah, I guess VL you might even do it.
I mean, he's so overstated. It's a ridiculous number of rating points.
You have to be a little careful with your stealing sliders, I guess.
Yeah, you want to turn the stealing off for sure. But also, I mean, there's potential, right? At some point, we get a Maddox or a Glavine or Smoltz or Chipper Jones, and this card is just massive chemistry. Like there's,
That's true as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, just a phenomenal card.
I mean, I hate the card, to be clear.
Yes. Yeah, this should be a gold or something.
Wait, why? Oh, that must be combinated. I was just looking at top buy orders here.
Yeah, if you switch back and forth in the combinator card shop and the regular card shop, it does some weird stuff because this really poor decision to make them the same card ID thing is still there.
Right.
Yeah. But no, I mean, okay, this Jones should be an 86, not a 66, and then it's a perfectly reasonable card.
As an 86, you're still playing him, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like it's not a problematic card in any way. Like he's a good center fielder. One way you're playing him, but he's not crazy.
Right, but as is, this is just a card that I don't think is. I just think it's a stupid card to release.
No, it's just 20 points. It's just 20 points overall too low. That's
it's a new card. It gets in the meta, but you're never thinking about it. You just stick him in the meta because the card's overpowered. It's like it's
right.
Like Mathis.
I mean, you can see at the comment, like everyone realizes this, right? It has like 10 buy orders up above 50K or whatever.
Has one sold yet?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Like this, it's not some like, it's not like hard to figure out that this card with like way more rating points than every other card in bronze is the best center fielder. Like it's just.
Well, because there are people that look at the shape of the bat and say that if he had relatively little center field range, they'd still run him in center.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty good. It's a pretty good bat shape for bronze VL.
Yeah.
And then you tack this absurd amount of defense on top. Like it's just, I mean, if you like compare this to DiMaggio VL, who everyone was, not everyone, but most people were playing before, you get 4 extra range and like 50 power for nothing. It's
so
very silly.
Oh, you know what? Oh, is that what they did? I was trying to figure out because, basically, how do you sort of screw it up this badly on the ratings, right?
Yeah.
And I'm realizing, so this is 97.
Yes.
I think the problem is that they tried to make this card a right fielder. And I bet if you just rate this card as a center fielder, it would be rated at least 10 overall points higher.
Yeah, I mean, it is listed as a right fielder, so that seems very plausible.
Yeah, well, because he played. I'm just looking at the stats now. 90. Well, started 55 games in right, 41 in center, but then total of 95 games in right, 57 in center.
Who were the Braves playing in center if Jones was playing right?
You know, you're asking a good question. I was trying to think if I could come up with the answer, but let me see if I can come up with the answer before I look it up. So Gant, I think, started out as a center fielder, right? And they thought he'd be good. Could be Otis Nixon. Yeah, Otis Nixon sounds.
If they were playing Gant in center over Andrew Jones, Bobby Cox should be removed from the Hall of Fame. Like,
okay, now, I will say, to be fair, by 1998, he was simply the starting center fielder. So I think they must have, like, partway through the season, they must have realized that, he was actually the better.
Okay, Lofton is somewhat reasonable, but still.
Okay, yeah. Listen to this though. Okay, that is insane. 55 starts in right, he was plus 13 runs. 41 starts in center, he was plus 14.
This Andrew Jones guy was pretty good at defense.
Okay, yeah. So they were starting Kenny Lofton in center. Michael Tucker. Okay, it's a 30-year-old Kenny Lofton, so that is legitimately a really good defensive outfielder.
It's a very good option. He's not Andrew Jones, though.
Not Andrew Jones, but I'm just saying, like, he must have been.
No.
Okay, yeah. So for what it's worth, Lofton, they're giving plus 18 runs in his 121 games in center, which is incredibly good.
This is in no way to say Kenny Lofton was a bad defensive outfielder.
No, I'm saying, like, it's just that they might have had the two best defensive center fielders in the majors that year.
He probably did. Yeah, I had sort of forgotten that he was on the
yeah, because this is like right in his prime Kenny Lofton too. So
yeah, I mean.
All right, okay. I forgot that. How many? All right. Here's your trivia question for chat. I would have gotten maybe 2/3 of these. Apparently, Kenny Lofton played for 11 teams. I did not realize it was that many. How many of the 11 can we get?
Okay, so we got Atlanta.
Got Atlanta.
Cleveland, obviously.
Yeah, so Cleveland I remembered for sure.
See, it's probably just a bunch of end of career stuff, right? Because he played for Cleveland for, like, I thought most of the 90s. All of the 90s.
Yeah. In fact, he... let's see what happened. Was he a... Okay, so he came up with Cleveland. Oh, I see. He was traded to the Braves in the offseason before 97. And then signed back with the Indians right afterward.
Didn't they make the World Series in 97?
Wait, that's a...
Maybe they should have kept him.
Wait. Hold on. What? So... According to Baseball Reference, he was traded along with Alan Embry to the Braves for Marquise Grissom and David Justice.
Okay.
Both of whom were prospects at the time, but both of them ended up back with Atlanta. But Justice, then how did Justice end? Because Justice was never on Cleveland. No, that's right. Justice did end up on those. That's right. Justice ended up on those late 90s.
Yeah, I don't know quite how he got. Yeah.
Okay. But I did not remember all of these other teams. Yeah, they're good. So Astros prospect. Yep. So it was Astros prospect, and he did break in with Houston.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's. I remember that. Yeah, I don't. It's. Yeah, I don't know. It's.
And the rest of the list is crazy. I didn't remember like half of these. Let's see. So 2002, he split his time between the White Sox and then was traded to the Giants. Then the next year, he started in Pittsburgh and ended up on the Cubs. Then he went to the Yankees, then the Phillies, then the Dodgers, and then the Rangers. And then ended up back in Cleveland at the end.
That's a lot. Yeah, I did not realize he played for so many
No,
teams.
neither did I. That's actually crazy. I remembered basically none of that.
Yeah, I didn't.
All right, so apparently there's a reason that Andrew Jones was kept out of center for a year.
Seems crazy, but I guess so.
Yeah, and then I guess in the off season they sort of figured out,
This Andrew Jones guy's pretty good at defense.
that maybe they didn't need to kind of extend Lofton because Andrew Jones would be fine there.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean,
I'm just like clicking through the So in the 3 years following that, 98, 99, 2000, Fangraph says Andrew Jones led the league in center for defense by like 15 runs each season.
well, considering that he put up, 14 runs in 41 games, that,
Yeah.
that sounds plausible, right?
Yeah.
So wait, so did Lofton get a Gold Glove in '97 then?
I have no idea. I can look it up. 97. That was your Palmero one, wasn't it? Or am I misremembering?
I thought we agreed to forget about that.
Yes, it was the year Palmero one. And look at the NL though, because the AL mistake. NL 1997, 1997. No, the outfield winners for 1997 were Barry Bonds, Raul Mondesi, and Larry Walker, which seems like not great.
Oh, so probably Mondesi was one of these where he had like some enormous number of outfield assists, and people decided that must mean he's a good outfielder instead of just being like an outfielder that people ran on too much, right? Because Mondesi gunned down a ton of guys at the plate in that era, didn't he?
Probably, yeah. Definitely had a good arm. Let's see. He had 1997. He had 10 assists, which actually was kind of low for him. He had 16, 13, 11 the years before that. I don't know. Just this one seemed like the voters were wrong. Quite badly wrong.
What was Mondesi? Yeah, all right, I'll see if I can find Mondesi. Let me
Yeah,
see how bad.
he only had 10 assists in that season. Like, not a crazy number.
10 assists, and so they had him as plus 11 runs. That's not a bad defensive.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. No, Mondesi was a right fielder in '97, though.
Yeah. I don't think they were.
Oh, did they just give 3 outfielders instead of?
Yeah, because they gave one to Larry Walker, who's also right field, and I guess Bonds. I don't know if he was playing. He's probably playing left, I guess.
Okay, he's probably playing left. Although '97, he's already in San Francisco, right?
Yes. But it seems like they took 3 offensive players who were like reasonably capable fielders, and they didn't actually care whether their fielders were fielding good or the best, I should say.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. So, yeah. So, okay. So, yeah, it looks like it's 2011. I didn't realize it was that recently that they started splitting the outfield up for Gold Gloves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it is sort of awkward, especially when you have guys who play multiple positions in the outfield. Like, what do you do with them exactly? But I mean, it's the same
Yeah,
thing
but
for
but
this.
they do it for all-star ballots, right? No, hold on. No. Okay, so if you go
Also,
back, the first few Gold Gloves were also by position.
uh, yeah, I mean, in some ways, the thing is, like, it does make in some ways more sense to just give it to like the 9 best defenders relative to position or something. But then you're going to get like a lot of shortstops. So
Right.
yeah, I don't know. So they give a utility one also now, right? They give one out for I think.
Well, now they give out like an overall best as well, right?
No, yeah. There's a what, a
There's
platinum
a
one, right? Like
platinum glove. Yeah.
I think there's like a bonus one for like the best like multi-position defender. I think. Maybe I'm wrong.
Right.
Not totally sure. Okay. Anyway, so back to Jones. What are we saying for Jones?
Right. Jones, that's right. Jones, where are we? Is the Nest Plus, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're off to our usual flying start today, I think. I know we
Oh,
said we were going to do the news items after silver. We'll have to see if we get to silver.
yeah. There is one thing that's kind of interesting though for OHB 25. So for people who played all the way back in PT20, which I guess is probably not that many at this point. Um, there was this sort of end of the year set that was the team of the decade, which was like the big kind of it was one card per position. And so far, um, like Posey was the catcher, Cabrera was the first baseman, Cano was the second baseman, Tulowitzki was the shortstop, Belcher was at third. It was Betts, Trout, yeah, TOZ Trout. No, it was only 3 for TOZ Trout. It was like they were nice back then, but also the pass got screwed up. It was a whole thing. So it's like it's so far it's a lot of overlap with that set, which is kind of interesting. So I sort of wonder if we'll see throwbacks of any of those cards at some point.
Oh, that makes sense.
Um, it could fit very very easily into this.
So Cano, it's just a Yankee. Give him an F minus and move on.
The card's also awful. So yeah,
Do we have to discuss him or?
no, I mean the second baseman
All right, good.
who doesn't play defense, so it's bad. Like it's just it.
But I definitely heard some streamers saying this was the best card in the set.
No.
All right, Splittorf.
Lidorf is good.
So he's a lefty with reverse split. You got me sold.
This is hilarious. This is going to be so. I didn't realize it was a 75k. Cannot talk. 7,500 buy order up. This card will sell for 100 points on whenever it gets. Like that will be something.
Wait,
like
there's 7,500.
So it's there will be 1,280 of these. There aren't 1,000.
So it's basically a race to take that buy order.
Yes. Or whoever it is to come to the census and cancel it before the cards come out, which I think will be on like Monday or something because I think they said they have to award them manually. Because there was some kind of bug because code-based issues that we've talked about. So
no,
yeah,
Mr. Wrestling, it doesn't matter when you get knocked out. It only matters when the tournament ends.
Yeah. T-Chuck, I should look this up. I thought Brett too. It only has like 3 seasons with Brett. It doesn't really matter which year the Splittorf is. So it's more useful for like an Amos Otis or something. I guess.
Yeah.
But, it's unclear whether we don't always see a good Amos Otis.
Figure out who
I guess
else he overlaps with. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a few other guys, but the Royals didn't really start getting good until like the after Splitoff had retired. So
He'd have good overlap with Mayberry. If you ever want to get the Combinator and use him to pump up your PTCS card that you're never going to use after the PTCS.
okay, no, he has more of the threat than I thought. Actually, it's actually pretty decent. It's like 7 Cs or something. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Probably some good overlap with Willie Wilson.
Yeah, I guess mostly you're hoping for a Brett. That's probably because it is. So probably what you're supposed to do realistically is save these because there will be a good George Brett at some point, like during the cycle.
Right.
So you're probably supposed to save these until then and feed them to your Brett.
So now I should probably ask the depressing question.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Does this card play in a full build?
Full bronze? Yeah.
I don't think so.
I have this as the best starter for bronze.
Yeah, but you're not getting a Combinator version.
Oh, you mean a full Combinator? Combinators.
Does this card play in an optimal 26-man build?
Oh,
I don't think so.
Hold on, it might right now. It might be the number 5 starter right now. Like, because it gets fairly bad after.
So Combinator Evaldi, Combinator Silva, I think are way ahead of him. I think he's going to be behind probably Combinator, Strincevic, probably Lee, probably Pipkins. That's 5.
Okay, I have him like a half run of ERA or RNI, whatever, ahead of like those kinds of guys.
Me too, but I think you're getting more like 3/4 of a run out of a level 5 Combinator at the moment, right?
Maybe. Yeah, I'm not.
And he's sort of on par with the best relievers as printed. But so maybe he survives in the bullpen because a lot of the relievers, are lives, and so to go to the Combinators, you're going down the list a little bit.
Yeah, there are a lot of decent lives.
No, because see, like a card like Claudio, who I'd have outside of the build right now, I think a level 5 Claudio I'd still rather play than Splittorf.
Yeah, I guess the problem is that at some point, doing something like paying however much it's going to cost to level 5 a Claudio is not going to return. You should just play someone at level 0 for chemistry and kind of put them to
right. But even there, because of the chemistry, if it's the last arm in your pen, you'd rather play the level 0 Claudio than Splittorf because you're getting more out of the chemistry bonus for the other players on the team.
Probably yes.
When he's being used as the last arm in your pen. So I think this is both the best starter in bronze and a card that doesn't play in a full build.
Full Combinators. It's probably borderline, I guess. Yeah, I would think.
Okay, but full Combinators is the only full build, basically, right?
At the moment, maybe not because there aren't enough of them, but at some point it would be certainly.
So then, does that make this like a D? Or is it even lower? It just does not play at all.
We're basically saying, if we're saying that, is that nothing but packables can ever be played.
Correct.
Yeah.
Isn't that clearly true? No, there's an exception. Live cards can play because they're live-only tournaments and there are no live Combinators.
Yeah, I guess the only other way you could do it is if you could figure out a way to build up a lot of chemistry with cards that were better than the easily accessible Combinators and like cheap enough to make it economically viable. But that seems very unlikely.
But that's going to be a really narrow path. It would take me a half hour, but I can see if I can find a good Splittorf chemistry build for you if you want and see what that looks like.
No. I mean, I think you're going to have to basically have that done intentionally by printing cards for it. I don't think you're going to ever have that happen by chance.
Right. So you'd have to have like a Tiger's theme set.
Pretty much. That's all in the same tier.
It's all in the same, yeah. And the same era.
Right. Which again, like
So,
Tigers.
can I make another sales pitch for the idea that we are 2 days away, or 1 day away if you're now in Europe, from the anniversary of the only team that ever sent out lineup card in alphabetical order, and
Yeah.
that would make a fun LE set. Oh no, no, the LEs will still get your yeah,
LEs will not get commented, but they will get the LE bonus, which
they
is
will get the
equal to
LE bonus, and they'll get the chemistry, and there'll be team a year.
yeah, team end year. You'll get the teammates card. You'll get a lot. I mean, it still won't be enough to catch up to a full commentator team because the cards will be bad, and they won't all be the same tier.
So you have to make the cards good.
So basically, we have to intentionally try to break the game, and then we might be able to get past the commentator team, but still probably not.
You're talking me into moving from D to F on this one.
Yeah, I mean it's I think if we're gonna do grades or PTCS cards, in or mission cards at this point, in some ways, kind of what we're basically saying is that
that if you don't print them 2 wins better than you think you need to print them, the card's unusable. That's what combinators mean. Yes.
Well, it's not that it's the thing is that you can't do that either. Like,
you can't. I mean, you can print a card 2 wins better than it should be. Look at Andrew Jones.
You certainly. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you shouldn't. Right? It like creates a host of other problems that are like just as bad as the commentator issues.
Yeah, well, when you break the game, most of the fixes are not gentle. Right?
Yeah, I mean, what it comes down to, is just like, we've said this a million times. The first thing that I think is more or less necessary is commoners need to not give chemistry to each other.
That's not nearly enough, but yes.
No, it's not enough, but it is an easy fix that would at least give them time to solve the problem, or some amount of time to solve the problem.
Yeah, I don't think it'll.
I agree, it's not enough, but I mean, if we're cutting off, half or 40% or whatever of the bonus the full common team is getting, at least it is giving some time to figure out a real answer.
I think being 40 wins down is still.
No, but you'll only be 20 down now.
No, because the combinators themselves are giving you 2 to 2.5 wins per card. So, in principle, that's like 60 wins by itself, except that you don't get full usage out of a roster, right? You're playing, you're playing more like 14 or 15 deep, but you're getting 40 wins just out of the combinator bonuses with no chemistry. You're getting probably 60 or 70 when you include everything and what you get from the bench.
Yeah, I guess.
No, the only way to make the combinators work is to make them useless. So if you said that there were a max of, say, 2 combinators per build, that makes the combinators, essentially ornamentation rather than useful, because it sort of doesn't matter so much which players you add 2.5 wins to, as long as they're like somewhere in the meta. And so everyone will pick a little bit different player to add their 2.5 wins to, but it actually will be irrelevant.
Yeah,
if you want them to be relevant, this implementation is dominating. We've known that for a while. That's what's going to happen.
I think another thing that you could do, and I don't see this happening, I think there are other problems with it, but at least it would kind of solve this thing, is you make combinators not sellable. Because now, okay, at least if you rip 1 million packs to find combinators, like, you will get 26 combinators.
Well, hey, you say make combinators not sellable. We're 90% of the way there.
Yeah, but I mean, so the idea is basically, okay, like, if you just rip a ton of packs, you will eventually acquire 26 combinators that can fill a roster, but they will be mostly bad ones. And now you'll have sort of a real choice whether it's like worth it to play the chemistry plus the bonuses for a bunch of complete trash, or just play.
And then you're going to get people whining that their duplicate combinators should be sellable. And,
Yeah, I'm not saying this is a good solution, but like right now, I think most of the good solutions require kind of a relatively large restructure of the whole game.
Well, when you break something and it has deleterious side effects, there are two traditional solutions, right? Sometimes you patch it, right? Um, Sometimes you just have to roll it back and say this was a lousy idea.
But there's no way to roll it back now.
Sure there is. Just stop printing combinators.
What do you do with the ones that already exist?
Power creep. Stop printing combinators. Ask some players that actually understand how to model to help you make cards that are good. Make a few good cards. Problem solved. You have to power creep the game 3 wins.
Yeah, that's not so easy. Then that's not gonna that's not free because all of a sudden you're pushing these other engine problems. 3 months into the moving the 3 months into the
Oh
present.
yeah, sorry, that's right. And get rid of the
Non-trivial.
other things you did to break the engine and go back to an earlier engine.
Yeah, like it. Plus, I mean, not only that, you're gonna have a lot of issues with people who paid a lot of money and will be rightfully very upset if their sort of investment into combinators just gets wiped out like that.
Yeah, but they're still going to be upset because the only reason that hasn't happened already is that they don't understand. As you can see from this set, the fact that kind of so many of the cards are way off in both directions. They haven't figured out what makes cards good or bad yet. Once they do, the power creep is going to kill these combinators quickly enough that they're all lousy investments. That's the reason it's broken. Okay, if the combinators were good enough to last long enough that the prices you get them, they actually brought back value, then it would just be like buying other tournament cards. You have a decision. You can invest in tournament cards, which require putting something in up front, but over time you get it back. So it's a way of earning more points, and you pick what to invest in. If you invest in everything, that's a mistake because not everything returns value, but the good ones return value. You know, or you skip that format and invest in something else instead. It's already the case that the combinators at these prices are never bringing back anything close to the points that you invest in them. It's more like league play where you're kind of burning resources in return for being competitive now because you think this is the window that you want to compete, which is a valid strategy,
Well,
but
I mean, you have to do it at some point if you want to
well, if you
succeed.
want to win perfectly, there will be a point that you have to burn resources to take your shots. Yeah.
Right.
Um, you know, the problem is, we had this discussion last season, right? So to use last season's numbers, generally keeping up with the meta was something in the 300,000 to 500,000 points range for me per week. Is that about what you were finding?
Something like that.
And so if I wanted to always keep up with it, what I tried to do at the beginning of the cycle was to kind of build up enough resources that I could make a push in enough metas simultaneously to get cards where I was taking in more than 500,000 a week. And once I was taking in more than 500,000 a week, then I could sustain that position because the tournaments were earning me more than 500,000 points, and then keeping up with the league team was burning my 500,000 points, and so I was able to make that work.
Which it turned out in PT24 was not so difficult because spotlight packs were a bit silly.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Another cycle
spotlight packs made it cheaper to keep up with the meta, and the tournament edge was still big enough to kind of make it work.
Yeah. In other cycles, it generally takes a lot longer to get to that point. You still get to it, but it just doesn't happen.
But you understand this is not the solution they're going to pick. The solution they're going to pick instead is that we're going to see combinator spotlight packs.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other issue is that, okay, even if we sort of jack the tournament rewards to the point where the combinators do return, right, which is like doable in theory, right? You give 1,000,000 points for winning daily, right? Now all of a sudden they're good. The number of points which you have to acquire, the amount of capital you have to acquire to begin investing in the full combinator team is for 99.999% of the player base not feasible.
No, I'm going to be in that position hopefully in a month. You may have noticed I have more points than I did last time. But the big thing that I have right now that I've been investing in, is I have 1,725 basically missionless duplicate silvers, where once sort of build a lineup drops and half of these end up in missions, then I expect to be able to make kind of enough points to actually pick something and invest in. But that's the way I've tried to do it, because that's the only thing I've found that actually is making me points. Tournaments are losing me points.
So I think there are two other things which I've sort of in my experience with combinators. So I do myself. I have in theory enough points to kind of buy a full combinator like iron or bronze team at this point, probably, if I wanted to do that. I don't want to do that for
because you'll never make your points back.
Well, yes, but actually, in some ways, that's not even my biggest issue. My biggest issue is that leveling up combinators is really, really, really not enjoyable.
Okay, I agree with that as well.
An obscene amount of time outbidding people for like 30 copies of the same iron and bronzes by 1 point. Like, you're just sitting there buying random irons and bronzes for 22 points and 23. Like, it's just stupid. It's I cannot imagine how this is fun for anyone to do that. And it is the only way to play if you want to have a good combinator team, because otherwise you're spending 10k on a diamond that gets you 100 combinator points. Like, the whole thing is just not enjoyable. Like,
and I feel the same way about optimizing chemistry as well.
Yeah, at least with optimizing chemistry, there is sort of an interesting problem in there. But I agree. I mean, it's
but the interesting problem is entirely computational. I'm not solving it. The cluster that I'm stealing time on is solving.
Right. No, I mean, the thing is that I'm not. Some people really don't like grindy games, right? OTP or PT is a pretty grindy game, right? I mean, you have to sit there and build 15 rosters for different dailies and weeklies and queue for a bunch of quicks or whatever. Draft, a couple times a day.
Add myself to a gold quick, as I'm doing right now.
I don't really mind that kind of grinding, right? Because I'm doing things which are different all the time, right? I'm building a roster for a different format. I'm whatever. Each draft is somewhat different. So that kind of grinding doesn't really bother me. This kind of just mindless, sitting and clicking the +1 button on some random bronze that no one's ever heard of that you don't want to play, but you just need to feed to your combinator. It's just stupid. But there's no other option.
Yeah.
So, it really feels like the problem here is that the people who came up with the system have never played the game before.
Well, but you see
what playing the game is like.
But you see a lot of versions of this, right? The people they're designing tournaments have never constructed tournament rosters. They wouldn't be designing them. This is a big part of the problem. You have to understand what the game is in order to be able to design it.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's the same thing with the roster builder, right? The roster builder, it really felt like what the roster builder was someone said to a developer, here's a spec sheet, build something to these specs, and they did it. But as soon as anyone who actually played the game attempted to use the roster builder, there were missing features all over the place. Because
but it's whoever's designing drafts. If you actually try drafting in that format, you'd immediately see why it's broken. But you never did you?
Yeah, I mean,
that was one of the reasons that I was really encouraged to see that Spore not only tried playing the game. I think the most encouraging moment I had with Spore last year was when we did that draft, and he had that really painful loss to you. But the fact that he was really frustrated by it, I think, is a great sign. Because that, obviously you prefer the fun parts, but that meant he was really competitively trying to take the game seriously. And I could see that meant that he was going to sort of figure out where things were headed.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, I did not deserve to win that series. I got very lucky to win that. My team played badly.
Well, and that bunt was great, but
Yeah. Um,
Yeah,
but yeah,
underdog.
I mean,
I think that's the nature of the game. But I agree, it's not what I see as fun. And I see Mr. Wrestling had a couple of questions we should probably get to it at some point. But
oh,
yeah.
sure. Um, but yeah, I mean, it really feels like like I played a tournament last night, the low diamond daily. Um, you know, so I guess I have to preface this. One of the questions that I've always been curious about. So like, you know,
Oh, that reminds me. I want to check. Go ahead. I realize there's something relating to an earlier discussion that I should check because we're talking about the level of how strong these rosters are.
oh
I want to
yeah,
take an early format. Finish what you're saying, and then I'll bring my thing up.
yeah. So one question I've sort of always been curious about is like, um, you know, okay, so OTP wants to make money, right? This is not a bad thing, right? They should want to make
I'm
money.
not 100% convinced by that based on some of their decisions, but
Okay, fair enough.
go on.
In theory, they should want to make money. So there are kind of two ways they can try to do it. One, they can get a lot of people to spend a small amount of money, or the other option is to get a few people to spend a huge amount of money. So one of the questions for me with the latter approach, they sort of get a few people to spend a huge amount of money, is if you make it like viable to spend a huge amount of money. By viable, I mean like you get a sufficiently enormous win rate that like you will basically win almost everything. Will the people who want to spend a lot of money continue to spend a lot of money, or would they rather not win everything, actually, and only win like sometimes or at a kind of normal rate? And I think what this year has sort of shown to me is that the answer is, in fact, that you should try to make the win rate 100% if that's your business model.
They're trying.
And like, so I played last night this low diamond daily. Okay, I had every card I wanted, non-common version of every card I wanted. Right? So, okay, my I'm not going to say I had like the optimal roster, but I had a strong meta
You
roster.
had what you felt was the best roster you could put together, which generally means that, there are at most a number of people we can count on one hand who are likely to build a roster that would be stronger.
Well, it's not only that I had what I thought was strongest. I wasn't missing any cards.
That's what I mean. So when you're in that situation, the number is, I would guess, somewhere between like 0 and 3 people would be able to build a stronger one.
Yeah, I mean, probably a lot of people can build equally strong rosters, but yeah, stronger probably pretty small. Okay, I made the finals. And I played in the finals against a team which had all combinators. All level 5 combinators.
That sounds kind of pricey.
To put it bluntly, the team was constructed in such a way that made it very obvious that the person who built the team really didn't do it themselves. That the AI was very likely involved in a substantial way in setting their roster. And that the roster...
Did they have a shortstop?
Built, yes. Well, that's one of the problems. The roster as it was built didn't make sense. I mean, some of the cards were not that good, but they're common level 5, so they're probably fine. But the way that the roster was put together was like just incoherent, effectively. And it seems like that playing in this way apparently is enjoyable. That just sort of putting in all your level 5 commoners and clicking the set AI lineup button is fun for people. It would not be fun for me, but apparently it's fun for people. And if this is the thing that convinces people to spend a lot of money, is that doing that thing can get you to win, the game is dead, effectively. The game will not survive for any long period of time beyond other people doing that who don't spend money and losing people who do that and did spend money. And maybe it works for a little bit, but that is not a sustainable business model. It's I don't know if the parent company has told, out of product development, it's time to die for profits now and don't worry about the future. But like, yeah, it's very worrying. You know, and to the, I think that really if you're a game development company, you should want people like Charles and I around. Not
Well,
because
but
we're
they've
like some,
explicitly done everything they can to drive us away.
well, not just saying like in the community. I think you
No, I meant specifically the two of us.
yeah, I think you really care about people like that playing your game, because actually having people like that play your game means that there is a reason for the people you're trying to get to spend money to continue to do it.
Right. You want people to spend money to beat us.
But if you basically make it so that it is, or maybe not impossible, but that the level of time and just mindless grinding necessary to do so, everyone's just gonna quit. And then apparently that's fun. Apparently just pressing the AI setup button with your level 5 combinators is fun. I don't know why.
It probably appeals more to the people that like the base game, because the base game is more of a single player, like out optimize there are people that like that sort of thing in a strategy game too, but it's a different kind of thing than a massively multiplayer game.
Yeah, you should just play the base game then. The base game, okay, there's some ways you can sort of, I don't know if I'd call them bugs, but abusable, at least there were when I used to play it. Like, you could sort of abuse the AI fairly badly. But, okay, if you just don't do that, then there's actually some challenge. Like, the AI doesn't just roll over and die for you entirely. But I don't know.
Well, the base game's harder because the base game actually has an owner that puts limitations on the amount of resources you can put into a team.
Yeah, and all kinds of other things. Like, when you put the difficulty level up, for example, like it seems like players will sign lower contracts with AI run teams than with your team.
Right. But I think there are other things you could, and then you could do the same thing, right? That is to say, one of the things that you could do, they very, very intentionally won't, because like I said, I think this is their intent, right? What's happening is their intent. And we know that from discussions we had pre-season with them. But if it weren't their intent, what you would really want to do is have similar resources. So for example, here's a way you could deal with combinators. Have cap tournaments that are based on last 10 is a bad format for a lot of other reasons, but have a cap tournament where the cap is based on the last 10 of players rather than based on their overall rating.
Yeah, I guess you're storing the issues where, like, someone, for whatever reason, decided to sell a Syndergaard combinator for $90K.
Yeah, so really what you'd want to do is basically say that combinators do actually bump the overall value of a card. So a combinator is a way of saying, Dave Stieb is my favorite player. I want to make Dave Stieb more a part of my team. But not a way of saying, I want to make my Dave Stieb 40 better than everybody else's Dave Stieb 40s.
Yeah, if you do that, I guess you have some issues at the very, very top end. But if you bump the overall along at the combinators, then everything is kind of okay.
Right.
You have to deal with the top end problems, but actually the top end is not so bad because League will smooth out a lot of the stuff.
League will smooth out a lot of the stuff, and one thing you could do, actually what you could do then, just because it would be fun. So I think this would actually let people be creative. Is what you do is you say that, every level of combinator increases, let's see, so if it's a quarter of a win, about 2 overall points.
Yeah,
but like there's not a level 5 limit. You can actually combinate any card up to 100 if you want to. So you want to take your, 40 Dave Stieb and make him 100. You're going to have to do a lot of combinating, but you can do it. and he will now have a power level that's closer to what it would have been as 100, and he'll also cost you 100 points and be eligible for things that hundreds are eligible for.
That seems like a much better idea than whatever this stuff is.
But the other one I was going to come back to, and that's why I was looking for this bronze cap. So this is a daily tournament. It's an early era, 1927. Now, one place that the roster builder is still broken, by the way, is that when I use the roster builder, I cannot put anything under a 3-man with an empty space. But I cannot build, so I wanted to run, well, in this case it's a cap, so I did want to run a 3-man rotation. But if it were like an open early era, I actually would run a 2-man rotation. And I'm not allowed to do that in the roster builder, which I think is a problem.
You are allowed to do that if you go into a tournament that's in progress, you create the build there, you save it to a file, and you import the file into the roster builder and never go to the pitching tab, then you can do it.
No, you can only do that if it's uploadable to server. But if it's not one of the 25 you upload to the server, then you have to kind of go into the roster management, import it. Well, I guess I can't. You mouse over here because the tournament's over. Import from here, and then it will not take the submit when I do that, unless I wait for the tournament to fire.
No. I mean, if you want to get in the roster builder, you have to build it in a tournament that's fired with 2, and then
right. But the point is that if you want to use the roster builder version in the tournament,
you want to use it, you can't do that
unless it's one of the 25 I put on the server.
Yes, correct. Because
then, if I make the mistake of going into the tournament before it fires, it breaks.
Right. Because then it's a manual roster again, not roster builder roster.
But I'm going to ask. So there are 64 teams in this bronze cap. I'm just going to get chat. I want to get chat to predict 2 things. Okay. First question: how many of these 64 teams? I'll see what you think. How many of these 64 teams are running a 5-man roster? Because that's a pretty good indication for kind of people that really don't understand kind of how these tournaments work and are sort of making up the numbers.
Well, because it's a cap, maybe a few less than otherwise, because it will scare people away a little bit.
It is a cap, yeah. So it's 1927
so maybe
cap.
only like 15 or something then.
You're going to say 15.
But in a non-cap, I think it'd be even more than that.
And then the second question, how many teams will have at least 10 combinators? I don't know if 10 is a fair number, but something where there are like a bunch of combinators on a roster.
Less than that, I would think. I'd say like.
So I'm going to guess there are 25 teams that have. I'm going to guess there are 25 teams that have a 5-man roster. And 10 teams with a bunch of combinators?
I take 5 in the combinators and because of the cap 15 on the 5-man.
Yeah, okay, here. Let's do it this way. Let's put an over-under on each, and I'll put up a poll.
Okay, so maybe over-under 20 on 5 rotations, over-under on 10 for combinators?
Yep.
That seems reasonable. Well, remember, Kate, this is a cap, so it's going to have. In an open, I agree, it's going to be way over 20. But in a cap, there's going to be some amount of self-selection. I hope.
Yeah. I think it's going to be over 20, and trying to decide whether I want to go over under on the combinator. I'm going to go over and over, I think.
I was going to go under and under.
Go ahead. Well, yeah, there's a poll up. You can vote.
Maybe I'm being too optimistic on people's ability to select themselves properly for tournaments they know how to build.
Well, here, let's find out. I wish there were a quick way to get an overview of all the rosters, but. Okay, now what do we do with this one? Because this is a 4-man roster.
No, four means they don't know what's happening still.
All right, so we're gonna call that a basically too many.
Yeah, 4 is too many.
All right, so 4. All right,
I mean,
let's
it's a
go through. All right, we'll start with roster. Okay, so there's not a quick way to scroll. Okay, this one's fine.
So that's 1.
I was gonna
Is
say,
the
please
3?
tell me this. Oh, the Springboks are in here. All right, well that's gonna be a combinator roster.
Yep.
Okay, this is not bad so far. Okay, 2. Sorry, 2 is okay. 2, 3,
What are we counting?
4. I'm just counting the pitching first. Sorry.
Oh.
4. Okay, so this is going to be a combinator roster that completely. What are they doing?
Okay, this is the funniest one I've seen so far. Right?
What does the rest of this roster look like?
I have no idea. Why are there so many pitchers in the bullpen? Oh God. Someone
Well,
help.
okay. Oh, Coleman and Tip O'Neill are probably hitters, but yeah.
But why are they being listed as pitchers? Tip O'Neill is
4. All right. 5, 6. Oh, the extra forest must be fine, right?
Yeah.
I wish there were a better way to scroll through. Okay. 7. It's going to be right around 20, isn't it? 8. And see, something like this, I mean, that like this is otherwise like they're reasonable cards. It's just sort of missing. Yeah.
Yeah.
9. 10. There should be some better way to count this. Ooh, 11.
Oh, this is a bad
12.
stretch. Okay.
13.
Yeah, oh boy. Oh, they're starting Brett Anderson. Oh God.
14. Well, so that's really a 2-man rotation. 14.
Oh, Babe Ruth is pitching. Oh no.
15. Yeah, see, is Constanti getting a start?
Why are some people playing Cole Irvin? What is with Cole Irvin?
He was good last year. 17. 18.
Oh my God.
This team knocked me out, by the way.
No, go back to that one. Go back to that one before. Wait, there's a new thing we hadn't seen before.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what?
They put their starters in the bullpen. They put allow starters in relief business.
They did. Also, I don't think I've ever seen this card.
Which one? Oh, that's a live.
Yeah.
It's a random live. Roldis Chapman in 1927. Oh, okay. You have to move on. I can't look anymore.
Okay, 19. These are, by the way, like perfectly good cards. They're just.
Well, some of them are. Some of them are.
But I mean, it's like not a horrible set of. 20. Yeah. 21. Maybe we should have been counting the 4s, but I don't think it matters even.
No, it doesn't matter.
22. All right, the TVD guys have a good build. That's fine.
Yep. People, look at that. We have a manager that's actually successful, and they have a reasonable roster.
I know. It's shocking, right? 23. I guess we might as well. 24. I guess we might as well finish just for. Just because we're curious at this point, but this is not. Yeah. Autos better be good.
Yeah, that should be fine.
What, 24 we're at?
That one even has good cards in the 3.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously some of these builds are good. It's just, you know.
This was a good one.
It's just hit and miss. 5. You know, Brett Anderson might be okay, Sherry Smith's fine. Have you ever seen this card, actually?
What is Ernie Wingard?
I've never looked at that card.
Mark Petkovsk. Mark Petkovsk, I don't know.
Okay, it looks like they went for a consistent shape. It just probably isn't the shape that you want in this era.
Yeah, and they have too many pitchers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree there's a difference between the 4 and the 5, but the 4 is also like in a cap very much.
27. Oh, God, this is a level 5 Babe Ruth.
It's a stopper, which, by the way, means it will never come in the game because it's in the lineup.
Right.
So that's good. That's good.
That's the best use of him. 27. No, Laptop Hound. No. Why? 28. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. That's Evaldi in the pen?
Yeah, I was about to say that. That's a Combinator.
Well, it's a Combinator Evaldi in the pen. Oh.
Combinator Evaldi in the pen is not fine. That's not fine. No, I agree, Cage. It's better than like 12 pitchers on the roster, but it's still not good.
29. This is more than I thought. 30. I think even if we get rid of the 4-man rotations, we're over 20 at this point, by the way. 30. So it's going to be about half, right around half. 31.
But why?
Wait a sec. This is 16. They have starters in the pen, and they went 16 pitchers?
No. Okay, yes, but there's nothing to micro in a cap like this. You should be putting however many starters you think are good onto your rotation, and then you shouldn't move your pitchers to your bullpen because they're all like crap relievers in the 927 that never come in the game.
Right.
Like they're microing. If you're microing, something has gone wrong with your build. Like you shouldn't be microing in your pitching staff. It doesn't make sense.
What is there? Yeah, there's nothing to micro. It's a cap in an era with no openers or any tricks.
Right. If you're microing your lineup to like get rest on the right side of platoons, fine. That's reasonable. But you shouldn't be microing your pitching a 927 cap.
By the way, look at these ERA.
Why are there so many Aroldis Chapmans?
I don't know, but this Aroldis Chapman did put up an ERA of 45 and was not the worst pitcher on the team. Did they just have no? Oh, I see. Do
they have a full team? Oh no, they don't.
No, they have 16 pitchers and no hitters.
Oh, so probably what happened here, this is probably like, the thing where it like auto loads the first cards you got on your team when you go into a tournament or something? It probably just didn't update. And there was just no...
And the AI just didn't
them or something.
Didn't think that it needed hitters.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, anyway.
Okay, well, 32... 33, 34. And see, a lot of these, like these theme teams, these are people, 35, like these theme teams, these are people that are watching streamers, they're part of the community, they're active, right? You don't become a theme team without being an active part of the community. But this is why they're kind of not getting... This is why, basically, we're saying it's so dangerous, the bad advice streamers are giving out.
I think that this one is not even... I've seen streams give, the Exto and Aster slide for this, which is, like, good.
Yeah.
But...
It would sort of be... What is Oni Carroll?
It's a Combinator.
But
so that's why...
But
I know it's bad, but it's a Combinator. So let's see, Cage, I knew it would be like this in opens. I'm a little surprised it's this bad in caps. I would have thought people would be smart enough to realize that, like, I don't know what I'm doing for this cap. I shouldn't play it. But apparently
39, not. And wait, they spent 26 points on Hader.
What? Why?
Because he's a closer.
But he's bad.
Wait, West Hartford Max Oysters. Why are they running? They know what they're doing. Hold on.
Yeah, this is probably a mistake of some kind.
They must have just put the wrong lineup. And the Brew Jays, I assume, no. Okay.
Oh, this is a weird one. This has got a bunch of random irons. That's just a mistake.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so it was about 39.
And it looked like only a handful of the Combinator teams.
Yeah, so the Brew Jays had a ton, the Springboks had a ton. There was that one weird one, but fewer than 10.
Yeah, so what it seems like Yeah, basically more than half the teams in this format just effectively threw darts at their card collection.
So you said you thought it would be better with gold. I think I've played historical gold recently as well. Is it 2022? I think is the gold. Yeah, like this daily late gold.
I can check it. Oh, daily late gold. Sure, yeah, that's a good one.
Here's one from May 4th. You want May 4th or May 9th? Here, May 9th. That's more recent, right?
Sure, May 9th.
Let's pull a May 9th and let's see. So the historical gold's not a cap, but it is gold. No. I think there's another gold that's 1968.
Yeah,
this late gold is 1922.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was looking at the 1922 gold.
Yeah.
All right. So you think it's going to be fewer teams here?
Well, it's going to be also. It's not a cap, so it's going to be some.
Right. Right. So here I actually, because it wasn't a cap, I ran 2. Right. I didn't even run 3.
Very, very reasonable thing to do.
So you think it? So what does chat? All right. What does chat think on this one? So
for
what it's worth, the winning one in chat was correct last time. Let's try again. Should we say specifically 5? I'll just say greater than 3 man, and let's say over 10 combo. There probably aren't 10 combos. Maybe it's over 5 with combos,
Sure,
right?
5. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. All right, I'll try this one more time.
I think this one is going to be bad, like as bad as the other one in terms of the 5 rotation stuff. I'm saying over 20.
All right, we'll try this again. See, you know what I should have figured out how to do? This is totally one where, all right, would you remind me to learn how to use channel points? Because this is exactly what that's designed for, right?
Yeah, that exists theory.
And we give out these channel points that we don't do anything with anyway. All right, let's try this again.
Oh, I have a 21 watch streak. I would think I would have an infinite watch streak.
You have 2100 what?
Oh, I found it. There's a prediction. I think this is it.
Is it slap? What do I have to do to start one? Or do you know how to start one?
I think I can start one. But
you want to try it? Go for it.
Oh, I can only make 2. I can only make 2 choices. It looks like.
Okay, then just make the choice on combinators. Right.
Oh, no,
actually, there we go. No, I can start a prediction. All right, here we go. So, all right, over or under 20 combinators. We'll give people 5 minutes to put their points, or give them 2 minutes to put their points in, I guess, right?
Sure.
Sorry, over or under 20 teams with 4+ or exactly 5? We'll just say exactly 5-man rotations, I guess. Or do you want to do 4+?
I think 4+. Like 4 is just it's not good. It's just there's no reason to do it. You should make sure your top 3 pitchers pitch as much as they can.
All right, here we go. We're starting a prediction.
Oh, predict! Wow, it's fancy graphics and everything.
Are there fancy graphics? I haven't seen how it pops up. Let me see if I can.
It's got like all kinds of stuff. Maybe it's just like the view I've got or something.
All right, so good. We can use channel points for something. That sounds like a plan then.
Well, so far no one has bet on under 20. So.
Well, if no one bets on under 20, then I guess that means everyone just gets their points back, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, should I have said over or under 30?
Now someone has. Okay.
All right.
You're getting very good odds on under 20. By the way, it says 1 to 52. 1 to 52 right now.
That's true.
So, I guess that would make sense. It's just the proportional. The odds are proportional, right? So that,
yeah, I guess that's right. Yeah, it's parimutuel, exactly. You teach up.
Yeah.
I also have to make sure I know how to expire this when it expires, but Speaking of boat race, well, some of these teams are going to get boat raced, probably. All right. Should we start peaking, or should we let we'll wait for the prediction to go? Yeah, like I said, for me, I ran a two-man staff in this format.
Yeah, two or three is reasonable. Both make sense for different reasons. Oh, can you bet on both sides, T-Chuck? That's interesting.
Oh, can you? That would be interesting. So you just like keep changing some for each side to. All right, submissions are closing in 10 seconds. Let's start peeking through. All right, here we go. So 4 or 5. We're looking for 20. I'm definitely taking the over. Here we go, and we start with a 5. Is that the live? Yeah, that must be the live Nestor, right? Because the other one's
a diamond. Yeah.
1. All right, that one's good.
Yep.
Good. Tactile necks is not in the bad category. That's important. 2. We said 4 or 5 man, right? So that's 2.
Yeah.
Let's start up at 3. That's the live. Ooh.
Live Carter Crawford and Griffin Canning. Yep.
3, is that 3 or 4? Actually, I forget. 4.
I think. Right? Yeah.
4. 5. What?
This looks like a mistake.
Did that just get out? That must be an auto set roster.
This is a roster mistake. Yeah, this doesn't count.
Yeah, okay, that can't be a.
Well, I guess maybe it does count, but it
counts in the sense that you could play against it. 5, 6. Yeah, see, Stratico I know is often active in this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, the cards look reasonable here.
7. Oh, and they're running Johnny Cucks in this.
This also looks like an AI to me.
Maybe?
Yeah. Must be. I guess we still have to count them. They still entered the tournament.
8. No, not the Flying Tigers. 9. 10.
This is depressing.
This is a EVC. No, EVC knows what he's doing, though. That's the problem. Yeah. 11. 12. 13.
Oh my god.
14. 15. 16. 17. 18. I'm at least going to give him credit for running Consuegra, but 18. 19. Okay, this is a 3-man rotation.
Yeah, that's true. This is fine.
That one's fine.
I mean, okay, Price is not an acceptable card to be playing, but it is 3-man rotation.
Okay, 20. Wow, that Dave. So see, someone is running that Dave Fouts.
Yep. Mr. Audit, the roster builder is broken, just not in this way. In lots of other ways, but it does allow you to make a 3-man rotation if you want to.
21. 22. I guess we should just keep going to count at this point, right? 23. Yeah. 24. I'm gonna be on this the way like Cavacom is about Use Your Park. 25. Not Rojo.
Yeah.
26. You got level 5s from Dull Combinator. You're only running them out every 5th day.
26. Level 5s are so good.
27. That's a 14-man staff, isn't it? 27. Yeah. 28. 29. 30.
This is the 1922 gold.
31. That's a lot of combinators, though.
It's a lot of combinators.
That's a
Not
lot of
a lot of
combinators.
not a lot of very good combinators.
I don't think
Dutch
I've seen a
Leonard,
level 5 Mike Easler before.
Dutch Leonard is okay.
Yeah,
Probably not in this exact format, but he's okay.
34. 35. Although at least they've got Phil Hughes, so they're keeping up with the meta. They just kind of.
Why is everyone playing Jim Neidlinger? What? I've seen a ton of teams with that card.
Yeah.
I don't. What even is that?
36. Mortal Amagi, they're 5 with 10 combinators. Okay, thanks. That's good to hear. 36. This is a. I don't know what this was intended to be, but it's definitely at least 4.
Yeah.
37. 38. 39. 40. 41. This is going to be 42. How many is this going to be? It's going to be like over 45 in the end.
Yeah.
43. Actually, there's more to scroll down. 44. 45. 46. Yeah, again, Sean Sultan, I know he's active and listens to a lot of these streams, so it just means we're not getting the right advice. Right?
Yeah.
47. 48. 49.
Yeah. So to that question, Mr. Wrestling, there are no formats where 4 is the correct number of starting pitchers. It's
Correct.
not a thing.
The winner, by the way, the winner was a 5-man rotation.
Well, there are 50 teams out of 64. It's pretty likely.
That's true, but
I mean,
okay. To be
really
fair,
bad.
because it's not a cap, it was a less critical.
Yeah. No, in the 60s, it used to be there was like 2 years. I think in PT21, there was like 2 years in the 60s where 4-man was correct, but no longer. It's just straight from 3 to 5.
Yeah, just.
Wouldn't 4 be worse than the best of 5? Why? Exactly. Why? Like, I don't understand. Like, the problem with a 4-man rotation is that you think your 4th best starter is the 4th best starter you have, but the guy recovers in 3 games. So
Right.
there's no reason not to just pitch him
if you've gone and made a level 5 combinator of your best card, then you want that card starting every single time he's fresh.
Yeah, okay. This is a fair point. If you were trying to micro-handedness in a non-cap, that's kind of okay. In a cap, unless the cap is enormous, it's usually.
But that would still not be a reason to run a 4-man rotation. It would be a reason to run a 3-man rotation and swap people out.
Yes, there's never a reason to run 4. This microing that Laszlo's suggesting is reasonable. People do this; it makes sense in a non-cap.
Right. In a cap, I think you're just giving up way too much to do it.
Yeah.
I swear we were going to get to the news items after silver cards. We still haven't gotten to the news items. This is not This is not one of our quicker streams this time. Don't forget to cash us out. Okay, let me learn how to cash people out.
Are the off days in a good way for that, Mr. Black? Okay, I didn't realize. I know.
Do you remember how to cash people out? See if I can figure out how to cash people out.
Yes, I see it. Choose outcome.
Where is it?
Yes, more than 20.
Oh, you found it?
There's a thing on the left. Yeah, I got it. Complete prediction. Yes, I'm sure it's correct. I think I did it.
Yes. All right.
Okay, yeah. So Mr. Black,
wow, that was not even close to 20.
Yeah. If there's no way you can play 5 games in a row, Mr. Black, then yeah, it would be 4. But it's really just 5. Just the off day structure is set up in such a way, like, yeah, it's like there's no error. I guess what I should say where 4 is good. It's always 2, 3, or 5, or 1. Actually, there are some 1 errors very early.
So we did have news items we were going to get to. We are a little behind on car. Oh crap! We got to do a draft at some point too in the next hour. Um, all right. What should we do next? Should we talk about? Oh, we were. You know why? You know what? We were in the middle of rating Paul Splittorff.
Yeah.
So I think the conclusion is maybe there are only going to be 5 teams that have so many combinators they crush you.
Right now, I agree. I think MJ Tebow said it a little earlier that like right now probably Splittorff will work okay because there won't be enough combinator teams. But in let's say 2 months, a card like Splittorff probably will just be useless.
So maybe he's like an F plus. I mean, he's just not better because he's not good enough compared with the combinators, right?
Yeah, maybe C for combinator. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's his best like an F plus. It's like it's not a card you actually want to play in a full build. That's the problem. As good as it is, it's the best card. It's the best card in bronze, and it's not a card you want to play in a full build.
Yeah.
So
I guess.
How about give it an F asterisk?
Sure. That seems reasonable.
Which is the same asterisk we're going to have to put by all these combinator teams when they win everything, I guess.
Well, by everything. I mean, by all these PTS cards. Like AG is the same. I mean, AG's also really strong card.
AG might. We'll have to calculate. AG might still play one way in silver.
Well, no, because you can get a Jones combinator. That's better.
Yeah, but but you'd put him in right then. I mean, you'd play. I think you still might play both.
Might be better.
I think AG might be an example of one where you got the full 2 wins VL, and so he plays on release.
I guess Reezer then probably is 2 VR.
Well, we'll see. All right. Do we want to look at more cards? Do we want to do a draft? What do you want to do? We still have news items to get to also, which we had said we would get to after silver.
Yeah. I guess we should do the draft before we forget.
All right, let's do a draft just because we're going to forget otherwise, right?
Yeah.
Here we go. Friday night. Speaking of places that we are not going to draft a 4 or 5 man rotation.
Yeah, this one you have to be very careful because you got to remember you can end up in a not enough pitcher situation very easily.
All right, here we go. 1919, Flat Park.
Yep.
Here we go. Well, is it Eddie Collins or is it Eddie Collins? What do you think?
Yep.
This is Eddie pretty Collins. Much your 1919 card, right?
Yeah, I think Utley's still probably better, but
yeah, that's true. He has a little too much Avoid K to really get the full early year benefit.
So Chase Utley is very silly. But yeah, it is Eddie Collins.
Well, here we go. We have a Cole Hamels we haven't talked about yet.
It's not a great card, but in this era, it's probably
I was going to say, in any other era, I'm not touching it. In this era, actually, kind of
probably good.
Like Hamels.
Yeah.
Especially because I don't really like Danny Grant has a little bit of defense.
No.
Here you go. Here, let's compare him with another low diamond.
Oh God.
One of these is a mission reward that you collected a bunch of cards and invested a bunch of things to get, and the other is Cole Hamels.
Grover, I don't understand what happened with Grover Cleveland Alexander. It's not even like he has a lot of rating points. There's just no points, and they're in a bad place.
So you're saying that card is pointless?
Yeah, that's a level 2 reward too, and the Phillies are one of the harder missions. Anyway. I don't get it. Yeah. I was having a wonderful Friday until we had to look through 2 tournaments, and now I'm a bit depressed.
Yeah. We should just give up and go do a Marbles stream. Is any of these cards even remotely...
Yeah, Bosmic is kind of okay.
This bat doesn't play so well in the early era. Bryant's bat maybe isn't as bad, actually, because he has the low Avoid K, so he'll get bumped up a little. He walks.
Neither one's all that good. Okay, and to be fair, Ned Williamson is even worse.
I'm thinking it's Bryant.
But realistically, it felt like the launch set this year in a lot of ways was just kind of like, we don't know what the engine is. We're just going to do a bunch of random stuff and hope some of them end up being good.
Yeah, I mean it's not like they could have tested this or released a beta or released an alpha or asked for feedback from the community or designed a game or asked the people who built the game engine or created a sandbox or anything like that, right?
Or have like actually gotten feedback from various people in the community before the game released.
No. We heard that
Mentioned the
all of the
problems.
feedback they hear is entirely positive.
No comment.
Look, I too had a medical problem recently.
No, Mortal Mago, I think PBABIP is okay this year. I think I don't think PBABIP is like, that's not the part of the engine I have an issue with this year, let's say.
The parts of the engine that I have the biggest issue with are the parts that you all haven't seen yet. That's the problem.
We've seen it a little bit, but we haven't seen the full juice yet.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So Vosmik or Bryant? What are we going with?
They're not. Neither one's great, but that does.
Maybe Bryant, and then just.
I guess Bryant has more positions.
All right. Pete Hill probably still works in this era just fine, right?
Yeah, Pete Hill's solid.
Yeah, actually, the little boy K, he'll be good.
Pete Hill's good.
I really want to find an excuse to run this Beckley despite the low I. I don't think it quite works, but I kind of want to. But can I just ask you, why is this guy's nickname Eagle Eye?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
So Nady also sort of fits one way. Nady's the better card. I really want to make Beckley work. What do you think?
Gruber is, he's a wrong shape, but it's quite a good VL card. Guerrero's very much the wrong shape.
I think if you're going to do Gruber, you would do Beckley with this shape, right? Yeah, it's just a bigger bat.
Yeah. Gene Klein's is a lot of BABIP, I think, but like no defense.
Actually, you know what? I think this Klein's is a better version of the Beckley we just looked at. Right? It's even lower avoid K, higher BABIP, so even better year. So let's go Klein's and Hill then.
Okay. And we'll just play Klein's at DH, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay. Works for me.
Exactly, Londinger. Oh, that reminds me, Londinger, you weren't here the week we played chess against Chat.
That's true.
And I was going to say we should do that again. We're way behind today.
No,
so not today. We will do that again another time, but not today.
Kevin Stalker is decent.
You're stretching the bounds of decent. No, but is the shape actually? No, you're right. Actually, for this era, that's a pretty good shape.
Probably fine.
And actually, this Denny Walling is a backup. You could run a bunch of. I still don't like that.
What does Pedro Ramos look like? I don't know that card at all.
Oh, you know what? Maybe actually this is fine for the era. Because the stuff becomes useless, but the Homer maybe this is fine.
That looks okay.
Yeah. All right, that's the plan. So John Knight actually is really good for the era.
Yep, John Knight is great.
Okay, so actually we had a bunch of options. So
Duffy.
Cepeda's good one way. Duffy is really good.
Duffy's like the best card we could get.
On the other hand, I feel like anytime you can get a catcher named Klutz, you at least have to look at it. And then there's also actually Mark McLemore is also really good shape for the era.
Yeah, Knight and Duffy are like two of the strongest cards for the format.
Yeah, I think we just do this.
I'm always taking them.
And you're not going to tell me I can't take Eddie Yost, right?
No, Eddie Yost is good.
Mike
Garcia and Kurt Simmons are both okay in Modern.
Yeah, I think Simmons has the better. Well, Simmons has maybe even the better Modern shape. Maybe it's still Simmons of the two.
Yeah, maybe still Simmons. Simmons also has a non-zero bat. This is a DH format, so it doesn't.
All right, let's go Simmons.
Yeah, sure. Actually, how are we doing on pitching? We're taking 3 pitchers. We have.
So 3 pitchers is enough in principle. Okay, so actually, I just want to take Butler Clark, don't I? I'm not quite sure where you put everyone, but Butler's just great, especially VL, and like Clark VR is just going to rake. right?
Yeah, this looks great. This looks great. This is exactly what we want.
Um,
Uh,
so if this Mari Wills had lower Void K, higher BABIP, I'd sort of be convinced. But
we're probably still taking him though.
as a one position, I guess it doesn't matter. These a one position card.
Yeah, 1,000 players on our team.
Um,
I think we have to
this
take a
Pete
picture though.
Rose is actually. Oh, that's right. This one, the bats. Yeah, but he doesn't play anywhere.
I think we kind of have to take the Urban Shocker.
Yeah,
We're
just
gonna run.
get a fourth pitcher in there.
Well, we need to get to 7 as we can't actually submit our team.
And we have 8 left after that. No, we have 8 left after this.
Yeah. So we don't have to. Let's take 4 to 8 then we can
Let's
get
do that. And then is it? So I think we actually don't need any more infielders. We need a catcher.
We need a catcher. We're not offered any.
Rose is the best bat, but he's a DH. Do you just grab his bat?
I guess so. Might as well. I guess we could take Schneider.
Oh, sorry, I just clicked when you said that.
No, he's not that good, but just as a.
So this Cliff Bolton, if it's just the wrong shape to get to this, but maybe still.
Maybe it's still decent. We probably should take a pitcher here because we got offered 2.
I'm just seeing if I like Bolton or Fitzgerald better. That's just a weird shape with Fitzgerald, just dead flat. It's probably Bolton then.
Yeah, sure. That's true. Yeah, we don't have Newland. We need to get like 15 pitchers, right, and put all our starters in relief. That's
that's true. We need like 16 pitchers on this roster, or we can't even do this, right?
Yeah.
Who's the better shape? Bickford is completely the wrong shape. Smithson is also the wrong shape.
We just need someone who says pitcher on it. It doesn't really matter.
Well, Smithson says pitcher on it. Let's do that.
Sure.
Let's see. Hauser, wrong shape.
We should take a catcher. We got 3, and we're gonna run out. Oh, we're 14, not 12. I forgot. We got 4 catchers actually.
Okay. Hill is awful.
So Brendan White is actually kind of reasonable live.
Well, more importantly, it does say pitcher on the card.
Yeah.
So that's a good sign.
That's
I mean, we could try to micro this a little bit for, chemistry or whatever. But
yeah, I don't know which one of these catchers is the best, but we should take one of them, I guess.
no, actually, hold on. I think it's got to, even with the high avoid case, it's got to be Biff, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
It's got to be Biff.
Yeah.
All right, so we need one more pitcher, and then just anything we want to throw on the roster. So Estelea is actually just a good card.
Milligan is also decent.
Why not just do that? Unless so is Moreland actually.
How many do we have? No, we have 1 pitcher left in the last round. So, I like Moreland better than Milligan. Yeah, I think Moreland.
Well, the only question is, would you actually play Milligan VL or just platoon him with Will Clark?
I don't think so.
Who are we playing VL? Is it Rose then?
Rose? Or this Bryant doesn't play first, right? This Bryant is only third, left, right.
Does Yost play first? No.
Yost is third, right. Well, we could technically play Pete Hill at first, I think, and put Yost in outfield and Bryant at third.
That's got to be bad, doesn't it?
We could.
So you know what? I think so. Maybe we do want Milligan. Actually, well, Moreland also plays first.
Yeah. And other positions. I feel like we could use someone else who can play outfield.
Okay, let's just take Moreland then.
Okay.
Well, Estelea plays outfield. Bryant plays outfield. I think Yost technically plays outfield.
We're fine. Yeah, we're fine then.
Oh, maybe Knight's going to play first VL.
Yeah.
All right. So first off, let's take the pitcher to make the roster legal.
Matt Sauer. Okay. Matt Sauer it is.
He is among the people that say pitcher on the card. He is one of them.
The Steve Nunez is a really good defensive placement.
Sure. I think we're mainly picking chemistry here, if anything,
Yeah,
right?
pretty much. Do we have anyone who groups chemistry with any of our good cards?
Okay, Milt Kyler is the least disastrous shape I
So,
see.
Mr. Wrestling, it's effectively 7. You need to have at least 3 starters and at least 4 relievers, basically.
Soler, this is a legit bat, and he's gonna have chemistry with Chris Bryant, right?
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Good call on that.
Um,
We know him with Collins, right? He had a long career, but we don't have anyone who goes with him.
no. Hold on, do we actually have a second? Yeah, Knight plays second, but maybe we take Givitella just to have a second. We have plenty of them.
Everything, yeah. What's the other diamond? It was the Hamels. I don't remember if it was Hamels.
Oh, we're taking second baseman here in Nunez.
Does Pedro Ramos and Glenn Allen Hill get anything? Probably not. But it's worth checking.
Looking at the year. I think they're both just listed as Cleveland, so they'll get a little something.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know it was Pedro Ramos.
Maybe it's Givitella then, because he'll get like the decade stuff with Bryant in the year with Soler.
With Soler. Sure.
All right.
I guess.
And our roster is insane, so let's fix that.
That's usual.
It's probably Simmons over Shocker, though.
Yeah, I would think so. Simmons might even be better than Ramos.
What?
Simmons might be better than Ramos.
Yeah, I think so. All right, and lineups. Let's see how bad this is. Okay. So they want Biff both ways. Oh, so close. See, I was going to say they platooned Will Clark, but they didn't.
Well, it just didn't put John Knight on our lineup VR, which seems strange.
All right, let's actually do this right. So Biff is fine, right?
John Knight's in the lineup.
Well, hold on. Is it Biff or is it... No, it's Bolton, probably.
Yeah, probably Bolton.
Yeah, I think it's Bolton. Clark, Collins.
I guess actually it doesn't. They probably look pretty similar.
It's probably Chris Bryant's fine.
No, we should put Bryant in the outfield and put Knight at third and Kleins at DH.
Knight or Yost at third, actually.
VR definitely Knight.
VR, yeah, okay. VR it's going to be Knight, and VL it'll be probably Yost.
Well, we'll put Knight at third, but
so maybe we just run Duffy in right, and Bryant in left is probably the best combo. Probably Biff over Moreland that way, and we don't really believe in defensive subs.
No.
Wait, that's crazy. The defensive sub they wanted was Nasim Nunez in left, so that you could move Chris Bryant to third.
Well, it's legal.
Yeah, okay, and then Moreland this way, and then we're thinking Rose would go play... Or no, Knight plays first, Rose DHs.
Knight plays first... No, hold
on, actually, Soler... No, I think we want Soler DHing...
No, we want Yost. We want Yost, right?
We want Yost third. Still want Yost at third. We still want...
someplace.
This outfield. Actually, I think do we want Butler in center, and then Hill maybe moves to right.
But why are we putting Butler in? We're losing Kleins now. Don't we want Kleins?
But Klein's DH. No, sorry. Klein's DH, or is it... No, we let...
Must be Klein's DH.
We actually have some big bats here, because Soler is a solid option. Estelea might be our best DH, too.
Keeping Kleins out seems very wrong to me, with all that BABIP.
Yeah, probably is Klein's. All right. Okay, we actually legitimately drafted
this roster is actually quite good.
A pretty good roster. We're losing first round as a result, but, you know.
Yeah.
Let me just make sure they didn't do anything completely insane with the... you know.
Oh, we didn't even put Bryant in, but we probably should. We
No,
don't,
that's what I was looking at. Bryant, but but if we think like Klein's over Bryant, then this is probably what we've got.
Well, yeah, I guess we could play Klein's over Butler, or Bryant over Butler.
I don't know, but Butler, this is going to be really solid VL.
Oh, we should, at the very least, we should switch Bryant and a Butler and Hill's positions.
No, Butler doesn't play right, so you'd have to then put Duffy in right.
It's fine.
Yeah, we could do that. All right, and then it's probably fine then.
Yeah, and just the Butler's our backup center fielder. Yeah, it looks okay.
See what it did for the depth chart is.
This looks reasonable.
Probably something like that, and then Bryant would be the backup. That probably makes more sense. All right, I think we made a thing kind of work.
Actually, a pretty good roster.
Yeah, we're definitely losing round one with this, but this is one of the better drafts we've done on stream, actually.
Yeah. I would certainly take this one over a restart if it were offered.
Yeah, which I rarely would do with the drafts that we get on stream somehow. Good. We have an hour and a half till the other one. I think we can make some progress on cards. All right. We still have news items. Should we do a few more cards before we do news items?
Yeah, let's try to.
I know there are news items people want us to take on.
Yeah. Well, the good news is that most of these cards are either terrific or terrible, so it's really not.
And we've got emotes for pretty much all the grades we're going to need this time around.
Yeah.
So, all right, where's what do we got next? CC?
Yep.
This card looks pretty good. As in, like, why did you print it at this level of good?
I mean, okay, I have him slightly worse than Swindell.
Yeah, but but this is a low silver.
This is a low silver. Yeah. This card is really strong.
So let me see where I have him. Yeah, I got him just a little below Swindell, but then the best low silver starter. So I guess right now there's a low silver weekly, and then there's a low silver with extra restrictions wild card, right?
Yeah, and there's silver cap, and I think there's a...
Yeah, well, and silver caps, the overall matters too. But I'm saying as far as eligibility, that means there's one daily and one weekly that CC is eligible for, but Swindell is not.
Correct.
Let's see. So for what it's worth, I think in a lot of formats, I still might prefer a Tewksbury or even Tyone.
Oh, yeah, I think Cage is right that that's it's not eligible silver because there's no SE.
So last year the B refs were SE. Okay, yeah, this is SE.
Yeah, these are SEs.
That's what I was trying to see.
Everything's an SE. Because counting the numbers higher than 10 is hard, apparently.
Okay, so this is not. So it's not eligible for the Dr. Dynastic one. It is eligible for the what is it? The anniversary or whatever they. No, that one's era restricted.
It's eligible for the Sunday Nightmares.
It's eligible for the Sunday Nightmares, but it's not eligible for the era restricted silver.
Correct.
Okay, so there's only one weekly. It's still probably a top 5 option though in open silver.
Yeah, it's quite good, I think.
Okay, so maybe this is not actually an S tier, but it's close. Maybe it's like an A plus, or you think it is still an S?
I mean, it's only really wouldn't be S because there aren't tournaments for it, but I guess that is probably enough to make it not S. So yeah, A plus maybe.
All right, we'll give it an A plus. I mean, it's a Yankee. I really don't want to do that. Can we just give him the Yankee F minus? What?
It's a lot of this whole set is Yankees. There's a lot of Yankees here.
Okay, but can we just
I mean,
give him
Cano,
the Yankee F minus and move? All right, all right. But next time we get a Yankee, I'm insisting. Is that fair?
I can agree with you that the next Yankee, whichever one it is, we will give an F minus to.
Deal. All right, Derek Jeter.
Oh look, it's a Yankee. Okay, I do have. There is one use for this card. Very good use, by the way.
Well, actually, I have a question about this one. Go ahead. I'll start with you, and then I'll ask my questions.
This card is tremendous combinator food for 99 Alex Rodriguez.
That's a good point.
That's the only thing it's useful for.
Although, can I just say, you should not get chemistry for playing this card with A-Rod?
Yeah, fair enough. You really shouldn't.
Now, my question is, this is supposed to be a celebration of the OOTP era, right?
Indeed.
This card says 1997 on it.
Yeah. Well, Jones and Martinez have the same issue. Yeah, I don't quite know why that was. I mean, I understand that like the idea is that these are the players and like the rest some of the seasons came before 1999 because it's an arbitrary choice. But yeah, I probably.
Yeah, but also this gap, like 93 through 98, is a gap that really hurts cards' viability for tournaments.
Yes. Okay, so Mr. Black, I actually made a suggestion of a way to print a good Jeter this year, which I think would be fun. Well, as fun as you can get with a Derek Jeter card, I guess.
Put DH on it?
No. PT20 was the end. The end of that cycle was when Jeter got inducted in the Hall of Fame, and so they printed a really, really good Jeter, and also Larry Walker was actually much better. Larry Walker that year was probably the second best card in the game, but because it was PT20. You could train him anywhere. So people play Jeter at second and third mostly, and some first. So I think it would be reasonable to print a throwback PT20 Jeter, Hall of Fame PT20 Jeter with second and third on it. Which is pretty much the only hope you're ever going to have of making Jeter a league playable card.
Yeah.
Because, yes, if he's shortstop only, you're never going to make a good one.
He's not a shortstop.
Not a shortstop. Well, that's why everyone played him at second and third in PT20. I mean, the card was great. The PT20 card was really, really good.
Right, we're giving him the Yankee F minus then.
Yeah. Just play Banks. It's like the same card, but better.
Jose Ramirez. Well, you know how much I hate my cards without I, but actually this is a pretty good card.
The thing is, I'm not.
I still don't quite think I'm going to end up wanting to.
I don't know where I'm supposed to. I don't know if I'm supposed to play this guy.
No, but there are a lot of points on the card.
There are a lot of numbers, but like, okay, Felton Snow I think is just better, basically. Joey Ortiz I think is just better. So he's now kind of only third. You're not really playing him in left because he doesn't have defense there, and bat isn't like a tremendous. So he's like this weird third base card, but they're better third baseman too. I don't think it's an awful card.
Where I have him sixth among third basemen in Silver VR, but within half a win of the top. And with that huge gap power, I think there might therefore be like a Park and era setup where this is a good card.
Maybe, yeah. So it's probably like a D or something, I guess. I mean,
but no, you're right. I guess it just doesn't.
Great. Like, he has a lot of points, but
no, you're right. I mean, if there's nothing, all right. It's not an F minus for sure. Like there definitely are a lot of points on there.
Yeah, there are plenty of points on the card. It's just I don't think he. Yeah.
All right. And we got my guess the set lock. We got a Pedro because you knew you'd have to have a Pedro after last year's debacle.
I mean, you would have thought there'd be a Trout in the set too, but to no avail.
Well, last year's Trout at least was available to everyone. Wasn't good.
Which was the? Trout? I don't remember last year's Trout.
There was an Immortal
Oh,
Seasons Trout that was
Immortal
just
Seasons.
just
Oh yeah,
not
that
very
card was
good.
terrible. That card was terrible. Um,
Uh,
well,
do I okay?
this
Do I have to say something bad about Pedro, or can we just skip this
okay.
one?
So here's if I showed you just the ratings on this card and nothing else, how long would it take you to guess Pedro Martinez?
Um, I think
Like,
you'd be in one of my top 5,000 guesses.
like this, it has Pedro usually is actually pretty splitty. Uh, he has like no control and not a lot of stuff. Like it's just a very strange card. It's also terrible.
Yeah, yeah. It's we're gonna have to give Pedro an F minus, aren't we?
It's funny. It almost reminds me of last year's the Negro League Satchel Paige. That was like, I mean,
Just
that card
nothing
was
like
actually
Satchel Paige.
there's just nothing like this card. Just is nothing like Pedro Martinez. I mean, maybe I don't know what his 1995 in particular looked like, but yeah, just really weird card. I don't know.
All right, we'll get some F minuses going in the chat again. All right, all right. Tommy Agee. I hate doing it, but you know we just we grade what they put out, right?
I can understand it. Seriously, we've had pages that look like that before with like his one release season with the Dodgers. That one makes sense, but like I thought by the time he got to Montreal, he was already like
Winning
pretty,
Cy Youngs.
yeah, like he won 97, right? I think.
Isn't that a 97 card?
No, it's 95.
Okay.
But I mean, he can't have gotten like from complete garbage to Cy Young in 2 years. I mean, seems unlikely at least to me. Maybe, but I guess yeah. Anyway.
Just looking at the 95 stats, but yeah.
Oh, we talked about. I mean, we talked about AG a lot already. I guess.
We did. So the question is, how is this one going to hold up to the combinators? And my sense is slightly better than Splittorf, but only slightly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess okay. So the silver center field before the center fielder was like Adolfo Phillips or something. I guess you were playing. So is it Commodore Adolfo Phillips better than AG?
I was actually running that Butler we drafted VL, even though he's a lefty, just because he had that weird split.
Yeah, Butler always has splits like that.
And I guess now, in principle, you could run Brandon Geyer, but you'd really rather run him in left.
I guess there's the Granderson who hits really well but has no defense.
Yes, it's a bit of a void.
Owen Wilson is really good the other side.
Right.
But even if level 5 Wilson is going to be worse VL for sure.
I mean, actually, the other card I seriously was still running in some places was Bresnahan.
I will say on Owen Wilson, because you mentioned last week that the triples rate business.
Yeah.
I have actually played now a few solos with Owen Wilson in. His triples rate is high. It's like 50% or something. It doesn't super change the evaluation of the card, but it is up there.
Have we figured out about the hit by pitch stuff, whether that actually made a difference?
I haven't played Geyer really at all yet. I haven't found a format that I wanted him in to this point that I played.
Because that's one where, in principle, he could. So the thing is that AG, for what it's worth, VL and center, I only have 2 cards within 2.2 wins of AG right now. Andrew Jones and Bresnahan. Bresnahan, I know my model tells me he's only a win and a half worse, but I just don't believe it.
Yeah, so my center fielder VL after those guys is actually Bob Fothergill, but he's obviously not playing center.
Yeah, I've got Fothergill and Brett Butler, Jerry Brown, Tony Phillips, but these are all a little bit too far behind, where even if you find a level 5 combinator, AG's in the ballpark.
Yeah, a Jones combinator's...
Jones combinator I would have ahead of AG, but Jones combinator I would just play in right.
Well,
you play both.
Do you? Or do you play another
Or,
combinator?
sorry, alternatively, I guess you play AG. No, AG would have to stay in center. I'd probably move Jones to right then.
No, but I mean, if you play with like a Fodil combinator and a Yost combinator or something, that's gonna kill him.
Play Yost at third.
Or a Geyer. I don't know. Even like an Adam Dunn, probably. I don't know. He's a bit harder to kill than Splitdorf, but it feels like
He's
he still
harder to
can.
kill, but you think he's actually just another F then?
I mean, it still feels like it's possible to kill him if you get all combinators.
If AG didn't exist, London Enjoyer, I would run Jones VL right now in Silver Center. Yeah.
Jones VL with gold.
Yeah, so Jones Max Combinator would still be the best Silver Center fielder. But the advantage is that Jones is so overpowered that he's both the best center fielder and the best right fielder. And so you might...
Jones level 5 probably plays in League.
In the right park? Maybe, yeah.
Like VL, I mean.
In the right park, yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's not think about Aaron Jones anymore because it's a bit unpleasant.
All right, so it's another F. All right. That's frustrating because, you know, I think basically what this says is that Spore is in a no-win situation because if he prints a card significantly better than AG, people are going to go crazy because you've blown out the meta.
Which is fair.
But by printing AG this way, it's actually not a card you want to play if you're trying to win.
No, I mean, in GT24, AG is actually really strong reward. Like, he's much better than the meta. He
I agree.
Significantly improves the meta, except for combinators. And actually, I think pretty much all of these PTCS rewards are at least somewhat playable. Like, it's a pretty reasonable set of PTCS rewards in my view, but yeah, the combinators are problems.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
The solution they're going to come up with is they're going to say, oh, okay, we'll give everyone a Tommy AG Combinator as the reward. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, if you start giving Combinator PTCS rewards, I think it's time to quit. Right?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, you just snowball out of control. And then there's no game, is no fun. Snowball out of control in one PTCS, basically.
Yeah. Justin Verlander. This also doesn't feel that much like a Justin Verlander to me.
No. I mean, 2010 wasn't even so early in his career, right? His rookie season was 2005, I want to say. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
So sorry, I was trying to pull up. We'll do news items after a couple more cards. Then is that the way you want to do it, or do you want to?
You want to do news now? Sure, that's fine.
We can. Well, since we got Verlander up, let's at least rate him.
Yeah. So MGT, if they put Combinator caps on all tournaments, it's probably okay. But at the same time,
here's the problem: if you put a Combinator cap on tournaments, the Combinators become irrelevant.
Yeah, why have Combinators then? Like,
right, because what that basically says is, take your meta team and, randomly pick, say, 2 or 3 extra cards to, add a couple wins to. But as long as the 2 or 3 cards you pick are, like, within the regime of cards that are all, like, meta starting players, it kind of becomes irrelevant which ones you bump.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to have Combinators, that's the way to do it.
So Prince 34, I think I disagree. I think it's a concept which sounded cool, but the moment we started to think about what it meant, all of the problems that have come up, there's a VOD. Look at the stream that we did in March, sort of when the game was released. everything that's happening now is exactly what was clearly coming based on what they released. You know.
Yeah, I will say the only thing I did not anticipate, and this was not been positive, was exactly how mindlessly grinding it would be a level of things.
There were two things. I didn't anticipate that, and I didn't anticipate that they would be incapable of, like a month and a half in, understanding their game engine well enough to print the cards they intend to.
I wish I could say I agreed with you. I
You
really
you
do.
you knew they weren't going to figure it out.
I was scared. I think twins. I told
I'm an
before. I say I
I'm
think
an
chemistry.
optimist. You know I'm an optimist. I know I don't sound like it on stream, but I am actually an optimist with this stuff.
I think chemistry was more in this area where I think the concept of chemistry is really good. Like the idea makes sense to try to make it, so that you can like play team kind of teams and whatnot. But it is so horrendously difficult to balance the game with it that I
Yeah.
don't think they realized exactly how challenging it becomes to
So
balance the
Twins
game.
34, you may have only gotten a week or two to beta test it. They did an alpha test. They developed it. They planned it. They did all of the things you do when you release a feature.
I can tell you with the high degree of certainty that these issues were mentioned during earlier testing than the public beta.
Right.
Yeah.
And I can tell you with absolute certainty that these issues were mentioned in detail privately before they were mentioned publicly on our stream.
Yes, I can say that
I can say that one with absolute certainty.
yes. Yes. These issues were noticed by a huge number of people during the closed beta, and brought to the attention of the team. So,
So as for Justin F minus Verlander, where do you want to rate him?
where rating points go? Rating points gone. Not enough rating points. So what rating comments you dump cards into them? So I don't. I think it's less grindy than the other way, but the problem is that it makes so it's impossible to catch up. Um, because it's like someone's a new player and they come into Iron because it's cheap, and
Yeah.
someone else has been playing Iron for 2 months. They'll have like full combinators, and the other person will have no. It'll be actually impossible to catch up with them. So
And if they're listening to we'll get to the news items about the things other groups are saying. But the advice they're getting, we saw, didn't work very well either.
So Twins 34, as I understand it, the closed beta PT is like pretty bare bones. But even still, like I know people.
And again, it when we saw this, it didn't take us a week or two to figure out where it was going.
No, it took like an hour.
So.
And I mean, to be honest,
and it mainly took an hour because it takes a while to download all the stuff. Like every time you download it,
No, I mean, you could like I think even if you're thinking about like this, which is not exactly right, in some ways it's kind of like printing Eugenio Suarez but on steroids. Right? It's like you're printing every card as Eugenio Suarez.
And with a big bonus if you collect a bunch of them.
Yes. So like it's the kind of thing where it's like the idea sounds interesting, and then if you actually sit and think about
it sounds like, good until you apply logic or ask somebody that ever has designed a game before or something like that, and then it doesn't sound so good.
Sound so great.
Yeah.
Okay, the other thing which I think we should maybe mention, because there was this post on the forums. Sort of.
I wanted to get to the news. Okay. Let's close out Verlander and then we'll.
Oh, Verlander's bad. Yeah.
Sure.
So there was this post on the forums, right? This sort of Q&A thing, and one of the things which was mentioned in the Q&A was that one of the ideas behind combinators was to introduce more diversity into the meta. Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't think anyone wants fully homogenous rosters, right? Like that. I think everyone can agree that is not a good, not a good situation.
Yeah.
But I think it's important to like kind of distinguish between different kinds of diversity, right? There's some diversity
Well,
that is like diversity from the point of view of like there are a lot of equal cards with different shapes, and some diversity that's kind of like it's diversity, but only because people can't acquire the stuff that makes non-diversity. And so the first kind is good, and the second kind really doesn't count for anything. Right? It's stuff like last year, um, you know, something like PTCS Jackie Robinson create diversity in the meta, but it's not helpful diversity because if everyone could own PTCS Jackie Robinson, everyone would have played him. It's just that only 10 people could own him, right? It doesn't. That's not diversity. That's just a really strong card, you know. And
yeah.
combinators create diversity in exactly that way, where if everyone could have a level 5 CC Sabathia and low silver, everyone would play him, but everyone can't. It's not diversity. It's just bashing people over the head with capital. So I don't agree that it sounds cool until you think about it.
I disagree with you. Go 34 actually, but go ahead. Isidafo.
No. That's it sounds cool. Like what should happen, I think, with this idea. Someone has the idea. They say, "Oh, these combinator things," and then someone else like thinks about it for 10 seconds, and then says like, "Oh, this and this happened," and then just instantly it gets removed because, like, it sounds great. Like, oh, you level your stuff up, you build them over time, and then you start thinking about like what the implications of that are for like power creep and what you have to print in terms of other cards, and it's just immediately clear it's a disaster.
Well, there are two problems. Yeah. So first off, no, I don't think it ever sounded cool from a game design point of view. I think it was immediately clear that it was entirely game breaking and destructive. But chemistry is actually similar. Um, you know, I, but I think GSG you're probably more right. I think it's more that people were told this is a gotcha game mechanic that people use to kind of get more revenue. We're going to do this. And then they asked people what's the least destructive way to do it. And then the people that they asked what is the least destructive way to do it didn't understand how to design a game well enough to actually answer that question. Because they don't play the game.
To be honest, I don't even think it's a good gotcha mechanic.
No, it's not a good gotcha mechanic. But it is very much a come to us gotcha mechanic.
See, the thing is that because I don't actually. So this is one of the things. Like, so one thing that happened this week, right? We got this. Last cycle, in the second half of the cycle, we had a situation where it was pretty clear that like, or it was made clear to everyone and then stuck to their credit that like we will not get PTCS eligible cards in the week before the PTCS happens, which I think was a good system. I think worked really well. And okay, I can understand from some point of view, in terms of like business point of view, why having chase cards that come out very shortly before a big tournament it seems like on the surface a good thing. You maybe convince people to spend some money on points to buy these cards, but like I don't actually know that in practice it's effective at that, and I think probably this combinator stuff may end up being the same way, where it sounds really great. Like, people will spend a lot of money buying points for these, and then I don't know that it actually happens.
Well, I think but also I think it does work in the sense that what it does, it gets people to reallocate spending. So if you told me we're going to release, major meta cards right before PTCS that play, what I will do is I will save up points in anticipation of that and use my points then.
Right.
If you announce, as they did this time, we will definitely 100% not do that. We've realized it's bad for the community and we would never do that to you. And if you reinforce that on the TWIP on Thursday before the TWIP, where you put out all of these meta cards, and actually say exactly the same thing on the TWIP, well, maybe I was making a mistake to believe what they were telling me, but you kind of want to trust the game designers?
Yeah.
No, Twins 34, the combo cards working with each other to have good chemistry is a problem, but that is not why chemistry is broken.
It's a problem and it's not the only problem.
Right.
Also,
there are much deeper even if there were no combinators, chemistry would be basically game breaking. The difference is that if it turns out that we take all the combinators out of the game but keep chemistry, what it's going to do is it's going to give me a 15 win edge over you. And you're going to have no way to kind of combat that unless you're willing to throw the massive computing cluster at the problem that I have at my disposal.
I will say I do not agree. I mean, this is a personal take because it's a single player game. I don't enjoy chemistry in the base game either because I find it very frustrating to have like completely hidden mechanics that I have zero visibility into, and I don't understand how they interact with any of my players. Like, I can't, it just says like guy's unhappy. I don't know what it means he's unhappy. Does it mean he plays 10% worse? Does he play 15% worse? Does he play 50% worse? I have no idea. I don't know how to find that out. Nothing in the game tells me that. So I don't enjoy that. I like to actually understand what is happening so I can make good decisions. But I just met with basically a black box.
Right. It's true as well.
So, yeah. I can understand why people like that. Like, single player games, very much it's personal preference because you're single player.
I'm in favor of precisely one form of chemistry in Perfect Team, but we're not allowed to have Barry Bonds in the game.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, so obviously then they went back and decided to make PTS eligible cards that were intended to be important, and several of them, as we're going to see, are actually pretty important for the formats this time around. So I think a few things there. First off, is it a good or bad business decision? That part I don't exactly care about.
Also, I mean, I don't think we can know because we don't have the numbers. But I don't think it's like obviously clear that it's good. Is what I guess what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't know. I don't know whether it's a good or bad game design decision. I have my suspicions, but as someone that has spent time being the game designer for a massively multiplayer sports game, I can tell you this is the kind of thing that I would study a lot more and probably go back and forth on and probably do some experimenting with to figure out. It's not obvious to me which way it goes.
Yeah, I think that's
what is obvious to me is that the way they did it this cycle is incredibly destructive in a way that everybody should be paying attention to. The most important thing as a game designer is this trust between your players and the designer. You need to be able to rely on the things the game is telling you. When you have, obviously rules are allowed to change with some notice, right? But basically, when you have a game in which the rules change arbitrarily, unannounced, at random times, and in important ways, it basically means that you can't put together a long-term strategy. And so when you do that, like when you lose that trust between the game designers and the community, it's really very difficult to get it back.
No, the thing that I think I would compare this to is what happened in the first live update of 24, right? Where sort of there was live update, everyone pretty quickly noticed it was bugged. And by the way, I think there may have been issues with the last month's live update too, but we don't really go into them because they weren't super severe. But I think there were some problems.
I agree.
And then everyone was basically asking, like, can you just tell us whether or not you meant this to happen or not? Like, it's fine if it's a bug. Just tell us so we know what to expect for next time.
Right.
And there was just silence.
Right.
And what it meant basically was that for the rest of the cycle, everyone was constantly questioning if the live update was correct or not, and if the developers were trying to steal points from free-to-play players who were like relying on live update to support. Like, if all that happened was just
right.
They came out and said, "Yeah,
so
this is a bug."
I would have had,
Fine.
we would have discussed whether it was a good or bad development for certain on our stream, as we do with every change to the game. But
Right.
I would not have had a problem if they had come out the day after PTCS 1 and said, by the way, for PTCS 2, we may release PTCS eligible cards in the TWIP before the tournament.
Even if it had been said on Monday, when the formats got revealed, it would have had a lot less of a problem.
I would have had a problem with, because the Thursday right before then, Spora made a point of saying, this is the last week where we're going to release PTCS eligible cards. He made a point of saying that and essentially telling the community, when people announce things about the game, this is a resource optimization game, right? So anyone that thinks about buying a card is always making a decision. Should I buy the card right now at the current price and be able to use it right now? Or should I wait and buy the card later when there will be more copies and it'll be cheaper?
Yeah, I didn't remember Spore saying in that stream, but if he did say
Spore said it explicitly on TWIP, yeah.
Yeah, then I agree. Then that was...
So I would have no problem if they said, starting next PTCS, we're changing this, we can release cards, whenever. We could have talked about whether it was a good or bad decision, but it would have been fair warning and you could have planned accordingly. And that's really, ultimately, game designers are allowed to tweak the rules to try to improve their game, and it's up to the players to adapt. You just want to make sure that they're being fair, right? So I think that would have been fair notice, and they would have said, okay, this is now something that can happen. You can decide how you want to respond to it as players, and you can make your plans accordingly. And probably what I might have then done as a player is I might have said, okay, I should be allocating some points to basically be in reserve in case something gets released right before it's time, right?
Yeah.
Or, and not everyone would have made that decision. Some people might instead have decided, well, if other people are going to save their points, I'll buy the previous cards because there's a little bit less competition in the market, and there would have been different strategies, and that's fine.
Well, the other thing I say is that also with commentators around, this sort of decision about how to allocate resources is sort of even more important than you understand, like which cards are going to be eligible for what when.
Right, because combinators basically are a permanent use of resources that you don't get back later on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
like I've done things before, certainly PTCSs, where I've said, okay, I'm going to buy some card that I only want for this format, and then I'm going to resell it sort of the next day, and I know I'm going to take a loss, but at least I won't, take the whole loss. I'll just kind of lose it.
The other thing was, I think it would have been very easy for them. So I suspect that this was a last minute change. Obviously, I haven't had that discussion with anybody, but as soon as I saw the PTCS formats announced, it seemed clear to me that they had made this careful differentiation between the high-level formats were essentially open in terms of card types, but the low-level formats were not. And so my inclination was, what that means is they're going to build a lineup, or whatever this year's equivalent is. We'll be getting sort of bronze, silver, and maybe even gold cards. But because those won't be of these types, it'll mean they get to have kind of a new content set without changing PTCS. And it was all set up for that.
You have to be careful with the cap formats, I guess, because some of the silvers will be eligible. Just make sure they're not the OTPR ones, I guess. But yeah.
Right. So, you have to think about... But even there, the idea that they sort of put the high silver floor in for one of them, I figured, okay, so maybe the OTP era player will be a low silver for the silver build lineup.
Yeah, you could do that. You could do that, for example.
So the point is it was set up where you could easily have put a program in where, it would have felt okay, it's time for mission program this week. It all kind of was set up after last week to do a mission program this week, which would have been lower level cards, beginning to build a lineup, not PTCS eligible. And I suspect that's what was planned, and that there was a relatively late change in what actually happened.
I was thinking Negro League 2 for basically the same reasons, right?
Yeah, and that also would have entirely fit the whole limited card types and so forth. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that also would have been completely reasonable. But the problem, as I said, the problem is when you lose that trust, that's where it becomes very difficult. Look, and I understand that's not what they want to hear. After all, there's a reason that they've basically done their best to vary our opinions. But I think it's worth pointing out they still got those same opinions from the community, right? And they still got the same sentiments because other people also understand that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, I'm certainly with any of this discussion about the commenters, whatever, I want to be very clear that, like, it was far from, like, one person saying this stuff.
Correct.
Right? This is, all of this is things which were
we happen
noticed.
to be, we just happen to be kind of the ones that have a big microphone at the moment.
Yeah, but, like, all this stuff was sort of noticed on day one by, like, 50 people. I mean, maybe that's a slight exaggeration, but, like, a lot. Yeah.
But then I think the rest of the response to me has been, even by the previous standards, remarkably cynical. So I think the two things that really tell me that they're kind of, the trade-off when you basically kick out any opinion that you don't want to hear is that you stop hearing those opinions. And the thing that really worries me, there were sort of two things I saw this week where, if this is the direction things are going, it feels like there just needs to be more communication, right? So the first is kind of this comment in the main Discord. I guess I'm not supposed to be able to read that. So hypothetically, if one were reading the main Discord, right? I think it's possible that one might have heard, one of the official people sort of explaining that the only point that, combinators would be a problem is if all combinator teams win every single tournament in existence.
Well, we're not so far.
No, they're not going to win every single tournament in existence. Like we said, we sort of worked it out. It's a 60 to 70 win advantage. So you're going to upset that team 5 to 8% of the time in a 7-game series.
Yeah, the team will win something like, well, the thing is that as soon as there are, like,
I think the closest I've seen is we saw a specific all combinator team, I think, won something like 4 or 5 out of 6 straight gold caps or something.
The other problem is that as soon as, like, later we get in the cycle, the more teams are going to be. So at some point, yes, like any individual all combinator team will only have, 30%.
Was it 5 out of 6 gold caps? Okay, yeah. So that's, but you know what, Laszlo? That's not every tournament in existence. There was 1 gold cap they didn't win. So according to the OOTP staff, that's okay.
But remember, this is also Winnipeg. At that point, like nothing. I mean, it's just what Shifted has done is like a very reasonable. Like, I'm not going to try to blame Shifted for, like, he's playing within the rules of the game. Like, it's not his fault. He's the only team who has this kind of roster in gold right now that plays regularly gold. If there are 5 or 10 of these rosters,
there's a soul something. There's more than one.
Yeah, they have a lot of combinators. But that team is clueless,
they picked the wrong cards.
Yeah, no, Shifted actually picked good cards. That's the thing that's
right.
That's why it's working so much.
Anyways, that's number one. But the second thing, go ahead.
The thing is that right now it's just 1, right? And if one team is winning 5 out of 6, as soon as there are 5 or 10 of them, like, the odds of any individual team of those 5 or 10 winning is not great, but the odds of one of those teams winning is like 100%.
Right. But that, to me, was only the second scariest thing as far as being out of touch. The worst one to me is Paul Splittorff. what they essentially are setting themselves up to be able to say is, it's okay that you can't win anything in PTCS because look, you still got a prize.
I mean, I don't know.
That's the place where basically, you know, right? And it's the same message that the affiliate streamers were sort of trying to push. That, like, that's okay. You really shouldn't be playing to win the game anyway. You should just have fun and try things, and yeah, other people are going to beat you, but that's okay. Because not winning is fun.
Yeah, so I think I do kind of agree. I think probably I have seen a lot of people complain in various points that, like, I wish I could win. Like, I don't ever win anything in PTCS. It feels bad, whatever. So, like, we'll give something. I can understand that line of thinking. Like, I don't think people are, like, wrong to be annoyed when, like, you put in a ton of work, you do well in a format, you finish number 10, you play team is 118th, which happens to be a team that plays mostly weeklies and is really strong, but has played like 4 gold dailies in the format and won 2 of them, and then they crush you because they're, like, have better cards. Like, that's pretty frustrating. Like, I can understand how that does not feel good. But, like, does giving a 100-point card make that feel better?
Well, but also, also the way the qualification works. I mean, like I said, I was actually shocked at how high that number is. But if 49 of the 64 teams in, like, gold dailies are kind of not even running an era-appropriate rotation, what it says is that the simplest solution to this is actually getting people better information. And this is why, look, this is why we stream, right? This is why, even when we're in a situation that OTP is trying to kill the stream, and wants to make it go away, the reason we've kept doing it is because the affiliate streams are not kind of giving people the information needed to do this. I mean, one of the things that was shocking to me.
Well, I think even before the affiliate streams, the game doesn't do it.
Sorry, that's what the game. Okay, so the game doesn't do it. The official information doesn't. So you mentioned the forum post, right? There was a forum post about combinators.
Yeah.
And that forum post had a lot of wrong information in it. It also has a lot of, like, poorly reasoned takes, but that's even independent. It actually has wrong information in it. And that's a problem. Should we link people to the post, maybe?
Yeah, I can find it. There's also, I mean, one of the things in there which I found tremendously problematic. I mean, really, really, like. So there's a line in here. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, yeah. There are a few things in there that are.
Okay.
Thank you for the link.
Why not the defensive ratings? Don't those influence position ratings? Answer: that's a great question. Due to some technical issues about defensive ratings are calculated and used, the individual component ratings are not shown boosted on the cards, but in-game the actual defensive performance uses the boosted ratings. Okay. So that's not really an acceptable situation.
No.
Like, you can't say that, like, there's this thing happening in the game and we promise you it's working, but we're not going to show you what's happening, so that unless you're, like, carefully combing through our forum post, you won't not understand what's happening. Like, that's not okay. If you're going to have a bug of that degree in the game that you really can't fix, one, you need to fix your code base so you can actually make it work, because it's not that hard. Number two, you got to put it in the game, because people have to understand what their cards do. You can't, like, black boxes are complete, like, they're just not helpful. It I don't know. It's so frustrating because it really should not be that hard to put accurate information inside the game. And yet it seems like not only is there no accurate information in the game? It doesn't seem like there's any impetus to put accurate information into the game. So is it just like the developers don't understand the information's wrong?
Yes, because they're actively putting out incorrect information. That's the same. That's the same. Yeah.
But like, for example, we talked about stuff boost a million times, right?
Yeah.
The fact that like when you put a starting pitcher in the bullpen, they will strike out more batters than their printed stuff rating would imply. According to the last official communication, that doesn't exist. That, of course, was back in PT22, but there's been no update to that.
But it did exist in PT22.
It was printed in PT22, right? You could see it.
Yes.
Everyone knows. I shouldn't say everyone. The community is aware that this exists. In fact, people officially affiliated with OTP are aware it exists and comment upon it at various times. No official communication since PT22 has ever sort of acknowledged that this thing exists. There's no way to know it exists because the thing which visually tells you it exists was removed for some reason. Like, it isn't that difficult just to tell people what's happening. And somehow it continues to elude us. And I really, really don't understand why.
And that's the other reason that you need to play scrupulously fair on the other end, because as bad as it is to have a game where they don't tell you the rules, it's even worse if you do that and the rules also change without notice.
Yes. So, on the one hand, I'm glad they're at least attempting to make that kind of post, because there's never even previously been an attempt to do that sort of thing. I wish it was done better, basically. The graph, for example, they don't really describe what's happening. They don't show this whole like linear to 500 and then sort of curving upwards after that thing. Great. They kind of do, but it's hard to understand. So, those curves are probably quote unquote right. Like, I have no reason to say those curves are kind of wrong, but they're very misleading.
Yeah. The other thing is that there's just a bunch of information in there that is tougher. Yeah. So.
Well, this is another one that's really funny to me.
So for example, they kind of tried to argue some things combinators are going to do that aren't going to work. That I don't understand why. But then here's the other thing. If you're trying to make a communication thing out of it, they explicitly encourage you, please ask us questions. Okay? The first post they get is a question. So why can't we quick sell them? Answer. At the moment, it was decided not to allow that.
You can't disagree. It's true.
So
it doesn't answer the question, but it's true.
One of the things that's like a core principle, of like teaching and stuff, right? It's really hard to pull questions out of people, especially at the beginning, right? It's almost like, we have this problem like with chat, right? If you want to get chat to kind of have a conversation, okay? But it's a little bit intimidating sometimes to just step up and say something when not a lot of other people are talking, right? And so you kind of work very hard to encourage people that ask a question. Okay, even if someone asks you a really stupid question, you want to answer it in a way that's going to encourage more people to ask questions, right? That's how you build interaction, right? So it's the same reason we sort of try to read, what people are saying in chat. We don't always answer them, like there was one, I just saw in chat about a specific user, and probably that's not a good one to take on stream, but we read this stuff.
It's a fair question.
Right? But it is a fair question, and we read this stuff. and we try to engage with it because it's more fun for us when you're saying things and it's an interactive stream, right? If every time you asked a question, my answer was no comment, or, how could you possibly ask such a stupid question, right? You'd stop asking questions because you don't want that feedback. That's not fun for anybody, right? So, if you're going to say, please ask questions, and the moment someone asks a question, the first answer they get is no comment.
Yeah.
Like,
there are a number of other unanswered questions that are much lengthier.
Right, but that aren't even being asked because the first response just immediately makes it clear, well, we said we're happy to answer questions, but we actually aren't. Right?
Yeah.
And since then, several other questions have been posted with no response.
Yeah.
So, Mortal Mago, I think part of the problem is that there are two things that combinators are trying to do simultaneously. So, one problem with what you just suggested is I think it's clear from the way the sets are being released that it's not obvious upon release which of the cards are weak. Because if it were obvious to game designers, they would be designing them a little bit differently, right?
I want to point out, so far, we haven't gotten through all the Thursday cards so far. We've given either an A, an S, or an F. We have no B's, C's, or D's yet. None.
Right.
That's not that. If you're making good game design, this is like the opposite of what you would have.
Right. Good game design means you're trying to, like, what really good game design should be is that you're inviting your players to make decisions that on the one hand feel like close, difficult decisions, but on the other hand, they feel like they were very impactful in their results. That's kind of where the fun is coming in. So an F is not an interesting decision, you don't play the card. An S is not an interesting decision, you buy the card and play it. The really interesting decisions are the ones in between. Exactly, like the B's and C's. Those are, that would be a really good setup where you're kind of really having to think about, like, what should I do with this card?
And that's not to say you should never print an A or never print an S, like an F. Like
no, and part of it is there should be some skill in recognizing the obvious decisions too. You want there to be some decisions that everybody gets right, but you want a lot of the decisions to be difficult, close decisions that still end up being important.
No, but something like, for example, if you make a mission program, which is very difficult, you probably should make that card really good. Because then the decision is basically, am I willing to spend all the points of the mission to get this card, and not like, is the card good? Because that's not really it's a different question you're trying to figure out then.
Right. So, Jerksies, that's a good question. I don't know. You'd have to ask Paul at what point they showed him the new game engine. But one of the things that's really been discouraging to me is the comments that I've heard from Spore about. The comments that I've heard from Spore about the game engine. Really suggest that he doesn't understand what they've done to 25. Like when he's talking about, oh, this is a 25 shape instead of a 24 shape, that means he doesn't understand what the game engine is going to look like 2 to 3 months from now.
Yeah, what I would say is there was very much a 24 shape, right? Like P-Rabbit was good at every level.
Right. There is not a 25 shape. And by the way, we've reached out to him to try to explain this. We haven't really been able to have that discussion the way I was hoping we would. And that's one of the reasons I'm not optimistic about where it's headed. But we're still very happy to have that discussion.
25, there are a lot of different shapes that are good at different power levels. And you say power levels for a reason.
Yeah, which is too bad because like my favorite phrase would have been eye level, but But no, we're definitely talking power level. Yeah. And the other problem again is that a lot of this, again, it's tough because the problem I have is that I really like a lot of the affiliate streamers. You know, like I love watching lap streams. But then a lot of the stuff that kind of the affiliate streamers are being asked to kind of to push ends up, like I think we've noticed that a lot of, like when we were going through, we saw 49 of the people, out of 64 were kind of not putting an era appropriate thing in. That included several affiliate streamers.
The other thing is
Right.
like we have these things now, like in drafts, we have this little button at the top which sort of explains the rules of the draft, right? Like you get this many cards in this thing, you get
Yeah.
whatever. It would really not be hard to put something in that for like an era, like basically put the Exto Aster slide in the game. Right? I mean,
That's true.
there's really nothing that stops from doing that. We know the functionality exists because drafts have it.
This is, in fact, true.
So, like that right there would probably substantially help this issue. It doesn't even require any work on the part of the developers. You literally can take the screenshot from 5 years ago and stick it in the game, and you're done. Like, it's still right.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Well, so modern
but
isn't
also, like,
exactly
go ahead.
2010. It's like 2010-ish, I think is the best way to describe it.
Yeah.
It's sort of based on 2010, but it isn't exactly 2010, as I understand it.
From the model that I have that sort of reverse engineered the game engine, a lot of pieces were very clearly written in 2010 because of the constants that I found. And there were some pieces that were written successively later.
Yeah. It's there's a lot of weirdness.
So that, yeah, but then there's also just a lot, but a lot of this is stuff, I mean, for example, like I said, one of the streams we saw this week was kind of a whole thing about, evaluating which cards were doing best in observed data based on the pitchers that had the lowest FIP. Okay. Well, in a game in which pitcher BABIP is a thing, if you pick the pitchers with the lowest FIP, well, the streamers that were doing this expressed surprise that this, for some reason, seemed to select for players that had higher stuff but lower PBABIP than the ones they thought would be meta cards. Well, that's because you picked FIP, right? FIP is essentially assuming that PBABIP is not a thing.
Have we now determined that Cliff Lee is good? Is that what we've determined? That Cliff Lee has good FIP, so he's a great card? Or
Cliff Lee will have an excellent FIP. So Cliff Lee will therefore do really well on that kind of screen.
yeah, and in fact did.
But the problem is if you're trying to... The problem is basically what you're seeing are the effects here of a situation in which the affiliate streamers are teaching the community, but they're teaching the community misinformation. That's how you get 49 out of 64 not doing era-appropriate things.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing which probably is worth mentioning is like, I don't want to say that like every piece of information every affiliate streamer gives is wrong, because I don't think that's at all the case. What I think is the case, and with this stream too, is that whenever you hear something from someone, you should think about whether it makes sense or not, and why or why not it makes sense.
Right, but there's a lot of, I'll just say the evaluations I heard of a lot of the cards we're discussing today are quite a bit different than our evaluations.
Didn't even hear evaluations, to be
What?
honest with you. I didn't even hear evaluations, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I saw there's this Gary Carter card we haven't got to. I heard quite a lot of discussion about his resemblance to the, Carbonite Han Solo. Very little discussion about the numbers on the card.
Yeah. So Beckdog, I disagree. I think it is entirely on the streamer. I think when you put somebody in a position of kind of claiming that they're an authority on the subject, it is their responsibility to actually do that properly. So when go ahead. I mean, I was saying, I'm not going to say that I've never made a mistake on this stream, but I think there are two things I always try very hard to do. The big one is I try hard to kind of explain which are the things that I know and which are the things that are my opinions. So that's why, when we talk about these cards, I hope I'm pretty careful about this. I at least try to be. That's why, I don't think I made a statement of CC Sabathia as a top 5 pitcher in Silver. I'm pretty sure I made a statement instead that said my model has CC Sabathia as a top 5 pitcher in Silver. And I really try hard to do that so that you understand the difference between that and, the things that are sort of more solid. Sorry, yeah. I think I cut you off also. You were going to add something.
No, I think the other thing is that, I think it's fine to, one thing we see, a lot of people do, right? They say, I've been playing XYZ card and it's doing well. And then sort of immediately jump to, well, because it's been playing well for me, that means the card must be good. So I think it's fine to go on the stream and say, look, this is what I've been playing. This is how they've done, whatever. But as soon as you start making a conclusion based off of that is when you get in trouble.
Well, but also if you're not actually rigorously collecting data, you don't necessarily know whether the card's doing well for you. Right? But the plural of anecdote is not data.
No, so Seawit did a stream a couple weeks ago on Bronze, and he has a lot of data. I thought it was a good stream. It wasn't the stream that we do. We don't really show data generally on this stream, but he showed a lot of data about how cards are doing, and he talked about what his interpretation of the data was. He didn't have a model, and that's fine, right? His stream was meant to show Bronze data, and it did an excellent job of showing Bronze data. That's a good stream. That's useful to people.
I agree, and I always and it's fine to express. I really liked Angered Unicorn streams where he'd show the data. He'd also, in some cases, explain. I'm surprised that this card ended up this high in the data.
Angered Unicorn.
Looking at the card, I'm surprised that shape is doing well, but in the observed data, it's doing well.
I think that's actually a tremendous useful thing for the community to have that kind of information, because again, the game doesn't tell you it, so you got to get it.
Skyline Sluggers, just to answer, the reason we ended up with Splittorf as an F, just for people that missed it earlier. So, as a base card, we both, I think, had Splittorf as our top Bronze starter. Is that right?
Yeah, pretty comfortably, I think.
But generally speaking, if you were to run the strongest Bronze team you can, a level 5 combinator of a Bronze starter is going to be something like 3/4 of a win. It varies a little bit from card to card and situation to situation, but ballpark, let's say 3/4 of a run better than the base version. And there are enough cards that are within 3/4 of a run of Splittorf that if you were building your best 26-man roster for Bronze, which you sort of should be, you can level them up ahead of Splittorf, but Splittorf can never be above the base version because PTCS rewards are not combinators.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that makes him... So he is a card that raises the floor of what other people are going to be playing. So it's going to lower the gap that combinators have over non-combinators because there's a better non-combinator. But it's actually not a card that you want, Okay, so Mr. Wrestling's asking, I don't see how you assume level 5 combinaires to judge against. So here's the problem. There are teams that are going to have level 5 combinators at all the key positions, right? I think we showed a couple of them on stream. I'm sure I could pull up more if it would help.
And not trying to like call out those teams who are doing that. It's like that's
it's an effective strategy. I mean,
yeah.
I'd be calling them out as these are teams that are winning.
Yeah.
Right? So the point, Mr. Wrestling, is let's look at a card like Andrew Jones. So Andrew Jones is at base level above the base level cards in bronze, like at the same positions. Okay?
By a lot. But yeah.
Or let's pick Sabathia then. Actually, maybe that's a better example. So Sabathia, if you run base level silver, we both think he should be one of the top 5 starters if you had only base cards.
Agreed.
Okay? And if Sabathia now wants to, be part of the best team you can build, what it says is he is one of the 5 starting pitcher combinators that you should go after. So that's why it's an A+, basically, because the Sabathia combinator is sort of an A+ level compared with the other cards that could be. But it's really not 0.001% of the player base, right? So 0.001% of the player base, right? That would be 1 in 100,000 teams. So let me give you an idea. Let's actually look at what the numbers are. I mean, that's a fair thing to do, right? So first off, how big is the player base? I think we should be able to find that if we go into just like the manager universe thing, right?
Yeah, no, this is a large overestimate because many of these teams are effectively inactive, but it's about 10,000.
Well, here, since I loaded in, I might as well pull it up, but I think that's about right.
If combinators or PTCS are combinators, everyone just quits because
here you go. So there are
a single PTCS and you snowball like beyond that of control.
Well, here you go. There are, is it 25 per page I have? Let me see.
No, it says it. If you go to the Leagues and Rules tab, hit Universe Leagues and Rules.
Universe, Leagues and Rules. Okay, thank you. Great. So there are 10,270 teams currently. Okay. So of those 10,000 teams, if it were really 0.001, if it were 1 in 1,000, that would mean they're sort of order 10 of these, right? So that you're not likely to run into one. Well, we actually... Well, hold on. So Mr. Wrestling, actually, remember, we looked at... Here, I can look at another random one. Let's look at, a tournament, say, that I just finished. Should I look at a daily, a weekly? Also, what do you want me to look at?
Immediately, I can tell you this is not correct because I own a level 5 meta combinator in silver. I only have one, but I do have one. So
I'm going to guess it's Swindell?
Yep. I'm sure there are other people watching who own one, at least. There are probably people watching who own a large number, I would guess.
I would think so. But let's just pull up here. I'll let you pick, Mr. Wrestling. I can let you pick which of the here. Let me just pull up the dailies. Which of these dailies do you want me to look at? I can just kind of go through and show you. So pick your favorite daily, and we'll see how many there are in there. Casual Friday. I didn't play the Casual Friday because I knew I was sort of outclassed in that. If someone else wants to go through the Casual Friday, they can.
I was in that. I can check it.
Sure. You want to check that one instead? Sure. If you share your screen, we can also put yours up if you want.
Oh yeah. What am I looking for exactly?
Is kind of how many teams have level 5 combinators of some meta cards.
I can just count them quickly if you want, or I can.
Yeah, sorry, because I guess I can only show you. I can only show you the tournaments I played.
Okay, let's see. Tournaments, player search. Okay, in this tournament there were 7, 8, 9, 10.
And I know we counted when we went through the 1922 gold, we found there were 5 teams that had at least sort of 10 plus combinators.
So just
and then there were a lot of others that had smaller numbers.
There are, in that format, there were about 200 combinator cards in total. Of course, many of them are concentrated on single teams.
Right.
There are about, looks like 65 or so level 5s.
65 level 5s. Okay. And you want to tell us, is there a good way to tell us which those cards were? And we'll see how many of them are kind of like good meta options.
See, Kyle Harrison. I'm just going to list those ones that are meta. Kyle Harrison, Noah Syndergaard. Brendan McKay is probably meta in this because it's a cap and he's two-way.
Because it's a two-way, yeah.
3 Swindells.
6, then.
Let's see. Chen-Ming Wang probably is pretty decent, but I don't
for
know
this format, probably, yeah.
I'm missing some. I'm probably missing because I'm just looking through by hand. So not like, I would say, yeah, probably about. I mean, there's Durker and Meyer are kind of fine.
Durker, I'd consider a meta gold.
Jared Jones is probably reasonably close.
Jones, I wouldn't be as excited about.
Yeah, I mean, the Kyle Harrison and Noah Syndergaard are really, really strong for this. So it's yeah, but again, like a bunch of these cards I've listed are all on the same team. There's three Steves, which are probably meta for this thing because it's a 40 floor.
Just a 40, yeah.
And then if we go into level 4, there are a whole bunch more. Which isn't that.
You want me to look at Iron Cap? You said here. All right, I can pull up an Iron Cap. Should have put up the Winded Welland. Oh well, I'll pull up an Iron Cap.
So the thing is, so Mr. Wrestling, the problem is that even if there is one team in the format that has all of the cards, it is the bar because of how strong they are, right? What we're saying is basically, if you have a otherwise like top meta team and you play a 7-game series against a team with level 5 combinators that's top meta, you will win 5% of the time. And what that means is basically if there's one of them, you gotta be getting, like, that is not enough to play the format. You should just not play the format, basically. Because you will.
No, but I think Mr. Wrestling also is asking about grading, but the point is, we are grading what a level 5 Sabathia would look like against the other level 5 combinators.
Right.
That's why Sabathia is getting a good grade.
Right.
Right?
Like, yeah. If we look at every card's maximum combinator level,
the problem is this, okay? The reality is, if you want to play Silver competitively, you must be buying a team that is at least significantly filled with combinators. If you're not willing to do that, you should not believe that you can play Silver competitively. Okay? I am currently not willing to do that. I'm not playing Silver competitively. I'm not playing a lot of these things competitively. I'm trying to squeak into PTCS where I can while building up resources. I'm mainly investing in longer term things. I'm hoping I'm going to have resources in a month or two and then decide where to actually try to compete. If you're going to play Silver, you need to get yourself a meta team. And right now, a meta team with no combinators is not capable of returning any value because you're just not going to be winning anything. And so you have to ask, here we can go through. Let's just look at, let's look at some of the teams in here and look at the combinators available, right? And we can click through. All right, well, that's a lot of combinators.
There's some really strong Iron teams. So, where's the one?
Yeah, I was just clicking through. There was one I just saw that was quite strong.
I-75, whatever is.
Oh yeah, that team is okay. Good. Yeah. So if you want to compete with this team, Okay. Yeah, if you want to compete with this team, you're going to have to make a similar investment to what they do. Okay.
Right. I could give someone Splittorf in this format where he's completely absurd and it still would not be enough to make the team better than this.
No, you'd still, instead of this team being 60 to 70 wins better than you add Splittorf, they're 55 to 65 wins better than you.
Right. Yeah.
It's an enormous gap. So the point is, you need to be, so if I'm going to play Iron, I've got to build a team that can compete with this. Okay. How do I build a team? It's not nearly that small, Mr. Wrestling. Like I said,
No.
that's why I was trying to scroll through for these, right? So we've already found 3 of these teams in the 6 or 7 we've been scrolling through.
Even if this is the only one, this is 1 in 64, which is already like 1.5%.
Well, that's also true. But it's a lot more than that is the problem. So there's definitely some teams that you can compete with. My team you can compete with because I don't think it's an investment that makes sense for me to put in right now with this format.
If you pull up my team for a second,
yeah,
right. So I have like what 5 or 6 combinators.
8.
But wait, whatever. I have 8. Not that many. I didn't know
you got 8. Okay, anyway, I'm counting 8. Yeah.
You can still compete with this team.
You can, because some of them are the wrong combinators, and so putting the combinator version in is basically bringing you back to
right. Like this is not some like busted team because it has 8 combinators on it. Like that doesn't do it. It's the ones where you get like bunch of level 5s that make it really, really stupid. Like this. This is you can't compete with this unless you have this. Impossible. Like this team is doing things which are like very much not good, like Brett Anderson in rotation, for example.
Right.
It just doesn't matter. So.
And for what it's worth, the team, and to give you an idea of kind of what the margin is. So this team, which is doing some things that are suboptimal, but put a ton into combinators in the tournament. This team they lost 1 game in round 4. And then they lost 5-2 in the finals.
To another team without combinators.
To another team with this one not quite as heavy, but they're a little bit better at the right combinators. And actually, I still think this team will lose in the long run a little more than they'll win against the other.
Probably.
But a similar kind of team. So that's what you're competing against. Yeah, that's right, Mr. Bye. It went 20-1 in the first.
Yep.
So Scrum halves, it would be the latter if the cards were entirely equivalent, because you get better chemistry from it, and the levels are kind of comparable. However, generally, you're not really going to get full use out of a 26-man roster. Generally, you're going to kind of get more use out of your top 15 or so. And so then the level 5 ones, if they're all in the top 15, would probably be a little bit more effective.
Yes, kind of sluggers. Tournament cards are not combinator,
right?
Which is going to be a problem. But
so that's again going to be a problem.
The only saving grace there is that if you can build a full roster of all tournament cards, you will get a lot of chemistry from it.
You'll get chemistry, but then you won't get.
It will close the gap substantially on the combinator teams, but it will not close it to 0.
Right. So I think the problem is that it's not 1,000th of a percent or even 1,000th of the full population, right? It is in fact that if you enter a tournament, a 64-team daily, let's say, if you enter a random 64-team daily, you're going to have anywhere between maybe 4 and 8 really stacked teams like this in your daily. So yeah, it's really more like 10% of the teams you're going to run into. But 10% is just sort of too big to really be able to, you know.
Well, and I think the other thing is, like, when we sort of talked about league, right? We always talk about it kind of at the level of like what is the strongest stuff. And last year, the number of teams that were competitive in league and had like all the sort of limited stuff, the Jackie Robinson, the Musial, whatever, not that different than 10%, really.
Right. Pretty
So
much.
we haven't really, in that way, we're still talking about like what are the best cards that you can play. And it just so happens that the best cards you can play this year are called combinators.
Right. That is
And so that's
maybe a
what
better
we're
way
talking
to say it is you should think about a combinator as basically something like a limited edition. It's not limited to a fixed number of cards. It's limited to a fraction of the cards, but it's a very limited pool, which drives the price up. And it's a special kind of LE where you can, bump it by a couple of wins with additional investment. So I think that's the point, is that, I'm not trying to tell you that if you get Splitorf and you don't have better cards, that you should play worse cards. You should always play the best cards you have. What I'm trying to tell you is, if the unboosted Splitorf is your best starting pitcher, then you're going to be facing teams in Bronze where all 5 of their starting pitchers are better than your best starting pitcher. That's the reason that Splitorf is, in fact, not only will all 5 of theirs be, but they could have added like a 6 and a 7 and an 8, and actually probably at least a 9, a 10, somewhere around there before a Splitorf would come in. And so what that means is, if you're going to put resources into like playing Bronze, you just shouldn't waste resources on Splitorf. You should put the resources into the cards that are going to actually give you a chance to win. In other words, the question of playing Splitorf, maybe that's the better way to say it. We often get this question of like, I'm in gold, I have 150,000 points to spend on League. What are the best things that I should do, with my 150,000 points? And everyone wants an answer that says, well, here's a card for 15,000 points that's going to help you win an extra 5 games in gold.
And we could give such a card. That's doable.
And we often can. Yeah. But what we try to tell everyone is, actually the best thing you can do is not spend those 15,000 points on a card that gets you a few wins in gold, but find a way to kind of build up resources and then be able to kind of put the resources into really being able to make a push into Diamond and go and potentially go further if you get a bit of luck. Right?
Yeah.
That's the problem. And so when we're giving Splitorf an F, it's the same thing. It's basically saying Splitorf is the equivalent of, it was the equivalent of, like if, say, in September or October, you sort of ask, like, should I spend 25,000 to, like, get myself Oral Hershiser for League play? Well, okay, he's a little, he's an upgrade over what you have, but he's behind the top 5 cards people are running in Perfect League, and so if you spend points on Oral Hershiser, those are points that you're never going to be able to use to spend on a real difference maker later on. And so everyone always wanted the quick fix, but, if Hershiser had only been a League card, actually Hershiser at the time it was released was almost a top 5. He still wasn't, though. So if he'd only been a League card, like if Hershiser had been released at that power level as 100, he would have been an F, even though he would have been an upgrade over what you had.
Yeah, I think Mr. Wrestling kind of what we're.
Oh crap! I have to do this draft in 5 minutes.
Yeah, just speed through it faster, I suppose.
No, I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Wrestling, what I'm saying is,
Well,
If you want to compete in bronze, you have to buy the combinators and compete in bronze. If you happen to be sitting on Splitorf and you don't have 5 better starters, you should play him because he's one of your best starters. But yeah.
What we're basically saying is that if you end up in a bronze tournament and you own a Paul Splitorf, you should put him on your roster. But you shouldn't enter a bronze tournament in the first place if Paul Splitorf is your best starter.
Or at least you shouldn't enter it expecting to get meaningful value.
Yes.
You know,
you should,
given that the nature of tournament slots is that they're sort of a use 'em or lose 'em kind of thing, there might be a situation where the most effective use of that slot is to enter a bronze tournament hoping that you win 1 or 2 rounds and pick up 1 or 3 PTCS qualification points. But you wouldn't want to kind of build your strategy around doing well in bronze if Splitorf's a card you want on your roster.
So Skyline Sluggers, by the way, Charles, you can just go on.
Oh yeah, all right. Is it 1947 21 Baker Bowl? So 47 huge.
Mr. Wrestling, you would know by listening to the stream, like you have. Like the point of the stream is not for someone to come in and look at the grades on the side and leave, right? The point of the stream is to have a lot of discussion about why the cards are interesting, what they could be used for, all that. The grades are just kind of.
We did put an asterisk by it to help a little bit, but
yeah.
But I'll put it that I think ultimately, if you want to, we're doing our best to describe it. We have a discussion, but I think part of the reason we end up with a very long stream is that there can be long discussions, and so we don't, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I should draft one of these. I assume it's King Kelly, but I just want to remind myself it was 47 and Baker Bowl.
That doesn't matter. It's always King Kelly. The other cards are bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so Skyline Sluggers, what do you think OATP is really going to do? I don't think they're going to do anything. I think they're just going to continue to plug their ears, to be honest with you.
Well, I was hoping something better was going to happen. There were 2 things that came out this week that really scared me in terms of that. Like I said, one was the statement that DishNet made in the, one is the rumor I heard about a statement that might have been made in one of those places that I'm not aware of. That basically the only point that they'd get concerned is if literally every single tournament is being won by a Max Combinator team. And the other is backing that up with extending the pity packs idea to kind of giving, Splitorf and AG to PTCS teams so that when you get smashed by Combinator teams, you feel like you won something. It's probably Mac here, right? Even though he's only playing the wrong side of the platoon. I mean, there's nothing else.
I don't know which. He's doing is not awful. He plays in million positions.
It's 76 range though, so you're just going to put him in the outfield?
I put him at third. But yeah, either one's fine.
Just what? We'll just platoon Mac.
So the other thing which I think is really, the other thing I think is really worth sort of thinking about here is that I think Charles and I both are of the opinion that at some point engine changes are going to become, I don't know if I want to say necessary, but
yeah, we
really good.
Both of our models are saying worrying things about what the game looks like 3 months from now as well. Is it ever like Youngs or Stahl here? Like Stahl at least plays defense, but it's 47.
So
let's go Mac.
I have some ideas for what they may do about that, and they sort of may help the Combinator issue by luck. But they also create
a situation that the 2 of us would probably not want to play the game.
Yeah, so my guess is sort of what will happen is that the Combinator issue will be sort of danced around and ignored. At some point, the engine will become very obviously problematic because the environment will get into a complete disastrous state. The game engine will change in the same way it did at the start of 2023, was it?
And that will immediately invalidate some combinators and give them a hard reset.
And well, not only that, the way that the changes will also make combinators less valuable than they are right now. I think because of how I suspect they'll make the changes.
I think we have different guesses for what they'll do. I assume this is just holiday. Yeah, sorry, I should have been paying attention to the draft.
And then the thing will kind of be solved by luck, except for that the people who play a lot of caps will quit.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It depends how much patience. I mean, the problem is basically if you're going to have patience. Part of where the patience comes from is trusting the game designers. So that's why, the changes they made with the PTCS this week are a big problem because you're just kind of breaking that trust. I should graph something. Sorry, I've been kind of half looking.
Either Holmes and Hesketh or Nolan.
I assume it's Holmes and is it Hesketh or I hate Hesketh, but
no, Nolan is also really
probably bad. Closer. Nolan's a flat shape. It's Hesketh, but yeah. I want it to be Staley.
I very much agree with I upgrading combinators is brutally mind numbing.
I think upgrading combinators. I would much rather they make upgrading combinators literally a point sink.
Yeah,
and just sort of said, this is the cost to get this combinator to level X.
No. The thing is that
actually, you know what? I've got a real solution for that. Now that I think about it, here's a real solution. Okay.
This is McCormick and someone.
But sorry, I wasn't even looking at the. Sorry, we should draft. Yeah, it's definitely McCormick in this era. I'm just gonna have the all lefty rotation, I guess, is the plan, right? Is it maybe Macklemore?
I think Boyer's the best card, but he's blocked at third, so probably Macklemore.
Boyer plays center. It's Macklemore. All right, here we go. All right, we'll just go with the all lefty rotation. Although Holmes is awful here.
Holmes is horrendous. So, MJ Tebow, I have seen some teams that have, for example, like level 5 Negro League and level 5 Future Legend cards, which pretty much mean that you have to have paid a rather large price. So either these people are willing to spend effectively infinite money, or
right. So here's a solution. Here's a solution that I think would actually solve both problems. The game design still breaks for other reasons, but I wonder if you could do this if we're just kind of looking for like a face-saving way out here.
Just Bonds Aoki.
Okay, you make every card. Oh, sorry. Because I go back to read chat, and then is it Aoki or is it ever Lindblad? It's probably Aoki, maybe, right?
Probably Aoki. Though. I guess you have a lot of outfielders already. It could be Lindblad. Oh no, you put Aoki and Mac. It's fine. Doesn't matter.
And I'm probably still taking Aaron because this is also a weak group.
I don't know any of these cards.
Red
Farmer, I think, is kind of decent.
Remember what that card looks like. It's a little scary, but
I was thinking of a different card, I guess.
Pena's fine, except Pena's fine for the era. It's 1947. It's a reliever.
Yeah, if I still take him.
All right.
Anyway, you say you got an idea about the?
Yeah. Okay. What if you do the following? You make every card a combinator. Okay, so every, I guess probably non-live, whatever you want to do. Basically, everything's a combinator, okay? But the way it works is, to level up a combinator, you pay a fixed fee. You just pay points. The points go out of the game. So instead of buy cards and the cards go out of the game, you pay points. The points go out of the game, okay? Or you could
Okay.
even use the current mind-numbing system if you want to. But this is Zahn. Sorry, this is Zahn, and I'll come back to it. But the way it works is the fixed cost starts at a high number, and every time a copy of that card is leveled up, the number drops.
Yeah, this is kind of like what we were suggesting last cycle for the tournament shop thing.
Yeah, so that basically what it means is, the first person to like grab their Andrew Jones combinator is going to pay a bunch to have the only Andrew Jones combinator in bronze. And then, when the second best most person is willing to pay a little bit less, there'll be two of them. And then once enough people do, everyone will be able to kind of cheaply copycat.
Yeah. So, yeah, Mr. Black, the fact that their code base is so fragile that apparently introducing any changes like dangerous is a real issue. I don't know what to do about that, besides to say that they should stop developing features at some point and rewrite their engine so it functions and actually is like sort of reasonable.
In this era, especially, it's going to be Owen Wilson. But
Wilson.
I do like Yingling, but it's Wilson, right?
Wilson's ridiculous, yeah.
We have how many outfielders, by the way? This is the sort of thing we should be counting.
They can all play. They'll just stand there. It's fine.
All right, screw it. We're just drafting outfielders. We can do this. Austin Barnes plays at least second. Does he play outfield? No, he just plays second.
No,
Well, this is rough. Wow. Okay, so it's Grimsley because we just throw a card in there, and it's
maybe Imok.
I guess. Wow. This is a lousy draft. We had a good draft earlier, I swear. And the other thing I would do with combinators is I would make it so that there's no limit to the number of levels. That was the other way you could do it. You start the card wherever they app. Like every level adds 2 points to the overall, and if you want to make a 40 into 100, you can do it with that shape because it's your favorite player, and then you get to use that player in League. But you're also going to be paying to do it, and you're going to be making him into 100, so he stays at the right power level. Okay, this has got to be Kaz because we're just desperate for infielders, and
probably Del Crandall because he just helped on the second.
I was going to say Listash because we.
Or Listash.
Probably Listash is more important because we do. King Kelly can catch.
That's true.
Okay. Well, just for the memes, I guess we have to take Vince.
How are we getting all these good outfielders?
I'm just saying. Actually, Beauty McGowan's almost playable.
Macklemore isn't really an outfielder, though. He's an infielder, so that's actually it's worse than it. It's better than it looks.
And King Kelly's a catcher.
Yeah. Jim O'Rourke, that's a catcher. Probably. I should know that card.
He can catch.
Is that one a catcher?
I'm not. He is eligible to catch.
Yeah, it's 1947. It's actually pretty good era for him.
The bat's not so good though. Wilbur Cooper, maybe. Probably Wilbur Cooper. Oh, hold on. No, Zeb Terry. No, this is a horrible shape for that. I just looked at the contact rating. I figured it'd be fine, but it's all avoid Ks.
It's the Baker Bowl, Mr. Audit. I think. Oh no, right field is really big on a Baker Bowl, right? Not left field.
No, right field is tiny.
Wait,
the Baker Bowl is the one that had like the 250-foot, but like Green Monster level.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Is that the one? Because by the road.
Yeah. All right. Wow. All right, just for the memes, let's go with Kioza because he's technically eligible at second and third, but he's another outfielder.
Great.
Well, here we go. Here's our other catcher. We can go Dalton Varsho. We got another outfielder.
Probably is Rubel. Or not Claudio. I mean, I don't know. I said it's Rubel.
Is it Asdrubal or is it?
No, Claudio. It's got to be Claudio.
Well, it's 1947. I mean, we could just fill the end of the bench with the last reliever. Like, I'm pretty sure we're just starting 3.
Yeah, for sure. But Mr. Audit, I showed. I don't know if there's a way to put that up. That depth chart I sent you.
Oh yeah, the one with the no shortstops.
Yeah, I drafted Jackson Holiday, and the AI understandably decided that he was a second baseman, but then it also decided that none of the other players on my roster, some of who could play shortstop, were good enough to play shortstop, so it just didn't put a shortstop.
It's probably, is it Cabrera? I guess it's Dribble Cabrera, but look at this 48 range at second base. Like, what are you going to do with this?
No, it's Claudio. It's Claudio and Varsho for sure.
Okay, but now that means we desperately need infielders.
We'll get a good iron.
All right, Warhop's fine. Okay.
See, Eddie Yost.
We're taking okay, yeah, but Yost only plays third. Oh, Goat plays second. Goat plays second.
And he's a right fielder.
Yeah. All right. And he's a right fielder. Okay. All right. He fits the theme. And Harry Simpson can play outfield.
Sure.
All right. We did this. And how many outfielders did we end up with in the end?
Quite a lot. Oh, so the AI moved them back to the proper positions, sort of.
And let me see how many outfielders we got on this roster.
Yost probably has outfield. Usually he does.
No, this one's only third.
Oh, really?
All right, we got.
We decided to skip pitchers to this draft, Mr. Odd. No, I don't know if I put the outfield.
We got 14 outfielders.
Good.
All right, 14 outfielders. That's going to work, right?
Yep, no problem.
All right.
Okay, well.
Probably it's McCormick, Zahn, and Prey. Okay. I'm actually serious here. Hesketh or Warhop? I think it's Warhop.
In 47, it's probably close.
It's close, yeah.
In Modern, it's definitely Hesketh.
Modern's Hesketh. Early enough, it's Warhop.
It's probably pretty close in 47. I don't know.
I think it's Warhop then, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's probably Warhop. That was not what I intended to do. Oh, did we forget that this was no DH?
I didn't even realize.
Did we somehow draft only one first baseman? How is that even possible?
Because we were drafting too many outfielders?
Yeah, but like first base is easy, right? Anyone can
in
do
all
it.
honesty, we really should take Harry Simpson off the roster. Because we'd much rather put some random guy at first base than Harry Simpson.
Well, the question is that true? Or you know what? Actually, yeah, I think it just is. Well, I was just sort of thinking about because like first base is, of all the different places that you can get away with, being short on depth chart, right?
Yeah.
First base is actually a pretty easy one.
Unfortunately, this King Kelly doesn't play shortstop, or for first base. He doesn't play shortstop either, actually.
All right. So
no, I don't think Hank doesn't either. It's because
they all do. All right. So let's think about. All right. So first off, I think we want Wilson over Mac VR. Wilson
clearly. Definitely needs to play VR.
What?
Probably over Mac.
Yeah, Mac VL for sure, but
Mac VL for sure. That's a nice platoon. I hope Vince is just bad.
Yes. Actually, no. The other way around. So Vince is going to play It'll be something like this.
And Mac and right, yeah, it seems fine.
No, sorry, Holiday only plays left. I forgot that.
Yeah.
Holiday only plays left. And we definitely want Holiday playing, yeah. So something like this, except we could put what if we put Wilson in right and put Vince in center? No. Hold on, it's Tommy Holmes in right. No, it's Tommy Holmes in right.
Yeah, Tommy Holmes in right. We should also definitely play Matsui VL.
Matsui's going to play VL. Macklemore, maybe put Macklemore at third, and we catch Kelly then.
No.
Hold on. Barnes is the.
Put Kaz at shortstop.
Did I just? Yeah. What am I doing? Sorry about that. That looks better.
Macklemore was everything but first, exactly. But actually, maybe Macklemore's more range. I don't know if Macklemore or Kaz is more range.
Macklemore is everything but first. Yeah, because first base is easy. Tell him, Wash.
It's easy.
Okay, problem. So this is the one that we could catch Kelly if we wanted to.
Nah, this seems good.
Well,
there's no one else who really want to get in.
Well, that's fine because whoever we don't want is probably going to end up playing first.
Yeah, someone will play first.
Oh, so now here's the important question. If you only bring a 7-man lineup, does the pitcher bat 8th or 9th?
We'll see. We'll find out, I guess. I assume it's going to put
Mac because he's the biggest bat.
Yeah, or maybe Aaron.
Or maybe Yost because he's an infielder.
Maybe Yost is infielder. But I would guess Mac.
We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out.
No, Jimenez only plays second, third, short. This is a new one for me, not drafting a first base.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever done that before. Yeah, I think so, Mr. Audit. I think that's usually what it does. Which I guess is actually probably good in this case.
Seems fine, yeah. Yeah, seems fine.
All right. If we're gonna do more cards, we should
go back and rate some cards.
Through them.
We should go back and finish rating cards. Oh, technically we could even do a TWIP draft, but let's rate cards.
No, let's rate cards.
Let's rate cards, and we'll see where that's at. So, I swear we're making good progress. Well, the thing is, we started the stream later than usual.
Yes.
And then stuff kept coming up, and
so okay, Sammy Ellis, I guess.
But I will say it's not us doing the rabble rousing on this one. All right, Sammy Ellis. So again, obviously the non-combinator is going to be true for this card, but I don't think that matters.
When I
loaded from the wrong thing. Oh, that's a good question. Hey, here we go. We are actually going to get a first round win.
Oh, that's good. That's yeah.
I think I know this guy.
Yeah, I got the draft. Tisk. No, it happens.
Believe me, forgetting the draft definitely happens. Yeah,
I've done that before.
I have. Crap! Oh, and we got a PTCS. All right, we actually have 2 more drafts we can do on stream because I know we want to do a PTCS draft. Have you done yours?
No, but we don't have time to do that many drafts on stream. I think we got to do your PTCS on stream if you want to do it, and then that's the end for the drafts. Because you got like 40 cards to go, 20 cards to go still. So,
all right. How am I over 500 in this division? I must be like +5 to Pythagorean or something. I'm just curious. I do not have a good build right now. We are... I don't know what we're doing. All right. Whatever. Ellis.
I have Ellis as like moderately, as playable in low gold, but not great. And because
there currently isn't a low gold format.
And there are no low golds.
Yeah, so since there's no low gold format, I don't have him anywhere in full gold.
No, I'm about 10th in full gold, I think.
Yeah, somewhere around there. And again, that's non-combinator. But I want to be a little careful when I say that's non-combinator, because several of the cards I have ahead of him are also non-combinator, right? Like he's
That
going to
is
be
true.
behind a Logan Webb, live Steele, live George Kirby after the re-rate,
Yeah.
limited edition Holtzman, and those are also not combinator eligible. And he's behind Jim O'Toole for me by a little bit, but he's also
Yes.
not combinator eligible.
Yeah, that's true. So there aren't a ton of combinators ahead of him. So that does help.
Um,
Um,
so, but I think it's still an F.
Still enough. Yeah.
It's probably really an F minus for PTCS reward, but we,
But
we,
by the
we
way,
need to be grading on a curve right now.
if anyone can explain to me how not Logan Webb, George Kirby went down, I would really like to hear it.
Yeah.
Because he not only did he pitch well, he gained rating points, and his overall went down by like 5.
It was the knuckleball. They decided to take the knuckleball into. Actually, does he have a knuckleball in the live rate? He must not, right? Because he didn't throw
No,
one
he
this year.
doesn't. He doesn't. He didn't have one last year either because he only threw the one. No, okay, so I can explain exactly what happened with Webb. It's not complicated actually. What happened with Webb is that Webb is given a movement rating based on his home run rate. And then because Webb has a giant ground ball rate, his home run rate, which is a combination of his movement and his ground ball rate, goes to the moon. But he's only rated for his overall and his movement rating.
Right.
So that's the problem.
Pretty much, yeah. Um, yeah, T-Chuck. So Kirby is now a third kind of live gold pitcher where in a combinator free build, all three of those are I don't quite have them in the top 5, but I have them in the top 6 or 7, and my gap between 3 and 7 is tiny.
No, I don't have. I have Webb first.
I have Webb first, but I'm saying Steele and
Um,
Kirby I have as in my top 7, but I have them like 6 and 7, but a tiny fraction behind number 3.
yeah,
So you could probably order those in any way you want to, and it would be pretty similar.
yeah. I have Steele fourth and Kirby sixth, but yeah, it's a lot of stuff that's close.
I
I
have
agree.
Kirby 6, Steele 7, but like I said, it's such a tiny margin.
Yeah,
The two I have far and above the others are Webb and Holtzman.
yeah. Webb is really good.
Um,
I have Hughes as kind of my third guy. I have Hughes and Holtzman relatively similar, and Webb.
I've got Hughes in the mix with Kirby and Steele, but a fraction above.
Yeah.
Um, and by the way,
So
just to be clear, this is what I mean when I sort of was saying earlier that we try to make it clear on air, like what's, you know,
well,
I'm not
and the
coming
other thing,
down and telling you George Kirby is definitively X. I'm telling you, this is where my model puts him. Here's where Isidafo's model puts him. Here's kind of the range. You know.
well, and the other thing I think is kind of important to put on the point out, and this is like even if someone, sent me the entire source code of the game, which to be clear, I don't have and I don't really want to have, I still would not be able to say with 100% certainty which the best card is because I don't know what other people are going to choose to play.
I do want you to send me the entire source code of the game so that I can debug it for you and make it possible for you to put some of these fixes in.
Okay, that's fair. If they want me to debug the game, then I would consider it.
Um,
Yeah.
anyway, sorry. We're so all I was saying is these are all playable, but not.
Almol.
Yes. Al Darth Maul. So the shape looks like something that I'd get really excited about even more in earlier eras. So this card, it's funny after the previous discussion we had, because this is actually the card where Mr. Wrestling is going to be surprised to come out in the opposite way. So I have this card just barely outside the top 10 as a base card. Do you have it similar or
In full gold
full
or
gold?
low gold? Full gold.
Full gold.
No, I have him a bit further than that.
Let me tell you exactly. I'll check exactly how far down I have him. He's a PTCS card for sure because of the era. He's PTCS eligible. I actually don't think I would run him, or maybe I'd run him out of the pen. Like he's not quite top 5 for me there, but he's like borderline.
Yeah, seems about.
Okay, but all right, let me see exactly how far it is. Here's the funny thing about this card. Almost all of the top base cards in gold right now are not Combinator eligible.
Yeah, Hughes is really the only one, I guess. Yeah.
I still will insist on pretending Consuegra is a starter, darn it.
So
and,
yeah, post
and if you
Hughes.
pretend Consuegra is a starter, he gets up there.
I've got a couple of the future, like the McKay and some of the future legends. I have a little bit ahead of Maul. So like McKay, Jared Jones, I got a little bit ahead. Uh, Doc Ellis is technically a Combinator eligible card, even though there's like none of them that exist because he's not in packs.
No, there were some that existed right at the
There are a
beginning.
couple. Yeah, there are a couple. Durker is similar with a handful.
Anyway, the point I was going to make is because Maul, because he's Combinator eligible, actually can jump several of the ones ahead of him. So I have him. I guess I still have him only like 6th or 7th among the list of starters as a Combinator. But he's close. Yeah, you're right. I do get McKay ahead. I have Chase Dollander would end up ahead.
Yeah. The thing is, I think he's going to be incredibly difficult to level.
Yeah,
I would think.
But anyway, but the point is, at least in principle, if you have an unlimited budget, I think the level 5 version of this card is... Wait, Ellis is for sale?
Yeah, he's playing up for some absurd price. Someone sold him for $200K. And
no. Sorry. We were just talking about Sammy Ellis, and so I was...
Oh.
And so I was thinking, like, wait, how did it... No, Doc Ellis, that's right. There are versions, from that one throwback pack, basically. No, I thought someone was saying there was a Sammy Ellis that was somehow on the market.
I don't really understand why that throwback pack are Combinator eligible still. That's never really been explained, I don't think. But anyway.
Yeah. Anyway,
there's no way you should pay $70K for a Doc Ellis. I think you probably pay slightly over minimum for a Doc Ellis.
No, but the point I was making is that in principle, the way Maul is put together, when I rate him as a level 5 Combinator, I think he would make the bullpen in a full level 5 Combinator team, even though he's not really close to the meta in like in an unleveled team, just because so many of the cards ahead of him are either lives or uncombinatorable. And so I wonder whether that makes the card a little bit better than an F, kind of as the flip side of like split orphs and F because you can't combinate them.
Maybe it's a D then, yeah. I guess in low gold it probably is in the top 5 of Combinator eligible.
Yeah, it's not in the top 5 otherwise, but so if they bring a low gold format back, I think the Combinator version of the card actually works.
Yeah, so it's probably a D then.
But if you're not planning on leveling the card, I have no interest in it.
Yeah. Agreed.
To be clear, this is entirely about, and so probably the answer is, even if you're going with a Combinator team, this is a card you want to add as like your 25th or 26th Combinator, but it's not your first because by the time you get to 26, she's probably gone.
The AG and Splitdorf are entirely because they're not Combinator eligible. We both agree that the cards on base are really strong. So yeah, there's a lot of discussion about that. So that's the basic idea.
That's true. You passed the eras test. Very, very important.
Yes. One of 15 teams to do it or something, which is...
I know. It's surprisingly... We should do that test again next week, and I really hope it'll be better.
It won't be.
It better be. All right.
Okay, so D for Maul?
It's probably even like a D minus, but I think it's not. I just think it's not quite an F because maybe I'll give it a star again because this is again about the Combinator bit.
I
right?
guess this is our new system. We give a star when it's Commentator related.
All right, we'll just call it. Fine. Let's give it a D minus. People will figure it out. All right, Joe Mauer. So one of two catchers that came out, you kind of can platoon him if you want.
That's
But
exactly what I want to do.
my
Actually,
problem with this card is just entirely about the shape of the glove and looking at the framing, and I've still got one of these kind of catcher defense heavy models that says I just don't want to deal with that framing despite the bat.
yeah. I mean, obviously,
Um,
this card would be much better if like the framing and blocking were switched.
if you switch the
Um,
framing and blocking, then this is just the catcher I want to run in gold VR.
but even like this, I still have him as the top gold catcher VR. Not by just a tiny bit over Duncan, but still sort of the best. Uh,
Um, Oh yeah, sorry. Attack next. We went through kind of the gold 1922 era thing just to check, and we found 49 of the 64 teams were just running a full rotation. So there were 14 teams running a 3-man rotation and one running a 2-man rotation, and that was it.
which is very sad that only a quarter of the teams managed to build a reasonable roster. But
Yeah.
is what it is.
So so I think on Mauer, this is entirely going to come down to, we kind of mention a lot that the catcher defense stats that they give in game really are not satisfactory. And so there's a lot of, secret sauce that goes into these adjustments.
Everyone agrees that the numbers are bad. Everyone disagrees exactly how bad.
Yeah, I think everyone agrees that the catcher framing numbers are a significant underestimate, but they disagree on how significant.
Yeah.
And so when you put that together, my model tends to be stronger on the catcher defense side in some formats. Not as much in iron or bronze because I want to run low stuff starting pitchers. Nice. Painter seems great for that era.
Yeah.
So
Mauer, I mean, I'd probably give Mauer like an A. I'm guessing you give him more like a C or a D or something.
I just have him as entirely unplayable with that framing in modern. But if I run a little bit earlier era, then he starts to become interesting. Like modern, it's just an F for me. It's like okay, well, there's no.
So you want Duncan Posey then in modern gold, I assume?
I think I'm probably the only person I've seen running pinch Thomas.
Oh, you want that's just full framing. Okay. Yeah, sure.
He's got 113 framing, and that is like just enough to let me run the 113 framing.
That is not a good fat, but yeah, sure. If you think framing is huge, then yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The model I've got is just so heavy framing that kind of that's what it wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, entirely on the framing.
And unfortunately, this is one of these where I have no idea how we're ever going to figure out which of us really is closest on it without an enormous amount of data.
No, even with enormous amount of data, you can't figure it out. It's impossible.
Yeah,
like you can guess, but you can't actually get the right answer.
So my model just doesn't want to touch him because it just wants the framing in a modern era. In an early era, I start to like Mauer a lot because the moment I take the framing out of the equation, his bat is just bigger than,
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
that is great. Yeah.
So I guess this is one that we disagree on the rating, but it's kind of like the stuff we were talking about earlier, where we disagree on the rating, we don't disagree on the card.
Right.
We just disagree on kind of whether the combination works or doesn't work.
Yeah, so I guess we just give it a C or something and put it in the middle, and that.
Put like a C question mark.
Yeah, sure.
But I think we both agree that he's going to be probably the best hitting VR catcher and a weak glove in modern era, and it's just a question of like how weak the glove is, right?
Pretty much.
Okay. Cabrera, because we never have enough Miggies here.
I mean, it's pretty amazing. Somehow we got a set with Cabrera and Verlander, and both of them are unplayable.
This is not even close.
Like, how did we do that?
I told you they don't understand how the game engine works. No, this is
It's not even close. This is the horrendous card.
all right. This is just an F minus, and we can, in the interest of
Yeah.
speed round, we can go on to Mark
Move
Burley.
on. Yep.
And as much as I'd like to say a lot about this card, I think actually the best way to make an appropriate discussion about Mark Burley is to be really quick.
Yep.
I've got him as a top 5 option, and he's a lefty, and it's hard to find lefties.
Oh, well, I don't have him anywhere.
Really? We're okay, so we're way off on this.
Don't see him at least. Maybe I'm blind.
Let me see why we're that different. All right.
Well, let me make sure I actually have him in.
What rate stats do you have for him?
Hold on. First, I just want to make sure I actually have him as a card that exists in the game.
Oh, that's also fair. Mr. Wright, you're asking about 1922. I can check, but I suspect Maurer would be your best. The only problem in 1922 is in that era, you have to be a little bit careful because he's actually a better bat VL than he is VR.
Okay, I do have him in, just very far down the list.
Okay, wow. So why are we so far off on Burley?
I'm guessing I think he's going to get homered to death. But
Where do you have Carl Mays?
Probably better than that. I don't know if Carl May's all that good either.
Because I have Mays a fair bit lower. Burley is sort of a similar shape, but just a little bit more.
I mean, I have Mays worse than Burley, but I don't really want either one.
We don't have either anywhere close.
I've played Mays in a lot of earlier era stuff. It's just in Modern, I think my model's saying they're going to get homered to death, basically.
And I guess mine is saying that it's not as scared of the righty power hitters in goal right now.
Probably, yeah.
But I guess part of it is because my model wants you to run, like it wants you to run cards like Bingo de Moss that don't have power, but then like it only wants to run Bautista VR. VL it wants to run like Centron or something instead. So it just isn't seeing as many power hitters VL.
Yeah, I guess I think what like check. Yeah, like it's sort of saying that like even cards like Duffy will kind of have enough power that it's going to be an issue, basically. Or like Moises Alou or something, right? These kind of
I think Alou is probably what you're playing in right VL or Nady maybe, but
yeah, but even these kind of cards with like 95 power are going to still just kind of blow them out. Good things, but who knows?
Yeah, whereas I guess I'm just sort of finding that this is just enough home run prevention to like survive because they're all going to be solo shots.
Yeah, I mean that's certainly what you're going for. Yeah. Like he's definitely going to allow a lot of homers, but it's just.
Let me see how many homers I'm expecting him to allow. Okay, so I've got him allowing 1.14 per 9.
Okay, I don't have it per 9, but
which is a lot.
I have him giving up 18 per 600 plate appearances. I don't know how that translates exactly.
Sorry, hold on, I was reading the wrong column. 0.9 per 9. Sorry, 18 per 600.
Yeah.
Okay. So then per 9 innings, you're going to get what, about 30?
Is it 35?
So you're just over one per 9.
Right.
And I'm in the high
But that
0.9. So we're not
probably,
we're not actually that far off on the rate stat.
no, but that may be enough to make the difference. I mean,
But I also have him only walking, like 1.1 to 1.2 per 9, and striking out 3.5 batters or something. So no Ks.
yeah, that's possible. That's where I don't know. Or maybe it's the BABIP. It could be the BABIP too.
Oh, are we still using the different BABIP curves from that discussion we had a few weeks ago? Is that possible?
No, I don't. I'm not using.
You're not using the thing we talked about a few weeks ago.
No.
Okay. Yeah, because I was telling you I was getting something very different, and then I forget how we'd resolved that.
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay, well, so I have him as a starter. I probably want to play, not critical, but the fact that he's combinator eligible makes him then really interesting.
Yeah. I'm still not
And you
really.
have him just completely nowhere in the picture,
Yeah, like number 25 or something.
so just a clear F.
Yeah.
So maybe it's another C question mark?
Sure. Yeah.
Huh, okay.
I mean, in a lot of earlier stuff, this is a card I'm definitely going to want. Like anything that's kind of not. As soon as the
Earlier
home
he
run,
definitely gets a lot better
yeah.
really quickly.
As soon as the home runs, but it's kind of the same thing. Like Silva, for example, like in the bronze cap, I had him as the best starter for like a mile. But in modern, I just saying he's going to get homer basically, and I don't want him.
Yeah, and I guess I'm sort of willing to give up solo shots if that's the only way you're scoring, and you just
Yeah.
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 You know what? I bet that's what it is. Because you're still doing something where you calculate custom Woba weights for the player pool, right?
Yes.
And I'm not doing that. I'm kind of taking Woba weights based on the era. So I think what you're kind of telling me is based on the player pool, that actually the homers that Burley's giving up are a little bit more valuable relative to sort of the walks than I would have them in a stock like modern era context. Is that possible?
Certainly possible. Certainly possible. I guess I'm not sure what in the environment would be causing that because it's not the current environment isn't like hugely far off from modern.
No, but
Or
no,
like
but if it's a very low stuff
MLB.
environment, it does mean there are more double plays, but also I guess more like productive outs and stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's not crazily low stuff. Like there are cards with like some stuff that are playing like Steel has whatever 80 and you know
Yeah,
um, so it's not certainly not zero. And there's some like relievers have certain stuff like Cordero for example has a lot.
that's true.
Um,
Okay,
so
yeah,
yeah, I don't know.
because if it comes from kind of the updated stuff that you're doing to calculate custom Woba weights, I think that's something your model's doing better than what I'm doing. So I would
Well,
tend to believe you're probably more likely to be right on this one than I am.
I will say the thing I don't do, which I really want to try to figure out a good way to do, is calculate them by pitcher because I think that really is what you should do.
Yeah, well, that
Like
makes sense. I mean, we
earliest
were talking
earliest
about this with
card.
Edwin Diaz
Yeah,
last year. That sort of
yeah,
you really want like Edwin Diaz specific Woba weights.
yeah. I just couldn't figure out a way to do it that didn't involve simulating like millions of innings for thousands of pitchers, and that was just like not a realistic thing to do.
Well, maybe the answer is you simulate millions of innings for a sampling of pitchers, and then you try to kind of fit something.
Maybe, yeah, that's
I'm,
possible.
I'm surprised
I guess.
actually that isn't like that feels like the kind of thing that should be in like baseball literature somewhere.
Yeah, I
I've
mean,
never run across it, but I feel like
there
someone
was
should have
some
done
like
that.
there was some Tom Tango thing that was like trying to do it, but it was like just making sort of a rough estimate. I didn't really understand it at all, so I was kind of skeptical. But maybe I should look at it again more carefully and see if I can
Yeah.
figure it out.
Okay. Well, we'll give him the question mark again then.
Yeah,
That
I
sounds
think that's
fair. All right. Pete Reiser. So we have another center fielder. This one's going to be better on the other side, right?
Yeah.
So early eras, maybe I'm a little more interested, but I think I would. So in left, sorry, excuse me, in center, I think I'd rather just Wilson. So the question is, what about right? Let me see.
I have him better VR than Wilson. So I think the problem with this card again is basically that like cards like Wilson and Larry Doby are kind of close and they're combinator eligible, and that kills
So
them.
I have him 400ths of a win behind Wilson and a little bit ahead of Doby and Pete Hill, but they're all close. And as you say, this one isn't a combinator.
Yeah.
And so here, even the level 0 combinator, you're already behind.
Yeah, level 0 combinator of Wilson and Doby. I'd certainly prefer.
All right.
And
So
even like Reggie Jackson is just a giant bat. There's no defense, but he's probably in right field.
so it's just an F then, yeah.
Probably.
And in right field, yeah, you get a little bit better defense, but in right field, now the problem is you're also running into some of the just like stick a huge bat in right and hope issues. Like, you can stick Berkman in right VR and just see what happens. You can.
Yep.
I have tried sticking Cliff Floyd there. It wasn't a good idea, but I've tried it.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think one thing like, with maybe the exception of Sammy Ellis, like all these PTCS rewards are like reasonably balanced, like fine rewards in the absence of combinators.
Yes.
And then sadness.
Yes. All right. Well, Buster Posey, he's combinator eligible. So if you're playing both of the new catchers, he's the other side of the platoon. Huge bat VL. So for me, the 89 framing now puts him in a range where, like, I would look at him with that bat. Only VL.
Yeah. No, I mean I have him as the best catcher VL by a lot, which really shouldn't be surprising given what we talked about with Mauer.
Right, and I have him as by far the best bat, but with that 89 framing, I actually still kind of have this Raritan VL as being as good.
I mean, I also like I have Posey basically playing up into like, maybe not quite full diamond, but like definitely low diamond. So,
Yeah, there's really no good VL option in diamond.
well, I mean, Harry Ford exists, Campanella exists. They're kind of similar, probably.
Harry Ford exists, but I think I'd rather play him at third right now because that's a bit of a hole.
Yeah, I guess that's another thing you could do. I mean, I have Campanella, Ford, and Posey about the same VL for diamond. So,
Except now Posey is combinator eligible and Campanella isn't.
neither is Ford actually.
Posey. That's right. Ford is the FL mission reward, so he's also.
Oh right, yeah, A-Rod exists. That's true. Yeah, A-Rod's really good. I forgot about that card.
Yeah, my team is just not willing to run A-Rod. Remember, Red Sox fan.
Yeah, A-Rod is very, very good.
But yeah, okay, that's true. A-Rod. Yeah, I keep forgetting A-Rod exists. All right, never mind. Good call, Cave's Wisdom.
So Posey probably gets. I mean, Posey I think is a pretty good card. I don't know. I'd probably give him an A, maybe an S, but he's so splitty. I don't know that I can get to S.
I think because he's only the weak side of the platoon, I think he's probably not quite that high. I'm okay with giving him an A, but I think as the weak side of the platoon, like if you have more Isidafo's version of catcher defense, I think if you were going to pick one of Mauer or Posey, you'd rather have Mauer.
Probably at the moment, yes, but of course that can change if two lefties get released next week. It's entirely dependent on what you're getting.
That's fair.
Yeah. So Mauer does save 4 points in a cap, I guess, which is nice.
All right, you want to give him? You want to give him an A then? We can give him
So
an A.
and B is fine. I don't know,
A
but I think it's
minus? How about A
yeah,
minus?
A minus. That's fair.
All right. And we got another Yankee. F minus.
But it's
Well,
actually
okay, all right.
good.
We should probably actually look at the card.
It's like
Fine, we'll
it's
look
like
at the
Richmond,
card.
but
Okay, I
better.
have it as the best gold reliever by like a quarter of a run.
I don't have him that far ahead of Cordero, but I do have him ahead of Cordero. I have him like a tenth run ahead of Cordero.
Yeah, all right, fine. It's probably an A, but it's a Yankee.
I mean, I think this one plays low diamond too. Yeah,
Oh,
or
definitely,
at
yeah.
least close to it. Like
Yes.
full diamond is not going to happen, but yeah, it's quite decent.
All right, he's probably an A.
I
Fine. Boba.
guess
Yep.
actually, does it ever play full diamond because it's getting like tons of chemistry with A-Rod? Probably not, but it's worth
Oh.
remembering.
I don't know. I'm not gonna. I just don't want to play A Rod.
Yeah, all right, fair enough.
Back dog A minus. You know what? I'm good with that. A minus because he's a Yankee.
Sure.
All right, A minus because he's a Yankee.
It's a really good card, though.
It is a good card. All right, Bo Bichette. This one I have a little more trouble figuring out a good way to use.
Well, okay, so this is the thing. This card is worse than Buddy Bell. That's bad.
And also only plays one position.
This card is commoner eligible, though, which is good. And of the combinator eligible
Low
shortstop,
diamonds.
I have it second. I have first VR, second, slightly behind Billy Werber overall, which is probably a card that no one's ever looked at because everyone just plays Buddy Bell.
Right, right.
Um,
The thing is, if you're going to go combinator because you get the little defense boost, do you just pump up Bingo? He's expensive.
He'll play short.
Well, that's the only play.
I mean, I'd much rather like, I only have Saddam Raphael at short, like a little behind those guys, and I'd much rather pump him since he can play every position.
So okay. So here's the thing: the bat is much better than Buddy Bell.
Yeah.
So I think there have got to be era settings where you just play this card in low diamond VL. The problem I have is, if it's the weak side of a platoon and he only plays a single position, I don't see how he makes a roster. Because right now your starting pitchers in low diamond are pretty right-handed. You might see some Holtzmans. You might see a handful of the Phil Knells that we saw from last week. But it's pretty right-handed.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of Logan Webb and Noah Syndergaard.
Webb, Syndergaard, the Mission Edition Halliday, who's also going to be on every roster because of availability. Pineda,
like
I think, is fine.
I think is decent. So yeah, maybe you're right. There's just not enough use for him. There's not enough place to play him.
But I agree. It's probably still at least like a C, just because there's got to be some place to put him.
At least it's a card which is doing a unique thing for low diamond.
Okay, so let's give it a C just on that basis, but I don't think it's obvious to how it's going to make a roster.
No, I agree.
Actually, so in full diamond, I guess the point is in full diamond, Bregman also has a combinator.
Yeah, full diamond Bregman kills him, so you can't.
So you just pump up Bregman. How much does that combinator go for? I wonder.
I doubt one is smooth. Probably,
never sold.
I mean, honestly, probably too little if it had, because that's all the combinators sell for basically.
Never sold.
Except for Ruth, apparently. Yeah.
Okay, but Bregman is never sold. So
a Bregman combinator would be worth quite a lot.
It's tough because so here's the problem. I actually couldn't tell you where the Bregman combinator is worth enough. Because I think the big thing I'd want to know is how much of the defense bump you're getting is range. Right? Because that's the big problem with Bregman is the 83 range. The bat's huge.
Yeah, I'm just kind of assuming it's like more or less proportional.
Yeah.
So you're probably getting, I don't know, 5 points of range or something.
At 5 points of range, yeah, just pump up Bregman.
Yeah.
For
So
sure.
there's a lot of cards like that this year, like Billy Werbert, that are. I think it's sort of a step back in the automated engine thing, where it's kind of how we saw like Brooks Robinson be the best shortstop in PG 21, where the Billy Werber's a third baseman, and he gets third base defensive ratings, which are great because he's a good defensive third baseman. But then he's also eligible for shortstop, so you just put him at shortstop.
Right.
And it's very silly. Uh, but yeah, same thing with Buddy Bell. Anyway,
All right. Cole Hamels here, who we just drafted. So we clearly like, except, we did that because it was in an era where the home runs weren't going to kill him.
yes, if you play this in anything close to modern, he's going to get homered to death.
Then he's going to,
Yeah, Mark McGuire is going to hit 5 home runs a game off of him, and that's going to be it.
F is the sort of thing that might be attached to the results.
But yeah.
All right. We got Pinson. So there's like the Bo Bichette shape, except the defense isn't quite as good, I guess, and there's a lot more competition in the outfield.
I mean, this one seems kind of decent to me. Not great, but like sort of in the mix in the corners. Like center field, you want to play Max Clark, of course. And then in the corners, there's like Cole Papa Bell, I think is kind of similar. There's the Colton Cowser that's kind of similar. Maybe Kirstad or Chu or Nicholson if you've got a platoon.
So yeah, I mean, I actually do have this card having a place in the meta. It's just not a place I think I ever want to go. So a lot of the low diamond outfielders are very splitty, especially the VR options.
Yeah.
So in left, I have Pinson. I don't have him in the top 5 either way, although he's a little closer VR. But I have him as the best two-way option unless you're going to stick Max Clark in left, but you'd rather stick him in center.
I have him a tiny bit behind Kirstad, who's just very splitty, and also a little bit behind Bryce Eldridge, who probably isn't playing in the outfield and also wasn't commentator eligible.
Yeah, so I think if you're trying to find a way to save roster spots. So like if you for example, what that means is in a cap, you actually have an interesting decision. Would I rather run a card like Chu, who's super splitty but going to just clobber righties? Or would I rather run this card? And it's going to depend on how many lefties you think you're going to see, and that's exactly based on how big the cap is, right? If it's sort of like a really high cap, as we were just saying, you're going to see probably at most one lefty in full diamond. But a lot of the lower cap cards, now introduce some lefties. Like if you get a cap low enough that you're going to see a bunch of Swindells, for example, you'll see Swindell, you'll see Steele, you'll see CC. As you start to see those cards, this is a better two-way card than kind of the low diamonds we were talking about.
So the thing is, I think like I have Cool Papa Bell like very slightly worse, and he's obviously a lot more expensive. But I think if I had to choose between a level 5 Bell and level 5 Pinson, I would pick the Bell because he's exactly 90.
I agree, and also because I feel like a few points on his base running actually may make a big difference.
Well, he's not going to get more of that, I don't think, but he's going to get a lot more BABIP and I, which will help it.
Are you sure? Because the way I read that forum post was they were implying that he was getting base running ability, but you weren't seeing it.
Oh, I did not read it like that because it was very clear and not possible to interpret 2 different ways.
Okay. I think that's important for whether which of these you prefer.
Where even is the thing that said
Top seller. Oh, apparently, well, if you want a cool Papa Bell Combinator, you can have one for 200,000.
I think that's a little heavy.
No, heavy's got to be more expensive, right? Because he's a perfect.
Okay, fair enough. It just says the player's hitting ratings. I don't know what hitting ratings is. Does that include base running or not? It's very unclear.
Well, they have something called batting ratings, right? But you see how under the base runnings, the base running stuff, it's listed as, quote, other batting ratings. So I'm interpreting. So if you interpret hitting ratings as batting ratings, where I don't know why they're two different terms, these are also labeled as batting ratings.
But I don't know what hitting ratings means.
I agree, that's ambiguous, because I would have called the stuff on the left hitting ratings. No, but some of the stuff on the right is hitting rating. Like bunt for hit is a hitting rating, I think. But base running maybe isn't.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good point. Nothing says hitting ratings. Nowhere in the game does say hitting ratings.
Yeah, so that's a good point. It's probably tougher to level cool pop up. Pinston will be easier to level up as well.
At some point, theoretically, it will be easier once they fix the bug where none of the nuclear cards have any teammates. But it will always be a little more difficult, probably, to level the nuclear cards than the nuclear cards. Yeah, like at some point, if Duncan and Moth will get chemistry, leveling Duncan will not be especially hard. I really hope they do fix it, because what it will end up meaning is that none of the nuclear cards will play at some point, which is, I think, really not great. So I really hope they fix it, but I agree they're probably using the Le Mans database, I would guess, which doesn't have analytics in it, and then that's the problem, and they're going to have to figure out a way to pull it from BREF or from seam heads.
Right.
So
if only there were some like statistical service that, you know, really did a good job of keeping historical records and like was somehow affiliated. That couldn't work, right?
You get a discount? We don't know. We don't know if you get a discount or not. It's unclear.
Well, no. But the question is, do they get a discount?
Yeah. All right. So what do you get? Pinned in like a B or something, I guess.
I think it's probably still lower because I just can't see a way to quite do it. But
I go for a C. I think
I'll see that. But I just thought I'd point out, like, I think the answer is he's the best two-way option in left, but I can't think of a situation where I want the two-way option. So I just thought I'd point out that Mr. Audit pointed out we did actually hit the century mark.
Nice. No, Mr. Black, I'm pretty sure they took it from Le Mans, the Le Mans database. Would be my guess. I don't really need to know that, but it seems like the easiest public database that has that information.
Yeah, Jim Unknown had a rough outing, and then he came in, and Jim Unknown also had a rough outing. This is probably bad, right? When your first two pitchers both fail to record an out.
How many triples did Owen Wilson hit, by the way, out of curiosity? Oh, this must have been a left-handed.
They started a left-handed Jim Unknown. We got our VL lineup. All right, let's look at another one. Wait, is this another left-handed Jim Unknown? Hold on.
Here we go, and that's the right-handed one. Or did we draft? Maybe this is the wrong draft. Maybe we drafted Owen Wilson in the other draft. I got confused.
Okay.
That may have been what happened.
No, but they actually did start a left-handed Jim Unknown, apparently.
They did.
Apparently it was a best of 9 because we just played a game 5.
Yep. There you go. This one only 40 runs. So
No, well, maybe they started the righty.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, so they started the righty.
Yeah, they shouldn't do that. It's not very sportsmanlike.
No, I was preferring the Gamblers are accusing our team of shaving points. Nice. Okay, so this was the Owen Wilson one.
Yeah, I don't care as much then because I've seen in other tournaments. I was just curious about if the Gym Unknown, if it changed anything about his triples rate. But...
No, that would be funny. I
actually do wonder if how inside the park home runs are handled. I really have no idea.
Oh, you mean whether he has a higher?
Yeah, I don't because there's no editor rating that describes anything about inside the park home runs. I don't know how they work.
Well, here you go. So Wilson does have a triple in each of his first 2 games in this one.
Yeah, he triples a lot.
He does. Almost like they printed the card that way.
Almost like they did, but you wouldn't be able to tell by anything. So, that's good. All right. Can get to the next card?
Yeah. What do we got next here?
Bryce Eldridge, who has the unfortunate difficulty of not being Combinator eligible.
Which is a problem because I should probably pull the card up as well, but which is a problem. So is this the one that was intended as a 2-way card? Because I can't see the.
Yeah, but the pitching is not usable.
Okay, but I think the pitching needs to be for this card to really work.
So I have it like first at first base and corner outfield in low diamond among, if we don't consider combinators, but any basically level 0 combinator of a reasonable card is going to be better. Like he's barely ahead.
Okay, really, I don't. I have him. So I have my top 10 VR at first base are all within a win. So it's really like a bunch of like cards that are all about the same. But I have him somewhere in the middle of that lump. I don't have him like actually at the top.
Similar lump, and he's at the top of it. But
okay, so I have him as a lump, but he's in the middle, and then of that lump, I think I would prefer a card that'll either have better chemistry or have an extra position or something.
Yeah, I mean, or will be a combinator that exists and be better, basically. Yeah, it's unfortunate. If the pitching were useful, this might actually be a reasonable card.
Yeah, I think that's right. So I think it's an F even before you think about the combinator side.
I think I'd probably give it like a D. But yeah, it's not great.
All right, and then it's going to be worse as a combinator.
Yeah.
Or as a it's going to be worse when it is up against combinators as a card that cannot be a combinator.
Combinated. Gotta use the correct.
See, I don't even know if that counts as correct, because darn it, the verb really should be combined.
Yeah. Really should be.
It really should just be combined.
I'm going to stick with combinated, though. That sounds better.
It's clear what you mean when you say combinated. All right. So if I don't scroll down on Tinker, et cetera, et cetera, the 107 range obviously is a lot of range. The bat, is way behind the bats we were talking about.
Yeah. I mean, okay. I have him like pretty clearly, at least by my model, the best diamond shortstop, basically on the defense, because like you said, the bat is pretty bad. But it's basically Terry Turner with more defense.
It is. So I like the construction of the card, but I don't have him as the best diamond shortstop in tournaments. It's the same reason I was sort of kept trying to play Jeter last year. Bregman's bat's really big. In tournaments, I'm willing to put up with the glove because Bregman's bat. I've got Bregman's bat, 2.5 wins better than Tinker, and I've got Tinker's glove like a little over 2 wins better than Bregman. In League, I think this is actually also potentially a League card because there aren't a ton of other things that you can do without spending on it. And there I think the defense plays up quite a bit more.
I have him as the top League shortstop.
Yeah.
But again, Jackie is Combinator eligible, Wright's Combinator eligible, even Terry Turner is Combinator eligible. So any combinator of those is going to be better.
Yeah, for League, it's less critical to me just because it's going to be very hard to just find the combinators for a lot of the perfects. They're just not pulled at huge rates. So like a Jackie combinator, there may be 2 or 3 pulled all cycle potentially, right?
Yeah, it depends on Spotlight packs. If Spotlight packs come back in some kind of way where they're
okay, yeah, that's true. Spotlight packs would increase that by a factor of a few.
Yeah.
But
yeah, for the moment, I think I would certainly play Tinker in Diamond tournaments and in League. I think it's a quite decent card.
So I think as a tournament card, it's still probably like a D or something. I don't think it's an F because I think, especially in the right era, it's going to be hard to combinate anybody up to better range.
Well, Terry Turner.
Turner, I guess, yeah.
The thing is, like of the other Diamond shortstops, Ripken is not eligible either. So really, you're looking at Bregman or Terry Turner and everything else. I guess maybe Herman Long, but other than that, you're not going to get past it for Diamonds at least.
Yeah, so I guess if you want to sink everything into Turner, then Turner's just going to be better. Guess that's right. So okay, so probably as a tournament card, I have this, as like a D, but I think the League value is worth something.
Yeah, even for tournaments, I'd probably give this like an A. I do have it a little bit better than the Ripken Bregman group.
Well, Ripken doesn't combinate, but Bregman will.
Bregman will. I'm saying this as a level negative one. So I don't know. I'd give it I'd probably give it an A. I guess maybe a B because of the combinator issue. But by the time we get to Diamond, there aren't so many.
All right,
so
we'll give him a B then.
More reasonable to
that sounds fair. All right, Chapman. Yeah, when you get to a level that the combinators never get pulled, it's actually okay.
Yeah.
Chapman. Well, obviously controls the reason it's not a perfect, but there's a lot of rating on that card.
Yeah, I've got this actually, despite the control, as pretty decent, like a very playable Diamond reliever.
So Ivan is very playable. Obviously a lot better VL. But actually this is not as splitty as some of the top VL relievers. Like, my top VL guy is still the Mission Edition Guardado. And that's much splittier than this.
Yeah, I haven't been playing that card, the Guardado.
No, I haven't either because you can't survive versus righties.
I think there are some like there's the Kyle Harrison that will at some point go to the bullpen, who's I think relatively similar and left-handed, but he's a starter still, I think, at the moment. So
I have this card as sort of at the back end of my ideal Diamond bullpen, but 3 of the cards ahead of him are not combinator eligible. So that bumps him up a little for me.
Yeah, I guess so. And I know if you're starting to do this thing where you play, Rivera and A-Rod, Chapman is helping you on that way. And you can also probably play the Clay Holmes, who will get some chemistry with Chapman too.
I'd be playing Clay Holmes anyway. I have just Clay Holmes right now as my top Diamond reliever just because of all that home run prevention.
It's very good. But like you're starting to sort of have kind of the the bones of a sort of OTP area.
Yeah, so I think probably that bumps him up a little bit. He would have been like about a D for me as sort of a back end of the bullpen piece, but the combinator and chemistry probably bump him up a little bit, right?
Yeah, it's probably like a C or something, I guess.
That sounds fair. All right. On to the perfects. Brian McCann. So you know I like the 111 framing. Like that's pretty clear. There's not a lot of bat here, is there?
There isn't. I mean, the thing is, so okay. I'm not sure what to make of this card exactly. So on the one hand, I do have him as the best, like, open league catcher. And the card I had behind him was Ethan Salas, who's also not Combinator eligible. And behind that, it's like Jocko Milligan, Gabby Hartnett, who are not great.
And for what it's worth, Salas I only have two way I have Jocko behind him.
And then Gary Carter happened. And I don't know why we continue to counterfeit PTCS cards before they get released. But, like, Gary Carter probably reduces Brian McCann's lifespan by about a month.
So
like, you're still going to platoon them, probably?
Yeah, so I have Carter is going to be your VL option. I do have McCann as your VR option. But as you point out, he's not Combinator eligible. Carter is Combinator eligible. So is Salas, right? He's packable.
No, Salas is
sorry. Salas is the mission version. Sorry, I'm looking. I have to change my labeling on these because I have it labeled by card type in a different way. I should.
Yep, it's really silly. So I don't know why. Okay, this bothers me so much. It cannot be that difficult to add a field to the CSV that is just a bool for packable, not packable. Would solve so many problems for calculating pack EVs and all kinds of other things because the types are wonky and random.
Yeah.
But apparently not.
But no, but it also, the weird thing is it exists in the following sense. Like if I go to a card, where is it? One of these, there's actually is it profile? Somewhere on here it actually says in packs. I'm trying to remember where it is now.
In the card shop, you have to go to a packable and it'll say it on the little like expand thing. I don't think it's
Where is it?
Like if you have to go to a packable. Or this one actually here, it says special. Yeah, there you go. Like where it says
here it is. It's found in packs. There, yeah.
Yes. So the data exists, but it's so I have a thing which calculates, pack EVs, just kind of to check if I ever I'm supposed to buy them. And it's a real pain because I gotta constantly manually tell it like, okay, this special edition is in packs, this future legend isn't in packs, this whatever. It's so annoying, and it would be really easy to fix. But
I also just got to say McCann should have a better blocking rating. Can we just agree on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is in league, the combinator stuff doesn't matter a ton, and since like even if you have a combinator Carter, like it's not clear to me that a combinator Milligan, for example, will actually be better than McCann in league VR.
It would be close, yeah. So I think there is value for the card, but Carter makes it tougher.
No, it's weird because like this was obviously meant to highlight the Hall of Fame showcase thing, which is fair enough. But like, why print a catcher when your PTCS award is a catcher? Print a left fielder or something. I don't know. There's a million cards you could pick. Well, not a million, I guess 300 and some, but.
You're saying that there are players that didn't play catcher who are in the Hall of Fame?
Yes, in fact, I am saying this.
That makes. Oh, hey, Nazbase, thanks for the raid. Thank you. So McCann, I still think he's the best catcher VR on release, and more so in league than tournaments because it's going to be tougher to kind of catch up. A lot of this still depends on the framing value. If you consider the framing value to be high enough, then you will still play this card over Carter VL also because it's 17 points of framing. In tournaments, I don't. In league, it's a little closer for me.
Yeah, I mean, you probably will still platoon them because it's going to be much better for fatigue management.
Yeah, I agree.
Right now, there aren't a huge number of left-handed starters playing at the top end of the league. Like, really, Lefty Grove is probably the only one and it doesn't exist yet. So
Right, but there are like in the second tier, there are 2 live starters that are lefties.
yeah, in Diamond Leagues you see those guys. In Perfect League you probably will see relatively few of them in the rotation. That's my guess.
It's probably right, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think McCann and Carter actually both hurt each other.
Yeah, it's just I
Like
don't
McCann's
understand.
presence also means that Carter is skippable, but
Yeah,
Carter's presence means that McCann is also not a big bump.
I just don't understand why these two cards got released together. Like it would be, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. But
Yeah.
I mean, McCann's still useful, but he probably goes from like an A to like a C or something as a result.
Yeah, I think C's probably right, but I think Carter then also only ends up around a C because you have sort of more options, and he's also skippable.
Yeah,
Like I'm entirely going to skip Carter.
yeah, almost certainly.
All right. We got Lefty Grove.
I guess we can just do Grove and Granky at once.
What do you mean? One of them's playable and one of them's Lefty Grove. Um.
I have different opinions. So.
All right. You like knowing Ryan better than I did too, though.
Yeah, I did.
All right. So I think Grove will be fine in league play. You know, as you pointed out, there aren't a lot of lefties at the top end, and you're sort of desperate. In tournament play, yeah, I have him like in the top 10, but toward the bottom end of it, and not someone that I'd really go out to get. I have him better with Nolan Ryan.
So yeah, I mean, so my kind of league, starting pitcher tiers, if you will. Bieber number one. Bieber is kind of in his own tier. Then a tier which is sort of Groove, Ryan, and Skeens. The Groove is sort of clearly slightly ahead of those guys, Ryan and Skeens. And then the next tier, which is Joe, Painter, Syndergaard.
By the way, you always pronounce it Groove. I had always thought it was Grove.
I don't know why I do that. Somehow I think Grove is right. Somehow it got in my head, and I just keep saying it.
Okay. No, I was trying to figure out if there was something I was, because often with these, there's like something I'm missing on the.
No, it's just me being wrong. But somehow I got in my head wrong, and when it happens, it's very hard to get it right sometimes, I guess.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, in tournaments, then I start getting Greinke into the tier with Job and Painter and Syndergaard.
Yeah, so my league model, I'm not as confident in because it's so meta dependent. For tournament model, so I have Bieber at the top, but it's, I actually have really a group of 4 that are pretty close in Bieber, Greinke, McHenry, and Maddox for tournaments. Tiny gap, and then I have like Skeens, Bradley, Job, and then I have Grove just below that.
Yeah, so in tournaments, mine looks more like still Bieber, Grove, Ryan, Skeens, and then joining the tier with Job, Syndergaard, and Painter, McHenry, and Greinke.
And like Atlee Hammaker would be up there as another lefty also, like for me comparable to Grove.
Yeah, so I mean, okay, like I mean,
I think the big difference is the stuff. That the stuff, really isn't giving you much in tournaments, but is giving you more in the league after the normalization.
Yeah, and I will say, I don't know what the best way to say this is. The way that stuff looks to me in league right now, I think the normalization may be doing things to the shape of the stuff curve that are strange. And not.
I think we've had some discussions on this where we were guessing that could happen, but we weren't sure.
Yeah, I think it may look more like the graphs I gave you than not, let's say, in League. But I'm not entirely convinced of that.
Okay. So if that's true, that would move Grove up a tier probably if I were to make an adjustment like that.
Yes, I think that's probably where this is mostly coming from. Because I'm trying
And that would move Ryan up a bit, but still
Ryan is
still
definitely
not
worse
somewhere I want to play.
No, Ryan is, it's funny. It's basically Ryan plus 10 points of control Groove plus 10 points of control Bieber. Or Grove, I keep saying Groove. So it is sort of funny to me that Bieber is the packable. Like it's a bit backwards, it feels, but.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing then is of the cards we're talking about, this is the one that's not combinator eligible, but at this level, the combinators really are going to be pulled very, very rarely.
Yeah, and also in League, they make much less of a difference because the normalization smooths them out a lot.
Right. But even more generally, combinators are not going to be as much of an issue for League play simply because when you're talking about perfects, the pull rate is so low. It's basically like having a bunch of like LE2s or LE3s or something running around.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be that much more difficult for one team to kind of collect all of them at the same time because of the pull rate.
Yeah, it'll probably be close to impossible because you may have a card that's in the meta for 2 weeks and just doesn't get pulled in those 2 weeks.
Absolutely, yeah.
As a combinator.
So where does that put him? I mean, it's perfectly fine, but it certainly isn't really pushing the meta forward at all as a reward.
No, I'd probably give it like a B or something, I guess.
Yeah, it sounds fair. All right, we can give it a B. Now, Granky, by the same token, is even better than Grove in tournaments, so he'll be weaker in League, but he's combinator eligible. So in principle, you might even get that little bit more shelf life. So Granky, for me, is the one that's the better of the two cards.
Yeah, I mean, I have Granky slightly worse than Grove. I mean, I would certainly prefer a Granky combinator to a Grove, especially because I think Granky should be relatively easy to level. Even as a perfect.
I mean, in tournaments, I think Granky is going to be sort of as good as Bieber. Bieber's going to be much, much better in League.
Yeah, I still have Granky. I mean, I have certainly better in tournaments, but still kind of far behind like these.
Someone's asking about Andrew Miller combinators. I can show that if anyone's interested.
That sounds like
for me, this card is a little bit too Yankee for me to be interested.
Yeah, I think you're going to want to find someone who's trying to boost like a Yankee card and sell it to them for that.
Except the problem is it has to be 100K, right?
Yeah, probably you don't want to play this thing, even as a combinator. It's just not enough control.
Although someone paid 160K for it, so if you can get 160K for it, I think you should take 160K.
Yeah. Yeah, I just listed and hope someone bites, I guess. But I wouldn't think it's super likely.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So on a PAX only team, that's even tougher. Because in a PAX only team, you have two problems. The first is you're never going to get the food you need for combinators, right?
Yeah.
Because you kind of need targeted cards.
Yep.
And the second is if you sell him, you're not really getting value back so easily either, I guess.
No, you should definitely sell. Because
you should definitely sell him, but it's a little tougher that when you can't redirect the points to something specific.
Standard packs really aren't so bad at the moment. Like they've been actually, like if you actually have the capability and are mental fortitude to sit through selling all the cards, which I do not, to be clear, they're like slightly above 1,000 points, so like 1,050 or something. So, like, theoretically, you can make profit doing this, but it's so tedious. I don't know how people do it, to be honest.
Yeah. I respect the people who do, but not for me.
It's a really important service for the game that people do that. Like, the game would stop functioning if people if people didn't do it, but
Yeah.
I don't have the fortitude to do it. I can't. But yeah, it's really impressive, to be honest, that people do.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. When I say packs are good, I mean standard packs. The rainbow packs that were released this week were like minus 20K or something.
Oh yeah.
They're awful.
Nothing other than standard packs is really a good deal.
Yeah, the only exception to that is
actually when the Diamond Historical packs were 22K, they were close.
Last cycle, not this cycle so far, at least in my
yeah.
The one exception to that general rule, which is pretty much always the case, is at the very start of the cycle, sometimes silver packs are okay because of people going crazy trying to do live missions too quickly.
That's true.
But that's really the only exception in the long run.
So, okay. And finally we got, sorry, what do we give Granky then?
I mean, I'd probably give Granky like a C.
And I think he's ahead of growth. Maybe give him the same B then?
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
And finally we got Beltron. This card just looks really, really good.
Yeah, I think, this is
absolutely clobbering anything level good.
No, I mean this is basically the PTCS chase card, right? This is the point of this card's existence, is to try to get people to spend a lot of money hoping to get a PTCS. At least that's the way it feels to me.
Yeah.
It's just a ridiculously strong card. It's like a win ahead of Strawberry or something as a center fielder, or Chet Lemon or Mike Griffin or whoever.
Yeah, Beckdog Utley, but center field, that kind of level. Yeah. So TX Jenks. Yeah. I think last 10s are dangerous for other reasons, but you could try it.
The one thing I would definitely add that seems like it's, I mean, maybe there are people who do this to try to deny people, but to add something which, if you quick sell cards, it auto fills the buy orders until the buy orders run out.
That would be really useful. Yeah. Anyway, Beltron, I've got like at least S, but maybe it's S plus, given he's also combinator eligible and Utley isn't.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, again, like, this card only plays 2 PTCS formats this time around, but it is by far the biggest difference maker you can find for PTCS.
Yeah.
Especially if you can manage a combinator version of it, which probably doesn't exist at this point, but
So what do you want to give him then?
I think S plus, yeah.
All right, sounds fair. All right, so we got through the cards. We should do the PTCS draft. Oh, we have a TWIP draft too. We've been doing too many drafts.
I don't know how many drafts I have in me more.
All right. Well, definitely should do a PTCS draft because that's kind of fun to do on stream. But we do have to have our traditional first round loss in a TWIP draft. Oh, we could go through the. All right, let's do the TWIP draft. How about that? Let's do the TWIP draft. Just because that's always good, and then we'll see if we have time for the other. But we won't do an imperfect draft this time.
Yeah, it's fair.
So, I think we've cashed in one of these, but we always just have awful drafts. So, all right, same deal. It's still Comerica. It's still a right-handed park. It's still modern. Still best of one. Well, I've got some ideas about what I want to do here.
Yeah, this seems like a nice, easy round.
I know we're just talking about Andrew Miller, but, this is actually a decent start.
Pretty good round. Yeah, pretty good round.
We've had worse rounds. I kind of like half of this round. Probably it's just Welch then.
It's just really bad, but yeah, probably.
I mean...
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of unfortunate taking a bunch of starting pitchers early in a best of one thing, but...
It is, but it means we're going to have an edge at starting pitcher the whole way.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh, hold on. Cunningham's great.
Yeah, Cunningham. I mean, he's
Oh,
usually right-handed.
Gritch. It's probably Gritch because it's like a right-handed power park.
No, we still need 5 Mr. Black, but the problem is like we might just lose before Maddox ever gets in. So then
Right.
our pick's kind of wasted.
Right. Yeah. I mean, in other words, the problem is that basically everyone else is going to be playing at least one perfect in their lineup every game and stuff. So if we reach game two, from then on, we're going to have a big edge at the starting pitching, but our lineup is always going to be weaker than the people that took bats at the top.
Yeah, not that I'm really complaining about getting Bieber.
No,
'Cause
no,
Bieber
no.
is
So
amazing, but
I think it's probably Gritch.
probably yeah. No,
Um,
of course. I mean, we're always going to take like we're not ever going to
no,
not
no, no,
take
no.
Bieber.
Like I said, my belief in this is you take best player available until you're really forced not to.
Yeah, but like if we're offered like Bieber, Maddox, and I don't know Chet Lemon, we're going to probably take Chet Lemon and Bieber.
Yeah. Well,
Anyway,
Floyd is great again for this format. Is it Abreu and we just it's just Abreu and just go for this shape, right?
first I didn't see probably Brandon. I thought you meant Williard. I was like, that's a strange choice.
No. I mean,
No?
it could be Chick Hafey. I remember there was a little time that I thought Lavalier was going to be good before I noticed the framing.
Yeah, I don't know why Lavalier. It's funny. He's like still coasting on this PT21 bronze that everyone loved. That was a really good card, but
I guess it's Abreu Floyd, right? So we'll put Chu in right, Abreu in left, and DH Floyd.
yeah, seems reasonable.
Um,
Dollander
and we
and
got. Do we have to have the Ranger
oh, I guess
Suarez
Raymond.
talk?
No, Raymond is fine. Raymond is pretty decent. He's
That's
better than
true.
Suarez.
Wait. Hold on, because there are certain people in the chat that may not like that characterization.
I don't think it's going to be hard to argue with that one because he has more rating points like in everything.
All right. I'm just saying this one's on you. Not taking Ranger Suarez. This one's on you.
He did pitch another very good game tonight, but so
I mean, I actually sort of like Carl Mays here, but okay.
Yeah.
So
Nady and Mays probably. Can Nady play center?
Nady, yeah, not well, but yes.
Sure, why not?
What has he got? 80ish range?
Yeah, that's
Oh
decent.
wow! I just want to tell her I said 80ish range before I opened the card. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, good job there.
I still mainly want him VL. Like I'd like to find another center fielder. But,
Sure. Yeah, if we find Owen Wilson or something, we'll be very happy.
well, our pitching's going to be fine.
Probably Granderson, but we can actually platoon Granderson and Nady. It's pretty decent.
Yeah.
And his defense sucks, but
He's got an arm.
it's such a good hitter.
All right. We are, by the way, yes, this is apparently another just draft outfielders.
Oh, this round is really bad.
This is a problem. Okay, so Heimak's the best card probably, but we desperately need,
Okay.
So are we going to have to take McEwen?
So there's
okay, hold on. Milt stock is like, no, I mean 69 is just.
No, we're missing a very important option here.
You're going to tell me Kyle Schwarber's our catcher?
Yeah.
I thought the live one. Does the live one catch?
Catcher? Oh, that's so sad. I was gonna say it was actually not so bad too.
The live one doesn't catch.
That is shameful. All right. I mean, maybe it's Presley McEwing or Heimak McEwing.
Well, Heimak. So I think Heimak is the best pitching option, right? Oh, you know what? Maybe Presley just to have a different shape. I mean, it's our third reliever.
Sure.
Ewing is just like awful.
Yeah, but the other cards are also awful, and at least he plays a lot of positions.
All right, so we just make McEwing a backup infielder?
Basically, yeah.
All right. So I know we already have 6 outfielders, but
I want to take. The thing is, I want to take Grabarkowitz and Desmond too.
Okay, well, I definitely want to take. Sorry, we're definitely taking Grabarkowitz. Let's start with that. We need infielders. We got a solid infielder.
Yeah, but Desmond's also good. I mean, it's
Uh,
definitely a worse card than Dyson, but we do need shortstop.
we do need a shortstop. I mean, Dyson would be our seventh outfielder.
I think it's probably supposed to be Desmond.
It is supposed to be Desmond. It feels stupid to not take Dyson.
Mark Lee, I think, is also not horrible. But
Now here you go. This card will be fine in that park, right?
Yeah, no problem. No, Mark Lee is not so awful, but we're never taking a reliever here.
No, I mean I think we already have 8 pitchers on the staff, though.
Yeah, we have a bunch of good cards offered to us, so we're taking them. But
It feels so stupid not taking Dyson here. Let me just think.
Yeah,
Hold on. Does Cliff Floyd play first, or is one of these?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe he plays first, but that doesn't really help anything.
No. Well, Cunningham's perfectly good to play both ways. Like I think we're just playing Gabarkowitz at third, Desmond short, and then we're playing Nady and
yeah. I think we're passing on Dyson.
I don't see a spot for him. This is a bad round. This is a really bad round.
Okay, this is.
I don't know any of these cards.
I know one of these cards, but I know it's awful.
Oh, well, okay. I was buying Lou Clinton for one of my commentators, but I have no idea what the card looks like. I just know he has a lot of chemistry with.
Van Slyke's the best bat. Just back up first and third, I guess. He's really an outfielder, though.
Yeah, I guess. That doesn't seem awful.
It does fit with our grab every outfielder we can find in a draft plan that we seem to be going with today.
And then we probably want a pitcher, but I don't know which one of them is the best. Probably they're all awful.
They are all awful.
So take your favorite, I guess.
Well, Trevor Wilson is the most awful.
Okay, then don't take him.
Actually, no, hold on. Lambert is probably... Let's go Lambert, because there's nothing wrong with a Rockies pitcher that gives up a lot of homers, right?
Lambert, in all honesty, maybe so. Like, I played him in PT Live, whatever it was he started a day ago, 2 days ago. He might be so bad that he's not worth playing even as a starting pitcher listed at reliever.
Oh, yeah, that's the last thing I want to ask you, because you are apparently crushing everyone in PT Live right now.
I got 2 really, really good days, basically. I mean, I played Muncie. That was the big one.
The hell, okay.
So
Bonifacio definitely helped. Wait, hold on. Wait.
I was commenting.
Wait a second. These are our last 3 catchers.
Okay, let's take 2 of them.
I mean, okay. Now, given the history of how we do our drafts, do we really need 2 catchers?
I think this draft is actually pretty good, though.
All right. Well, then it's probably Gooch and Lapp, because Dewey Williams. You know, I like my framing, but
It's not good that.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's do this.
Blake Sable? No.
Oh, Sean Rodriguez, I love here.
Rodriguez is actually good. We have to take 3 pitchers, though, probably out of our last 4 choices, so we need a pitcher.
So
Rodriguez is a take for sure.
Sparma, Goodall.
I don't know any of these.
Simber's going to be splitty, but maybe it's Simber anyway.
Yeah.
Do you trust it to use Simber who's splitty or not?
No, I don't, but at least VR is pretty good.
Yeah, it'll be fine. We also probably can get away with 11 pitchers in this format because, if you ever burn out your bullpen, you're probably not playing the next day.
True, and we have pretty good starters. These pitchers are really
nice. Guys should be framing houses, not hitting. Okay, Cerruti is scary.
So Russell Brandon is probably the best card offered to us, but I don't know what we're gonna do with him.
Can you pitch?
I don't think so.
Because none of these guys can pitch.
Pitchers are awful. Fujinami probably has like 15 control.
Fujinami has some of the higher control of what we've been offered.
That seems like
You
a
know
lot.
what? Here. Then we take Cerruti and we hope he doesn't give up too many bombs.
All right, sure, why not?
Take Cerruti. Is there a only let him get in the game with a clean inning setting?
None specified.
No, that never is a clean inning. That's always, they're already 5 runs in now. What do you do?
Yeah.
All right. So is it Raymond or is it CC?
Okay, so CC Welch is out, I think, for CC.
Maybe something like that.
Yeah, CC I think is probably I like that. That seems right to me.
All right. I'm going to see if it can figure out what a specialist versus right-handed is.
Usually it just doesn't bring them in, which is kind of fine.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
It does not seem to have quite understood what we were aiming at with these platoons.
Why is it playing McEwing over Grabarkowitz? Exactly.
Because you see, McEwing is a 70 overall, and Grabarkowitz is a 74 overall. Okay, Gooch and Lapp can probably platoon.
Sure.
Which is
probably
okay, so Grabarkowitz,
Granderson and Nady, I guess.
Granderson. Which is the better defensive alignment? Maybe it's actually Chu and right.
Yeah, it doesn't matter too much, I guess. Should be done the same.
And then the other way, it's Nady and okay. We don't want Chu. We don't want Floyd.
Actually, can we put Nady in a corner and play Granderson both ways? Granderson's VL bat is not that.
Yeah,
horrible.
I think that's probably better and take Chu out. Abreu is less splitty than Chu by a little bit.
Chu's really splitty.
And we really can't let Floyd. Oh God, is Joe McEwing gonna?
No, Sean Rodriguez.
DH.
Sean Rodriguez.
What?
No. Put Rodriguez at second and put Grich at DH.
But Grich was like an excellent defensive. I mean, you're right, but Grich is like
Grich at third and Grabarkowitz at DH.
Come on, Grich was like part of the best defensive infield in the history of the game.
Well,
and you're putting him at DH.
Actually, he might be better third baseman than Grabarkowitz. I don't know that.
Grich, you mean? No, Grich plays only short.
Oh, I think with third for some reason. Okay, never mind.
No, but 86 range. What's Grich? Because he's sort of a rangy shape. Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah.
Why does it make Floyd the DH? Because Floyd has got 44 range in the outfield.
No, Floyd's the correct VR DH for sure.
Yeah. VL Floyd.
I do not know why we're in the VL DH.
VL Floyd should be like stapled to the bench.
Okay, I think this roster is pretty good.
Yeah. How did we do that? We never do that. We're still losing first round, but.
Oh, I forgot we even got Sabathia Granderson for a ton of chemistry.
All right. I've seen worse. I've definitely seen worse.
A lot worse. That might be the best whip draft we've ever done.
I know. We're still getting smoked in round one because that's the way it'll work. But if it weren't best of one, I would actually be pretty happy with that. Like as a real draft.
Yeah, for sure. I've seen way worse.
I'm sorry, I clicked the wrong thing. God, I got another draft in 2 hours. I'm not doing the other draft in 2 hours. We've done enough drafts, but we should do the PTCS draft because that's fun.
Yeah, I think we do the PTCS and then.
Yeah, clearly the answer is we just have to draft every outfielder we can get our hands on.
What exactly is the PTCS format? It's like I haven't looked at it, to be honest. I just saw it was a
I don't
normal
know.
looking
The problem with spending like a week in the hospital this time was that I literally missed 3 formats by 1 round.
Yeah, that's unpleasant.
So it just,
That's the real reason not to go to the hospital, right there.
yeah, absolutely, do not recommend.
Okay, looks like it's just a stock standard double PD. Nothing fancy, but
Oh, because you wouldn't want to.
still the 2004 cool, right?
All right. And is it only OOTP era cards then as well?
No, it's just everything. It's just this entirely standard draft. No.
All right.
Anything. I mean, in some ways,
I
it's
mean,
better.
actually, I like that. I like
up.
that better than the super restricted because there's a little more.
Yeah. The thing is that this year with the launch set being everywhere, like it's so easy to just get complete garbage.
Well, let's see how easy it is. Here we go.
Also, 2 out of 6 is really bad. If you're doing 2, it should be 2
I think we escaped because Painter's playable.
Probably Painter and probably Stargell.
It's probably Stargell. Yeah, it's probably Stargell. it's got to be Stargell, right?
Yeah.
Because this is a power. There's a power plus park.
Yeah, it's got to be Stargell.
And I assume we're running him in left, but the fact we can run him at first is okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not Stargell's not amazing, but
it's Chew I'm happy with. So we'll stick Chew and right, and then it's probably just Horton.
Yeah.
Does Horton actually get chemistry with Painter?
Yes. They'll get Future Legend chemistry and Decade.
Well, do they get Future Legend chemistry or do they get Mission chemistry?
No, they Future Legend. Future Legend.
That's right. They're a special edition Future Legend card or something.
Yeah. No, they're just a Future Legend. They're a Future Legend with a different subtype, I believe.
Okay, now this is a little tricky. I think it's Cunningham Yaz, right?
Okay, Werber is not crazy.
But I was going to say, so first off, Werber with 104 range is not crazy to play at short.
And we have a little bit of a problem fitting Yaz, I guess. And Cunningham.
Yaz would have to play center.
Yeah. Which is not ideal.
So do we do the crazy thing and just stick Werber at short?
I mean, Werber. We're taking Werber only to play him short. He's not a third baseman.
No. I mean, it's either that or Yaz. So you can play Werber at short.
Well, is Yaz or Cunningham better? I actually don't know.
Cunningham's better, but Yaz can also. You could put Yaz in left. You could put Stargell at DH. And remember, Chew's only playing one way. So there are places to put Yaz.
Yeah. Well, not if we take them both, it's a bit awkward. Oh, because we're filling DH then.
Still is DH, but that's fine. I mean, it's a big bat, and we're only filling DH one way because Chew platoons. On the other hand, that does say 104 range.
A lot of range. That is a lot.
And it's a big plus run park. So from that point of view, outs are valuable.
Yeah. Though also the offense is going to sort of synergize with itself.
Man, that's a tough one.
It's a tough pick, actually. So okay, it's probably always Cunningham, right? Because we're saying he's basically better than Yaz, and so then it's really just
Yaz. In principle, Yaz can play. Here, I'll put up a 1 minute poll. In principle, Yaz does play center. He just shouldn't. it's 82 range.
That's not that bad.
It's not that bad. He's also really only VR, so you're platooning both in some sense, ideally.
Well, with him and Chew, you mean?
Yeah. And even Stargell, actually, all 3 of them.
I don't think we're going to be able to platoon Stargell, probably. We're likely just going to have to live with it. Yeah, that's a tough pick.
We put a poll up. If anyone wants to vote, we put a quick 1 minute poll up. See what we all think.
Yeah, I don't. Yaz and Werber do get some chemistry from team and type, but I don't think it's probably enough to justify passing a better
No,
card.
I think we're just taking the better card.
Oh, that was a helpful poll. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, chat.
Really ate our decision making process there.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I mean, because in some ways we're locking the position either way. Because Werber is never playing third, right? If Werber is at third, he's just a backup, almost certainly.
Um,
But locking DH is a little bit more restricted than locking shortstop.
you're not 100% locking DH because you can put Yaz in
Yeah, we
center.
can't do this silly center business. So I guess probably Yaz is better than.
All right. We're going with the poll results. We're going Yaz.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Shumpert is like 100% needed in this build.
Yes,
Let's
Shumpert is
start
great.
with that. Shumpert is just what we
phenomenal.
want.
And then it's a bit sad.
So I think there has to be a discussion of just putting Miggy at third.
Well, I was thinking actually we can put Shumpert at third.
You can put Shumpert at third one way. Shumpert's really the VL side of like all three of these outfielders.
That Bill Craver card does play catcher. I don't think it's all that great, but
60 framing.
yeah, it's not ideal.
Ton of gap power.
Yeah.
Do we hate putting Miggy at third?
Not really. He's not very good, but I mean, Devers might honestly be better at third VR than Mickey is. That Devers is a pretty good live.
I don't think so. Here, I'll put the comparison up. I don't think it. I think it's pretty clearly Miggy.
Yeah, pretty clearly Mickey. All right, never mind.
I think it's probably just put Miggy at third then.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, we're at least getting good bats. And Miggy. All right.
Mauer for sure.
Mauer is a good fit here. And why not just Justin Steele then?
Yeah, I didn't even notice him first, but yeah, sounds great.
It's pretty easy, right?
Just remember, we do have Cade Horton who can in theory play in the field if we need him to.
If there's the daily, take the lives, please.
We're saved. We could take Simmons. We got our range anyway. You wanted 104. You got 111.
I do got 111. I mean, I actually think I probably do want Simmons, but
yeah,
I want to platoon him with with not Simmons.
Can we DH for Simmons instead of Horton? Is that allowed? Because I think we should do that if it is allowed.
Yeah, actually we should. What does Horton play again? He plays real positions.
Yeah. It's just his bat's not very good, but he's a reasonable backup.
So, okay, Tyler Rogers is the only card here I've got on rosters. I'd probably rather take a fourth starter at the gold level than a reliever, but like
Pedro Ramos is
it's not Ramos in this launching pad in 2004. No, it isn't.
Hayden Wesneski is really bad, probably. So maybe it's just Rogers.
Maybe it's just Rogers. Okay. You know, he's going to stop righties from hitting homers for sure.
Yeah, he's going to stop righties a lot.
All right. We took a backup shortstop and a reliever in the gold round. I love it.
Live reliever at that.
Okay, Strom is probably as close as we're going to get here in the bad round, right?
Day has an absolutely obscene amount of defense.
Yeah, but you know why that is? It's because Boots Day is trying to hit.
Would you like to have Boots Day or Andrew Jones?
How does he have a 1 bunt for hit?
I was told that bug was fixed. Actually, the Breslow is decent, I think.
Ashcraft is probably a convertible reliever.
Yeah, Ashcraft doesn't look awful. You can even play first.
What?
You can even play first.
Ashcraft, you said? I mean, he can stand at first. Ken O'Day is a bat that fits the park, but we could do better.
Doesn't look so bad. I mean, I guess the problem is he's the wrong side of the Mauer platoon, so that's not great. We do only have 3 catchers after this.
That's fine. So is it just Ashcraft?
Yeah, Ashcraft is probably the best pitcher.
Who's really going to be a reliever, so we want one more starter.
Urseg might be okay, but okay.
Well, we got us some options here. I got 3. All right, I got 4 cards I kind of want.
I don't.
I mean, it's got to be Ortiz Sano and just figure out where to play him. But de Montlevy, or maybe Chemonderville, I don't know. But he actually fits a lot of what we need.
Yeah, but Ortiz does his job better. We're never taking him over Ortiz.
And Aaron Robinson also does a lot of what we need.
So okay, we're the only time we're not taking Ortiz that we're taking Robinson Sano. I don't really see Robinson Sano because we need a second baseman desperately, and Ortiz is like the best silver.
No, I think it's just Ortiz, Sano, and we have 1 too many bats right now, and that's a better problem to have than 1 too few.
Yes, and we can also help our platoons with. I mean, we're kind of committed to Yaz in center now, but it's all right.
You said you were committed to Yaz in center. I don't know that we're committed to Yaz in center.
Oh my God, what is this? We just keep getting. We've got all the bats.
We just get all. I told you this is just outfield tonight. All right. Well, we're taking Granderson. I mean,
okay. I have a strange suggestion for you.
If it involves Keston Hira, I'm hanging up this call.
It does not involve Keston Hira. It does, however, involve Dylan Covey, who is listed as a reliever but has 50 stamina and 4 pitches and is not borderline.
I was going to say Buzzhart, but actually... Ooh. And it's the historical era that has, we think, the little weird stamina bug. Oh, I am tempted. You know what? Let's do it.
Yeah, it's a weird card.
So Dylan Covey's a starter.
Now we're gonna find like Eovaldi or something. It's gonna be pointless, but you know.
I'm okay with making it pointless if we find Eovaldi. Okay, what do we need here? So just to check, by the way, this is a double. So we probably want to go 12 pitchers, like given the launching pad of the era and given that we're running Covey.
We need pitching and a catcher.
So we need 5 pitchers. We need a catcher.
We have 8 picks left.
And we'd like a left-handed outfielder. Sorry, a reverse left outfielder.
Yeah. Yeah, we can use Horton in a pinch if we need to, but not ideal. So
Altair is actually maybe not bad then. I've never used him in anything, but he kind of does a lot of what we need. It's kind of the thing we need the least, I guess. We probably could use another infielder, like a middle infielder of some kind as well. So that's probably our 8. It's like 5 pitchers, a catcher, a middle infielder. So Floro, I know this is splitty, but it's probably Floro, right? Floro, fine. Why is his nickname F. Loro? He was very creative. So Altair, I see a spot for. Do you like any of the pitchers?
Yeah, we do have a lot of outfielders left. We have 2 left fielders, 5 center fielders, and 4 right fielders. And
Okay. Well, I mean, it's Finnegan who's light on the homers is the problem.
Finnegan seems not great.
Or it's one of the low control guys.
The thing is, with Horton, I'd rather err on the side of more pitching than more hitting because we can always just have Horton kind of save our depth chart if we need to.
Yeah, no, it's more okay. So I'm just we're at, by the way, we get 30 minutes. We get no shortage of clock here. So to give you an idea of what this currently looks like. No, this is wrong. But let's just to kind of give you an idea of what we're thinking. We're thinking something.
Honestly, Sano's probably better than
Cabrera. No, probably it's this, and probably it's this. Sano's definitely better VL. I was thinking Cabrera might be better VR. No, I think Sano is better VR.
Sano's a very silly card.
Okay, so it would be something like this one way, right?
Actually, no. Hold on. We should not play Granderson, right? We should play Yaz. Yaz is better in center. We should just play Miggy at third and Sano at DH, and just play Granderson like VL or something, probably.
Yeah, fine. I mean,
but yeah, we can figure this out later.
The point is, you'd have something that looks roughly like this one way.
Yeah, this team, by the way, looks excellent.
It does, yeah. And then the other way, the cards that need to be moved are Chu for sure, Yaz, and Stargell if you can.
Yeah, so Chu for Shumpert is easy.
So Chu for Shumpert's easy, except that Shumpert has to play left. Oh, except that Shumpert has to play left.
So Stargell has to go to DH. This is a bit awkward.
Who plays right?
Cunningham can play right, can't he?
Only in a very technical sense.
Yeah, we are kind of getting. We have a lot of left field only. Yeah, I don't see it.
So that's why I was asking, is Altair the solution? Just because you can stick him in right, he's the other side of the platoon, and he's. I mean, he's perfectly meh, basically.
I'd like to find a better card than Altair for that, but we might not find one.
That's what I mean. I don't know if I'm going to find one, and he's acceptable.
I mean, if we find Dunn or something, we're going to be really sad, but.
Well, if we find... Okay, so let's think. We have 3 hitters left. One's going to be a catcher. Right?
Yeah, but we really... I mean, if we don't... We need another middle infielder unless we're willing to play Horton at second.
Well, remember that Shumpert does play second, technically.
Boy.
Badly, but... No, but he plays second, so... Technically, we can get away with this, right?
I mean, Horton does play second. Like, he's a better defender, actually, than Shumpert even. But his bat is obviously worse.
Okay, the other thing is, let's say we were to hit Dunn. We could go with 11 pitchers.
Seems very dangerous, but yeah, we could.
You know, it is 2004.
I'd much rather end up with an extra pitcher than an extra hitter because of Horton.
I agree.
But...
if there were a pitcher I loved, that would also be clear, I think.
Yeah, if there was another decent pitcher, we would take him.
Right. The problem is the closest is this Finnegan, where the home run suppression is a problem, I think. Right. So who's the pitcher if we take it, is the problem.
Probably is. I mean, the only option is either Finnegan or Waymire, I guess. The other ones have like 10 control. So
Lieber has like 50 control. Waymire has no homer suppression and no control.
Yeah, Waymire is really bad. I forgot he had so little home run. If the P-Rap with home run switch, you'd be okay.
So it's either that or you do like a Henshaw and you just hope he doesn't walk too many people.
Yeah, that's...
I guess it is the case that between the era and the park, walks aren't as destructive as they are in modern.
Yeah, that's true, I suppose, but it still feels like that's good.
No, I think the answer is it would be Finnegan. Well, okay, it could be Crochet. And then
Yeah.
it's 50 control, but you're going to get a little stuff boost.
Yeah. In theory,
Maybe
we
it's
could make any
Crochet.
card if we had to. Maybe it's Crochet. I mean,
Especially if you think people are going to go for true outcome guys, at least you're striking a few of them out.
yeah, that's fair.
All right, so is it that or is it Altair? That's the questions. You're right. We have a ton of outfielders left.
I really just don't like Altair all that much.
All right. And it's never like Marty Marion because we really need a multi-position. All right, we're doing
No,
this.
we need someone to play second,
Come on, done.
or Deer would also be fine, or something like that.
Damn it.
Okay, so Jake Westbrook is like very flat and decent. Not great, but
Oh, he's fine. Yeah.
yeah.
Gooch is also just fine.
So this is our second to last catcher. We should probably
I think we just
it.
take Gooch because who's the outfielder? It's Demet, who's better VR. So we're just
Hunter Renfroe. No, Hunter Renfroe is actually not so bad.
especially VL actually.
Yeah, Hunter Renfroe seems like a real option. And we're very much gambling on the last catch if we do this. We can, in theory, hit like MJ Melendez, but not great.
What if we skip Westbrook? So we're taking 3 pitches out of the last 4.
Westbrook is actually like pretty decent, though. I know, seems not. I mean, Tim Herron also is not so bad, but we're probably never taking him.
Gooch is not great. It's just he's like absolutely acceptable.
He's like fine, and we might get something.
And we might get something unacceptable.
Yeah.
Okay, I think Renfroe is the most useful of these cards for us.
Probably. Westbrook could also theoretically start if we don't want to commit to the whole Covey shenanigans.
Yeah, let's do this, and we'll find the catcher.
Yeah, just hope it's not horrendous.
It's an iron.
Okay, Sean Rodriguez is.
Oh, that's too bad. Haggerty. If I knew we'd get Haggerty, I probably would have said just do that.
Yeah, well, Sean Rodriguez is great.
Sean Rodriguez is absolutely want. We do have a Tiger available.
And then whichever is the best pitcher of these, because we have to take a catcher, so we have to take a pitcher here. We have no choice.
Right. So Baldwin doesn't have the homer suppression. Waldron doesn't have the homer suppression, but is better than Waldron's the best I've seen so far.
Waldron at least also has knuckleball, so if we get into some giant game, we can just throw him to the wolves in theory.
And Robinson Splitty. Probably it's Waldron then.
Waldron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, catcher. I think I'm okay with this one.
Yeah, that worked out.
You know what? I think we'll make this one work.
And what's the best pitcher here? I have no clue.
Well, I know it's not Retchus. I know it's not Satoris, and I don't know the others. So let's look at them.
Okay.
Ryan Fernandez has a good stash. Decent. That's a solid stash.
Yeah. For an iron, that looks perfectly reasonable.
I think it's just Fernandez. Unless Slater is... No, that's what I thought. Yeah, let's do it. All right. I think this is a decent draft.
Yeah, this one actually seems pretty good. We got a lot of good cards, actually. The whole left field thing is a little bit awkward, but Renfroe kind of saved it.
No, that's what I was saying. I thought Renfroe was the important one there. All right, so let me see what they did first off. So they tried Ashcraft. They didn't believe us.
They didn't believe Kobe.
No, Horton is not going to DH. Actually, sorry, we will let him be a two-way player, I guess.
Yeah, he should be a two-way for sure, but shouldn't DH. I don't
Okay,
think.
so Rogers is probably our closer. Westbrook and Ashcraft, I guess,
Yeah, Westbrook and
can
Ashcraft
set up, but
and
also
probably Floro as well is decent. And then we really don't want the other
Floro
guys
is going
coming
to
in
be
the
like a
game.
use more often.
Yeah, and hopefully the other guys don't come in. But they will come in
Something
at some
like
point.
that.
Yeah, seems reasonable.
And now, most importantly, what does this look like? So Maurer, I think, just starts and O'Neill just backs up.
Probably, yeah. Now we're
As
just
much as
probably
I
better.
like O'Neill.
So we put Horton third. That's definitely not right.
No, all right. Well, hold on. We figure this out first. So why did it put never mind. I'm not going to ask. I'm just going to fix it. So
Okay.
we'd worked
So we
out
said no at third, right?
and just DH. Well, hold on. If we're going to have Cabrera and Sano, then
Oh,
clearly
I'm sorry.
Sano's the DH.
Yes. Yes. Actually, we should put Sano at first instead of Cunningham and DH Cunningham.
Oh, Sano, 42 range. And what was Cunningham?
I'm pretty sure less.
37.
We did it! Hooray! 42 greater than 37. Look at us.
I don't know. That counts as advanced math around these parts.
Yeah, I didn't do any subtraction.
Not yet. You just
Yeah.
wait.
Next, they're going to tell me that an alternative way to determine that same piece of information is 42 minus 39 equals 3 greater than 0.
Yeah. All right. So what are we doing here then? So Yaz, we really want to platoon if we can. Chu has to be platooned.
Chu is the most pressing platoon, for sure.
Okay. So Chu. The thing is, she's not like if you compare him to Renfro, you still prefer Chu, right? VL.
I don't know. Actually.
See, you still prefer Chu VL.
Not. Yeah, probably.
Now, the only thing is, if you don't think there are a lot of lefties in the format.
No, lefties always exist. And the drafts are they always both exist.
Yeah, I was going to say, because if you didn't think there were a lot, it's different. Because what you might have done is you might have just said that.
No,
So there's basically, if you think there are a bunch of lefties, there's an argument to be made for doing something like this. You make Renfro the starter, but you make it every other.
I hate every other because the AI.
Well, basically, the idea being that you want to, Chu needs to rest, and you'd like him to rest against the lefties, but you'd like him to start against lefties when fresh.
Yeah, but that's not what every second day doesn't do. Also, I mean, you're doing the VR line for thing, but it doesn't even do that. It just puts him in sometimes when it feels like it because he's played against righties. Like it's just random.
Yeah,
it makes no sense.
Yeah.
So okay, so Rodriguez is definitely better than Horton at second.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. And third, I would think.
I kind of want to put Shumpert as the backup third baseman, actually. But
It's probably fine.
Yep, this looks reasonable.
Shumpert's not as atrocious defensively as Granderson. Trying to remember. 74 range.
Granderson's last, he's like 65.
Yeah, he's not as atrocious defensively as Granderson.
So maybe the answer actually is we play Shumpert in center. Yeah.
No, because the problem is, Yaz and Sargent don't play right. So unless you're going to play Renfro and right.
No. I mean, I guess. Shumpert has to play someplace. So what's this look like?
Okay, so here's what I was thinking.
Right field is the issue. Yeah, right field is the problem.
Well, they're both problems. So Shumpert doesn't play right either.
Yaz is just not playing VL. Like he doesn't have a place because we have to get Shumpert in, and even Granderson's probably better.
Well, Stargell could also be platooned.
He looks definitely better than Yaz VL.
Right, but the question is, do you want to put Granderson?
Okay, we could put Cunningham in right field. and that would let us get all the bats in. Right, Cunningham in right, Sano at first, Miggy at third, Yaz in left, Shumpert in center.
Yeah, and Cunningham's bat's fine.
Yeah, his outfield defense is not fine, but at least it lets us get all the good bats in.
Right, but then what you could do... Sorry, Sano is still clearly playing.
Then Stargell's DHing. Yeah, then we're fine. And then Mickey and Sano switch. Stargell DHs. Shumpert is in left, and we're good.
Do we like Granderson or Yaz VL?
Not sure, but whichever one you like better, I guess, should go.
I mean, yeah, probably is still Yaz.
But Granderson should certainly be like our backup DH and like have Yaz backup left or something. Like we want Granderson to get in more than Chu.
Right. So then who? Well, so in right, then you're gonna stick Cunningham in right.
Somehow you got back on VR.
What?
I'm not quite sure how you did it. I don't know how you did it, but somehow you got back on VR.
What did I do?
I'm not sure how you did that.
Okay. Then hold on. Let me go back. Of the two, Cabrera is the better third baseman. Sano is the better first baseman.
Right. This is right now. The VR is right, except probably Renfroe should not be playing ever.
Except Renfroe. Well, it's Renfroe or Horton. Who are our right fielders?
Oh, I guess it's Horton then. Probably. Horton looks better VR than Renfroe, I think.
Let's look at it. Oh, actually, Horton won't. No, but Horton VL, we definitely. Actually, we don't really hate Horton VL, is the thing.
Maybe Cunningham is just out too, and we just play like Horton and left and right VL with Renfroe backing them up, and we just like get rid of Cunningham.
Play Horton and right, you mean?
Yeah.
No, but Cunningham actually has a legitimate bat.
Maybe Miggy goes.
So no, then Stargell would go. Is the I mean, I'd rather have Cunningham's bat than Stargell's bat.
We're just doing all of our diamonds and perfect. It's crazy, but no, Stargell must be better than Cunningham.
What?
Stargell must be better than Cunningham.
No, I don't think so.
It's a huge difference in power.
I mean,
it's like 70 points of power.
Looking at VL. This is VL specifically, right?
Yeah, I mean...
So it's 45 points in power.
20 BABIP.
70 points of I. Yeah, I guess it must be Stargell.
Yeah.
Must be Stargell then.
I mean, it is a little bit dangerous to play Horton for fatigue, but it should be okay.
I mean, actually, Chu is not a disaster, VL.
It's a light disaster. But Horton is probably better.
This is probably pretty close then.
Yeah, it looks okay. Looks okay.
I kind of hate the defense we're running here. You know what? Maybe this is the one situation where we are running a defensive replacement. Right? Because Chu is actually a good defender in right. So maybe something like this?
Relative to Cunningham, but yeah.
He's our best outfield defender, darn it.
Horton might be better. I just don't know how trained Horton has. But also seems setting a starting pitcher as our defensive replacement seems questionable at best.
He's not a great defensive outfielder, right? He's a better defensive infielder.
Yeah. All right, sure. Let's do that.
I think this is... hold on. Rodriguez... I don't think we want Horton, really.
No,
I think it's at least that.
Yeah. The Horton backing up third is probably good.
Yeah, it's probably fine. No, actually, I guess Horton's bat's good, so maybe it is this. All right, I think we got it to work.
It looks actually pretty good.
I've seen worse.
Like the bats are great.
The bats are great, but the top end of the pitching's fine.
Yeah, the back end of the pitching is a little bit sketchy, and the defense is a little sketchy. But what are you gonna do? You can't get everything.
All right, I think we did it. Technically, I have one more draft to do, but let's not do that on stream.
We've done enough drafts.
Oh, all right. Actually, all right. There is one last thing we can check, just because I know people have stuck around to check.
Oh God, no! Please.
It was 49 before, but we've just done a stream where we tried to show a bunch of people they shouldn't do this.
Oh, it's too painful, man.
Do you think should we check?
I'm gonna be scarred.
We should check, shouldn't we?
How hard is it to count to 3?
All right. Here. How did I put up the channel point prediction again? We'll do that, and then we'll rate into someone. Is that good?
Yeah, your predictions.
So, what do we want to set the over/under at?
We said the 20 last time.
Right, and that was 49.
So, yeah, we can do.
But we're hoping that people got better, right?
45 or 40? Maybe
what?
40. 40, because some of them were like AI auto set stuff.
All right. All right, we're putting up a prediction. Here we go.
So what we did, we looked through every team in this 1922 gold format. You should play either 2 starters with 18 batters faced, like Charles is doing, or you should play 3 starters. And we checked how many teams were playing pitching setups other than that, and it was 49 out of 64, which is
really bad, including some prominent members of the community that stream and stuff. And here, what I will do, I'm not going to scroll through them, but I will show you the list of teams that are playing this tournament, in case that helps. So, am I the only TBD team in this tournament? So 1 TBD, I see a couple BFF. You're not in it. See some streamers. I see EDC is playing. Sporer is playing. Tactile Neck's playing.
Yeah, that's sort of what we're checking for, Spawn Sluggers, is how many people are doing that. But you really shouldn't do that. It's like
so Tactile Necks. I'm choosing to run 2 at 18 batters faced. You could run 3. If you run 2 at 18 batters faced, the good news is you're only running 2 starters. The bad news is you're running through you're running through a lot more than 3 pitchers in total. Whereas if you just run 3 starters, you pretty much only have 3 pitchers ever throw the ball. So it depends on kind of where you see the depth versus these other things.
You also get a small bonus. Relief pitchers pitch a little better than starters.
Yeah.
So you get a little bonus from that, and you get like Kate was saying, you get some platoon stuff.
Wow. No, it was 100-0, but actually one person bet 10 perfect points that it would be 40 or under.
Okay, well, you got good odds.
So they get really good odds, or not 10 channel points.
I don't know what you're going to do with all these points if you win them, but
we should come up with something to do. All right, here we go. Let's count. I'm really hoping it's small. Here we go.
Well, you get 200. You don't have to use the thing for all of them. You can just anyway.
What?
No. You get 200. You don't have to. You can just go into the thing and set the roster from inside the tournament. It takes 10 seconds. But anyway. All right. Let's start the count.
1. Wow. Stump Weidman. I've never heard of that card.
Looks like an auto set to me.
I hope so. Yeah. All right. 2.
It's not a good start.
3. And they're running Tyler Wells.
Okay.
All right, still 3. Still 3. We got one. 4. But they are running your Jared Jones.
Okay. Not the card I probably would play in this format, but
5. Okay, we saw me. All right, still on 5. Still 5. All right, there we go.
I can check. I think the last time I played this format, I played Carlos Silva.
Yeah, he's worth playing. 6. 7. By the way, if someone's sitting here with a 6-man rotation, I'm just quitting.
You're giving up. Yeah, that's the end.
8, led by David Price.
Please don't play David Price.
9, but at least it's only a 4-man rotation.
No, I didn't play Silva. I played Silva.
10, is that must be a live Pepio, right? There's no yeah.
Yep, it's a live Pepio.
10. No.
This looks like an auto set, to be fair.
11. 12. 13. Can we please tell our streamers not to do this? All right, T-Chuck's on 3. There we go. Still on 13.
Nice.
That's good.
Well done.
Devil Dog still on
And a few
13.
commentators to boot.
EVC 14. 15. 16. 17. This is not going well.
Oh my God. It's so painful.
18. We got to set the over-under higher nice tie.
The other thing is, like, we're not even looking at the quality of the card.
No, we're not. We're just asking.
Right number.
Yeah, we're still on 18, right? We're just asking, did you read the format?
Pretty much.
19 music lessons. You watch all the streamers. You got to watch this one apparently. 19. Max Meyer. That's kind of a fun idea. I don't think he fits the format, but
yeah. Listen, not the card that I'd pick, but he's got the right number, so this is acceptable.
20, and they've put a bunch of combinator expense into these,
including the lefty Holmes, who is awful. Like, really awful.
Yeah, but you know what happens if you make a combinator version of Lefty Holmes?
Still awful.
But you know what happens if you make a level 5 combinator version of Lefty Holmes?
Still awful.
Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking too. Still awful.
Also,
yes.
Cost you like 200,000 points because he has no teammates in his new league.
All right, we're on 20. We're on 20. We're less than halfway through. This is not a good start. Who are my opponents, by the way? Are they? We know these guys.
Yep, and they have the correct number of starters.
They have the correct number of starters, and they've got a level 5 Colt Keith combinator,
which is a good one, to be fair, but also very expensive.
Yes.
But yeah, this appears a reasonable roster. I mean, it's probably too many pitchers, but other than that, looks okay.
All right, we were on 20. Hold on, let me
find. I think Monroe Braves.
Yeah, that's 20. All right.
21.
Sorry, what I misquoted. No, 21. 21 is Mucha Fat Cat. Good. We got one.
Nice.
Looking good. Nice. 22. 22. Good. Mark, I know Mark watches the stream. 23. Wow, someone's playing Wizenhunt. See? Someone is playing Wizenhunt. 24.
Bob Wickman is an interesting choice for 1922, but anyway, yeah.
25. That's a live Severino, huh? 25. Good. We got one. 26. I at least like the choices on this one, but you know.
Yeah. This honestly does look like a modern gold roster. I think it's just modern gold. Why is this Needlinger card getting? I don't understand that. Why is people playing this card? Like, did someone talk about this thing, or is it just like I don't
27.
understand.
Let me check a look at it. Which one?
Needlinger or Neidlinger? I don't know how to pronounce it.
I guess it's
That
just
guy.
because it looks like it should be a little better than a flat profile, and it just isn't quite.
Just bad. It's just steel, but you lost all his stuff.
27. All right, good. We got it. You know what? It's going to be close. We're only up at 27. We're about 2/3 the way through. This is going to be close.
Yeah, it is gonna be close.
28. 29. 30. I shouldn't have said anything. Commentator's curse. 31. Wait, isn't Zach Patel?
Live silver.
No, I forgot he had a third pitch.
Yeah.
All right, 31. Good. Still 31.
I'm blinded by the blueness. No, okay. But this, by the way, despite having
32.
all these compliments, is a really bad roster. Really
32, 32, 32. Uh,
But it is so many stars, and they're all blue.
it is, and yet they still need to. And by the way, the lineups, in case you were wondering.
Probably.
So, in case anyone was wondering, do you run into team? So, this is a team which is, as you can see, it's not well constructed. It doesn't fit the era. What that means is, instead of being 60 to 70 wins better than my team, this is probably 30 wins better than my team.
Actually, in this era, it might
Actually,
be.
in this era, maybe 15 to 20. Actually, right? Because some of these cards just don't play.
These cards are really bad.
32, anyway. But that roster is definitely pricey.
Jeez.
33. Wow. Okay, so I like Eric Hansen. Huh. All right, 33.
Yeah, Combo Duffy. I would play Combo Duffy. I agree with that. That card's good.
34. Oh, this is going to be close. We're on 34, and I think we're going to go over. It's better than last time, right?
Slight improvement.
35. I'd like to think we convinced a few people to fix their roster.
I mean, the fact that we're going from 3/4 of the rosters being constructed against the era to 2/3 is really not great, but
36.
Oh, that's the second Bob Wickman 1922.
Yep, 37. Okay. They're running David Price, but at least they're not starting him. 38. We probably are going over. Yeah. 39. 40. 41. I'm not quite sure. They must have. Did they lose a card? Are they on 25? Yeah, probably they must have sold a card. 41. 42. 43. 44. Okay. 45. All right, okay, we did hold on, but this is actually better. This is actually better. So it is going to be more than 40.
No, London Enjoy, there is no era where you want 4 for recovery purposes. People were mentioning that potentially in double elimination there may be a case because you don't get 5 games in a row.
I was thinking about this. I think I might be able to give you a situation where 4 is correct, but it would have to be like exactly right. Okay, let's say you're running a tournament around 1958 or 59, which is normally a 3-starter era.
Yes.
But it also turns out that one of the top starters that's like clearly a top starter is also a two-way player where you really want the bat in the lineup as your DH.
But why wouldn't you start him then? Like,
Well, no, you would start him, you would DH him, but he might not quite get enough off days to hit 100% every third day if he's if he's on the low stamina end of starters.
Okay, yeah, in theory.
So in 1960, there's no era in which if you simply have pitchers that pitch and do nothing else, you need 4 starters.
It used to be the case, I think back in 20 and 21, 1960 and I believe 1961, you needed 4.
Okay. Yeah, there's actually, sorry, there's one other situation. I think I mentioned this to you via DM, but I'm happy to tell everybody because it's just a thing that, it's a thing that I just noticed. So you saw that I was running 2 starting pitchers here, right?
Yeah.
The first version of this that I tried, I ran 2 righties with 2 lefties in long relief, and then coming back to righties afterwards. You'd go righty, lefty, righty.
Okay, sure.
And I picked Consuegra as one of the starters. He's low stamina, but I'm only running him 18 batters faced. It is 1922. He is a starter, even if borderline starter.
Fine.
What I discovered is, you see Holtzman has come back on one off day to 100%.
Yes.
Consuegra needs to pitch every third day instead of every second in this era.
Yes. That makes sense.
Well, I hadn't realized that because I think this might be new to, either last year or this year, because before that, we were playing weird games like this in really early eras, like we even thought about trying to start Timlin in that 1876 tournament or something.
Yeah.
And so you weren't getting the same penalty. But the borderlines, I don't know whether it's the fact that it says borderline or it's just the 54 stamina. But I guess the idea is, let's say Consuegra happened to be, like, by a run and a half, just the best thing in a format, right? Then it might be that in, 1958 or 59, like we were saying, it might be that the correct thing to do is to run a 4-man rotation that basically, tries to be highest rested, but basically Consuegra is going to end up going every 4th day. And so you have to run 4 because Consuegra is so much better that Consuegra is actually not so much better to do that, but I'm saying, like, maybe that would be a way to want to run 4?
I don't think the fatigue should work that way. There's always been the case that you can overrun, like it is possible to overrun the pitch count even in early eras and not recover in 2 days on 18 BF.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to do unless the stamina is quite low. Like you have to throw a lot of pitches to overrun.
Right.
And the guy kind of has to get beaten up and then usually gets pulled otherwise. I think it's unlikely, especially if you put on aggressive tiredness hook. I think it's very unlikely you would overrun even a really low stamina card if you're just running 3. And I think you'd probably have to throw 175 pitches or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm saying in the late 50s it would be...
Oh, in the late 50s, maybe.
That's what I was saying. I was saying in the late 50s, if you had a card like Consuegra where you wanted to start him as often as possible because he was just like a dominant card, but he could,
He wouldn't even do that. You just like 125 pitch count him and let the relievers come in. He'd still get more innings that way than every 4th day.
Right, but I guess that's what I was wondering is that really true? Because what it seems like is borderline. It just wants the extra off day.
Not always. No, I don't think it's always borderline. I think it's on the stamina as well. There might be an additional penalty for borderline, but I think this low enough stamina will always do that.
It's just the 54. Yeah, I wanted to experiment a bit, but there just aren't enough cards to really play with.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's what works. So I will say there is actually one other one I thought of while we were.
Oh yeah.
So I mentioned. So last year there was this really strange PTCS format that was like, it was 2024 only, and it was a sort of medium loose cap. And in that format, I had like a bunch of like good starters, and then like the floor relievers were awful. Right, it was like you're running live irons into like PT Elite Acuna. And I was trying to figure out if it ever made sense to run 6 starters and just basically let the starters throw until their arms fall off every game. With the idea that it just like, these irons are so bad, I just want to prevent them coming in at all costs.
Yeah, I think there's actually another. I mean, the other reason to run 4 is, there are just sort of the modern era situations where, before they explicitly put in a penalty, it was just an advantage to kind of run 4 starters on 18 batters faced. But
as long as you were able to like pay attention and make sure your bullpen didn't die.
Right.
But yeah.
But I could imagine that actually, so the way the penalty works is not that there's like a general, it degrades the pitcher. It's that there's a chance they don't have it that day, whatever exactly that means. Right?
Yeah, I mean, no. So so I guess there were 2 different iterations of the 18 of the 4 starting pitcher strategy. There was the one when they could recover, and then it was just like 100% correct, no questions asked. Then it was changed that they didn't recover, but you could kind of still do it. And then it was still probably correct, but at least it was a little bit more.
But then they just did the don't have it that day idea.
Yeah, so a little bit of like fatigue penalty still kind of exists in that you can get run down below 0 and then you can get in trouble.
Right, but here would then be the question, right? In an uncapped format where the bullpen is a little flatter, normally you don't want that penalty, but part of it is that kind of, usually the philosophy I have for tournament building is, I'm maximizing my chances of winning the tournament. And that's why I'm kind of building for what I think the meta will look like in late rounds instead of early rounds. If I don't get to the late rounds, I don't get to the late rounds, but I'm kind of building against that. If it turns out that there are some teams that I'm going to be outclassed by, one of the things I can do to help upgrade the starting pitcher matchups, is basically shorten my rotation, right? If you're running 5 and I'm running 4, then my matchups are a little bit better. And so if the penalty is occasionally I just get blown out in a game, that's a bad thing to do if I think I have the better team. But I wonder if that's not a crazy thing to do if I think I have the much worse team.
I mean, you're also risking that your bullpen gets blown out too, and then it's really bad if you can't change them.
Just remembering I should put.
So you probably would have to run 13 pitchers with that like 4 and 9 or something, and then probably you'd have to have the right set of cards that losing the platoon is not a big deal. But maybe there's a world. I'm not sure. That's probably a very, very specific situation, though, to get that to work.
No, I don't think this is anywhere close to like. I was just, it's an interesting question, right? Is there room for it? And so, I thought it was kind of worth thinking about. Like, okay, is there something we can think of where it would feel like that's correct, basically? So, all right, I think we're in good shape. Probably a good place to wrap up, but I did see a question from Mr. Wrestling about kind of sliders. So I don't know if there was things specific.
I mean, I give the same advice I've given a million times. If you don't know, leave it in the middle.
Yeah, I think also. So there are a few things. Yeah, okay, we can go over and just let me. Just trying to remember. I have to set a PT. I'll do that. I'll just do that later. What do I want? I wanted. No, this is an early era, right? So here, let's look at it. Yeah, so we can look at some sliders. And again, I haven't given a ton of attention to these yet this year in league or anything. So
Yeah. So I think the most important one for me, at least, is very first thing I do. Any format doesn't matter. Is I turn the global stolen bases all the way down and I set them individually.
Okay.
To me, that's by far the most important slider. And then the other ones I move a little bit sometimes, but oftentimes don't even touch because I turn off like intentional walks and whatnot. But sack bunts, those kind of things.
Yeah,
But
so
like,
I'm running something like this, and these asterisks mean I'm doing something a little bit different late. So like normally I hate sack bunting. In a tie game in the ninth inning, I don't hate sack bunting. You know, um, the stealing and base running I'm setting on players individually anyway. Uh, like I said, so intentional walk, I just don't believe in intentional walks because the problem is when you intentionally walk a player, their on base percentage ends up being really high.
yeah, they never get out. It's really unfortunate.
Um, you know, some of these others are just guesses, and I think the best thing that I've seen there is there was a stream that Pidge did with kidneys. There's a stream that Pidge did
I
with kidneys a few years back.
don't know where that is, but yeah, that was a good
If
stream.
you ask in Kidneys Discord, he can probably find a link. But I'll also point out that, I've seen convincing arguments that several of these sliders should be different than I have them, especially in certain situations. So, for
Yeah, I mean,
example,
also,
go ahead.
no, I'm saying there's a lot of. I think most of the time when people are thinking about sliders, it's very rare, in my view, that if you're losing, the reason you're losing is sliders. Almost always the problem is something else.
I will slightly disagree. I think there are a handful of sliders that I feel very strongly that if you don't have them almost exactly where I have them, you will lose because of them. But they're the ones on the left side of this page, not the right side.
Oh, sure. Yes, that's fair.
Those I think are actually really important.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's true. I was, yes.
I think the ones on the right are less critical. The biggest thing, so I'm a strong believer in shifts, partly because of what I saw on the pitch stream. And more generally, just because if a strategy is like so overpowered that baseball actually felt the need to ban it, it's probably something you should do if you're allowed to. So I think that's one that I tend to feel pretty strongly about. A lot of what I'm doing here also, like not playing the infielder corners in and stuff, it's just sort of philosophy as far as, I want big innings and I don't want to allow big innings. But I don't know that makes an enormous difference, essentially. So,
Yeah. I agree.
I think what else is in there. So intentional walk, I've heard a really good convincing argument that says in, for example, a relatively low cap where there are a handful of good hitters and a lot of just lousy hitters. There I've heard that sort of intentional walk is something that actually the engine uses pretty well.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I haven't done any research
No, but I know
Anecdotally,
Mr. Black's made that case and seemed to have kind of watched enough game logs to back it up.
I my general philosophy is that if my if the slider value is dependent on the AI doing something right, I don't want to do that. Because I am not convinced that the AI does anything right. I've seen it do way, way, way too much stuff which I didn't expect it to do, or it's never done before,
Right.
or makes absolutely no sense, or any number of stuff.
Oh, hey, Mr. Rossi, thank you for the bits. I'm sorry, I should have actually said something, which is just the way we've done this. We usually encourage people not to give to the stream just because the way we had set it up. But I mean, I'm not like, believe me, I'm grateful. I'm just sort of explaining the way we had set it up. So, but thank you, I appreciate it. Let's see. Yeah, so it's possible that the AI is not using it. Like I said, Mr. Black has good data on it.
No, it doesn't. I don't think it does them a lot in any case. It's just like, in general, my philosophy is just give the AI less chance to do weird stuff. Because every time you give the AI a chance to do weird stuff, it's very likely to do something weird which you don't want.
Right. So I think as far as like infield and corners in, I think if I were going to want to play the infield or corners in, what I would do, so something to be aware of is these are global, okay? But see, I can set, say, different times, different scores, right? And I might, for example, say, okay, well, maybe actually, in a close game in the 9th inning, maybe now I should be playing the infield in and the corners in a little bit more often, right? Like that might be a reasonable thing to do. And that's where, if you go back to like the all times and stuff, you'll see there's now an asterisk here, because basically telling me this is no longer a global setting. And if I come back and set it all time, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say if you're going to change this stuff, be careful, because sometimes it will like override things randomly that you don't really want to happen. I've had it do probably bugged behavior, to be honest. But
yeah, in fact, I'm just going to wipe it back to a preset here. Yeah, and I definitely would recommend exporting a strategy. One thing I also noticed, which is nice, is that this format has not changed for several cycles. So if you export a strategy file here, you're going to be able to, or you'll be able to import, or you can import one from 24 or 23 or whatever. It seems to work. But I would definitely, all the preset strategies are kind of weird. I would not go with a preset. I would definitely go with something that, like, you've thought about a bit.
My favorite is Korean. I like that one. That was a good one.
Oh, that's the where was it? Fictional general manager settings.
Yeah,
they squeeze, they shift outfield depth, and they.
I really like this. I mean,
no, but they all got asterisks. So at different times they. Yeah. I see.
And the numbers on the left are just so inspired. 49%.
Well, see, the fact that it's 49 means they've very carefully chosen to make it 49 and not 50.
Yes, of course. It was very clearly a precision strategy.
You've seen affiliate attribute with the sabermetric play style. I mean, I think the sabermetric play style probably has some things in common with. Where is it?
I mean, it's probably the best one of like the ones in the drop down where you don't have to do anything else. But
do I not have sabermetric? Hold on.
No, it's in the if you cancel, it's in a different spot.
Where is it? Sorry.
It's in if you just go to strategy presets.
Oh, sorry. Instead of import. Sorry, that's right.
Yeah, it's probably one of the better ones of the like preset, like here, but it's still bad.
I mean, one other thing is that sort of, I feel like for most of these sliders, I've kind of found that because the AI doesn't do a good job of using things, generally most of them should basically be yes or no.
Yeah, I think middle is also reasonable a lot of the time.
If it's middle, it's usually because I then want to use the individual player sliders instead anyway.
Well, the reason I do middle is because I'm actually afraid that, like, so the reasoning for middle is basically the AI is kind of designed with middle in mind, and so if you do middle, it will be more likely to do what it's supposed to do. And
That's
at least if it's doing
possible,
what it's
yeah.
supposed to do, even though that what it's supposed to do is often wrong, at least I understand it. And I can try to negotiate my way around what it wants to do, instead of when I put it in weird spots, it does random, unexpected nonsense.
Right. But for example, as far as infield shifts, right? Like either infield shifts are good or they're not good.
Yeah, no, the
If they're
ones where I'm
good, if they're
confident,
good, you want to shift basically every time you can. If they're not good, you don't want to shift. But shifting sometimes feels like it can't be correct.
the ones where I'm confident I know what the AI is going to do with them, I agree with that. It's the ones where it's like,
Well, because for
I
example, here's
don't
the
know
real
what the
answer on
AI is
infield
doing.
shift, right? The real answer on infield shift is that I probably would like to make that decision based on the batted ball, spray profile type. But I have no reason to believe that the AI is actually doing that.
No, it's probably just doing random silliness because that's what it does.
Right? So if it's not making the choice based on something meaningful, then I really don't want to. I don't want to be doing it at all, essentially. Right?
Yeah.
I either just want to say, okay, either always do it or never do it. If for no other reason than that I know what always do it's going to get me. So, okay, I have an hour. Well, we're going to be wrapped up within an hour, I hope.
I think we
I
can
know
wrap
what
up
always
in
do it's going to get
minutes.
me, and I know what never do it's going to get me. And then there are one or two others that just feel free to me, like hold runners. Just it seems like the game is so bad with base running that maxing hold runners is just like abusing anyone that hasn't set their steel slider to 0.
Yeah, I mean, it. You probably, when you're playing teams that have set their shield slider to 0, you should not have that setting on because, as I understand it, it does give a really tiny performance penalty to the pitching. But
Well,
no,
that's what I'm
see,
saying. Yeah. So I'm cranking hold runners simply because, hey, I get some extra pickoffs that way, and the
but
only thing it costs me is it drives you a little bit nuts if you actually watch the game live because it'll sometimes throw over 50
yeah,
times, right?
I think they lose a tiny bit of stamina, and there is also a tiny penalty to the actual pitching. But it probably does help quite a lot to sort of abuse the people who don't understand that the ceiling slider has to go to 0 for everyone.
Yeah. Okay. So you're saying how does the era effect rest? My understanding, at least
It's a
from
very
everything I've
complicated
seen,
question.
is that era is only important for pitcher fatigue, but not hitter fatigue.
Um,
Is there more that you've seen on this?
I think for the most part, yes, though I'm not 100% confident that's true. And the way it affects pitcher fatigue is weird and not easy to explain, I don't think.
But basically,
Yeah.
for example, it does not seem to be the case that in early eras, it does not seem to be the case that, say in early eras, players tire less or anything like that.
It is the case that players tire at different rates at different positions, however.
Yeah, different positions tire at different rates,
And it
and
is also the case that individual players tire at different rates on each other, though very similar for the most part.
yeah, and there used to be a strong age effect there that, yeah.
Yeah. So
Um,
it's
the way
yeah.
I would think about it is I think there are two reasons. So in principle, you actually want to set that number as high as possible to fit with your depth chart. As soon as players drop below 100 stamina, they get worse.
We should also
And
mention, by the way, that stamina is not strictly 0 to 100. The scale extends both above 100 and below 0, but you can't see it.
yeah, so that's
It's
the
very
other reason that the more you can get players rest, the better it is. So ideally, I would love to basically, if I possibly could, I would sort of be setting that, the fatigue slider for hitters to like 99.9. Okay. The reason I can't is basically because I don't have that many backups that I'm happy to put in the game.
Also, the AI doesn't know what to do when it has too many players to rest at once. It just does weird nonsense. So it's also a problem from that point of view.
Probably the most important thing to think about is you want to be in a situation where you always rest a player such that with an off day they're back above 100. And, realistically, for any depth chart, you're probably going to have one backup catcher and 4 bench players above that, something like that. So that means there are going to be players that are tasked with backing up 2 or 3 positions, right? That means you will occasionally, unless you're trying to do some kind of daily lineups or microing or the kind of thing that, I'm unlikely to do except maybe in a weird playoff situation or something like that. That means I have to expect that people who are supposed to have an off day will not always get it on the first try. They might occasionally get it on the second try. And so I want to be conservative enough with that if they get their off day on the second try, they're still back above 100%.
Also, sometimes the AI just decides for whatever reason that a game is an important game and it doesn't rest your player even though it should, which is very annoying.
It's actually, I discovered it's really bad about that in a best of 9 because its definition of an important game is often you're going to be eliminated if you lose this.
Yep.
And it turns out that works really poorly if you're down 4-0 in a best of 9.
Yeah.
But
no, I mean, what I'd say for the most part, I think the biggest thing with any of the stuff, strategy, fatigue, whatever, is you got to think about if I do this, how will the AI react? Do I want the AI to react that way? That's like what most of this is about. It's like trying to finesse the AI to do the things you want it to do.
The AI is both your manager and your greatest adversary in this game.
Yeah. It's the AI is a major enemy. Like you have to always be aware that the AI is there and it may try to attack you at any moment.
Yeah. Pretty much. So anyway, sounds good. Good luck to anyone playing PTCS tomorrow. Like I said, losing a week in the hospital doesn't help. I still qualified for 6, but I was literally 1 round away from 3 others, so we'll get them next time. Did you hit all 10?
No, I had a funny thing happen to me. So I made 9. I was originally 128th in weekly PD because I didn't switch in time because I was not paying enough attention. And then there was an error, and so I got bumped up to 129th. So that was a little unfortunate.
Ooh.
But
yeah, that was the last thing I was going to say. I saw that thing with the player getting banned, and I was surprised for 2 things. First off, the first time they've commented on something like that. But I didn't actually realize that they had been doing it that way. Because in the past, I thought generally if a player got banned, they would just let him sit there and they would Gym Unknown the tournament.
Yeah, I don't know what done before. I mean, I will say the one thing that I think, okay, so the reason I was never actually 128th, right? I was 129th because there was a bug. But the problem, the tiebreaker is the wrong way around. It's actually, I think, maybe the only thing in the PT community that everyone unanimously agrees is wrong. Like, I can't think of a single person who thinks the tiebreaker is good.
Have you asked Fabtron and Seawit?
I'm pretty sure they also agree that it's wrong. It's just backwards. I don't understand why it's like that, but it's just backwards. So it would be great if we could have it not be backwards.
Right.
For those who don't know, it's most tournaments entered instead of fewest tournaments entered. So what it means, in effect, is that the team that did worse wins the tiebreaker, and the team that did better loses, which is really, really odd.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I can understand why people would like it from a selfish point of view, but from a point of view of like which is a fair tiebreaker. I don't think anyone would agree that this is a fair tiebreaker.
Yeah, Laszlo, the tiebreaker is whoever enters the most tournaments. So RTX Janks, there
Yes.
were two. So there was one issue with combining user IDs, which, by the way, I didn't know you could change your username until they announced that. Because I've actually thought for a while, in fact, you know what? Probably should do this. I've thought for a while that just, since I've been streaming, probably what I should be doing is just changing my display name on here to be the same as the Twitch ID. Right? Like, it seemed like a useful thing to do, but I didn't know that it was a thing that you could change. I thought it was like completely immutable.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right?
I've never attempted to change it. So
I suppose I haven't either, but it feels like
anyway,
the kind of thing that, you might have wanted to, right?
yeah, I mean, I generally, yeah, you kind of want something to be unique, and username is a pretty good thing to be unique. I guess you could use email or something instead and let usernames change, but you
Yeah.
gotta have something unique. So
But I don't
good
know
a choice.
actually how you change it. I've been able to change some of the other things, right?
I don't think you can change it in the game. I've
No,
never
I don't
learned
think
where.
you can. I mean, I know you can change your team name.
Yes.
Um, do you have a marathon tomorrow? That sounds fun. Um, no, I think we were gonna
Well,
wrap up. We were
yeah, I
about to
think
wrap up. Just
we're
looking at it.
good
So I
for
can edit
fun.
team name,
No, you can't. You can't
but
change
I
username.
cannot edit the other. Right, I cannot edit the other. Right.
No. Yeah, it's true. PTCS is
And
the kind
there's
of
somewhere
marathon.
that here you go. What is my Discord username? Yes. Yes.
At least you'll get a lot of split orbs tapped on that. 'Cause you can sell them for like 100 points each. It'll be great. I'm sure you'll feel very satisfied about that. And won't be at all upset about losing in round one to a worse team.
I guess. Is this my Discord username? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we probably should
Good.
wrap things
Is
up.
there anyone we can raid into? Um,
It's highly unlikely. Uh,
Let me see if
there's
there's
no one else
anyone.
streaming OTP. Is there anyone streaming marbles?
And
I don't
baseball
know.
related. All right. Well, thanks everyone. I'm just trying to find someone. If anyone has a suggestion for who to raid into, uh, or is there another baseball game? Could raid into like another baseball. I don't know. Does anyone have a streamer they recommend? And London, George, sometime when you're around, we'll definitely try chess against Chad again, but just not tonight. I don't
Are
have
we gonna
any.
have to play the London then? I don't like playing the London.
What?
Are we gonna have to play the London then? I don't like that opening much.
We'll play black.
Okay.
Um, okay. All right. Last shot. If anyone has a streamer, if not, I'm gonna.
May as well do slots. It's basically PT. I thought they banned that from Twitch though. That's really funny.
All right. Come on. Someone's got to have a recommendation. Anyone have a favorite streamer that would like getting a little boost?
Just type in a bunch of random letters and see if it's a person which exists. That's always fun.
Oh, is there an autocomplete?
No, I don't know.
No, there's no autocomplete.
Very sad.
All right. All right, here we go. I'm gonna raid an MLB The Show streamer. How about that?
Sure.
Does anyone happen to know any, or should I just pick someone?
I don't know.
I don't know. I figured I should do something baseball related. Otherwise, I always end up getting dumped into Elf, which seems like a mistake.
You see in prep, yeah, just sit there for 12 hours. It sounds like a good plan.
What happens if you raid into someone offline? Actually,
I think it just kind of doesn't do anything.
let me see I'll try to do that. Okay, no,
it works,
apparently I
and
can. All right, let's raid into EVC then.
I think everyone just goes there and then everyone leaves with no stream on. But why not?
All right. Well, we can try it. All right.
Eric Rosen.
Oh, all right. That sounds like a plan. We've sort of made this a chess stream anyway, right?
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna stream into. We'll really go all chess stream on this. We'll really go all chess stream on this. All right. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, isidafo. I thought this was gonna be a short stream.
Yeah, it never is.
All right. Thanks, everyone. See y'all next week. Good luck in the PTCS.
Yeah.